your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If all that bloom are faded to wither, then I'll enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty.
madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If all that bloom are fated to wither, then I'll enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hinata? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hold up. And ladies and gentlemen, this is day number 4, the last day, and perhaps for some of these teams, the last chance for them to qualify all the way into Nagoya. This is Jace and this is Churros. We will be your casters for the last day of 2026 Asian Games Esports Events MLBB Qualifiers.
Yeah, Jace, it's great to be here once again.
That's right.
We had a pretty long day yesterday. Not really a 2-0 sweep all the way. So that really proves and shows... Well,
I had to do it.
It's because of us.
No,
right now, when we're together, it's always
us.
a full-day series. But hey, in all honesty, yesterday was really close matchup for a lot of the teams that we're watching. First game of today will be extremely high stakes, especially, like you said, last chance.
Yep, I think like today is really where some of the groups has already you kind of see some of the teams have already set in stone. I think Group A is the one that still has a lot of potential for potential shakeups and upsets, especially, you know, Cambodia's performance as well, the Malaysia, the Zorn effect, or, for this context, the Hisham effect, that we need to also take note of for Team Malaysia. And of course, you know, there's a lot of things that could potentially go on, especially right here as we go into, for this particular 2 groups, the LCQ.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting, especially for, you know, the first game of today, because we've always seen the specific regions in each different groups. In Group A, you have Southeast Asia. Group B, you have West Asia. Group C, Central Asia, we're watching later on. Group D is going to be East and South Asia. So bring us through the schedule, Jace.
Yeah, of course, today we'll start off the last chance qualifier, especially for Iran and Nepal, both of them coming from their own respective groups. So technically speaking, if you want to talk about, you know, inter-group, inter-region, well, not say like your, you know, inter-team, right? We're talking about region, different big regions, right, coming together. This is Iran going up against Nepal. But of course, we also start to see, at the very least, some other new groups coming in. We are also starting to see Group C, finally, some form of new flavor, new metas that we'll be witnessing. Kazakhstan going up against Kyrgyzstan. Then after that, Kazakhstan going up against Uzbekistan.
Yeah, not only that, we still have a culmination of Group A that's coming up in the second half of the day. We'll start off with Malaysia versus Cambodia. This is the match that you don't want to miss. Cambodia, big upsets, or almost big upsets, to Philippines, which is one of the top seeds. And Malaysia is going to be a huge test for them this time around. Indonesia against Myanmar will come up right after as well.
Yep, very well said. Like, match 4 onwards, our schedule is most of them Group A's, right? Well, all of them Group A's. Of course, after that particular match that you mentioned earlier, Churros, it will be Team Philippines going up against Team Singapore, and then finally we'll end off the day at match 7 with Team Indonesia and Team Cambodia.
Man, this is looking up and shaking up to be a really interesting day. We're starting off with different flavors and integrating these flavors together. We've seen teams from Central Asia, we've seen teams from East and South Asia, just putting the interesting heroes into the meta, especially like Hong Kong, China, and things like that. So Group A, we have Philippines on the top of the board. They are pretty safe, Jace. 5-1. Even if they lose the next match that they're going up against Singapore, they are still pretty safe. They're heading their way into Nagoya in the main stage as well. Cambodia in the second seed, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Myanmar. Looking at score lines, they are pretty tied.
Yeah, don't forget, only top 5 of these teams will only qualify to Nagoya, right? So you're talking about the top 2 packs. They're pretty safe. They're pretty stable. It's the middle of the pack. I would say it's the Indonesia, Team Indonesia onwards. That's where it gets really unsafe for them, because there are several games that we'll be able to see on main stage, and some of the key games, I would say, one of the key games that are very critical for this particular group that could potentially shake up the whole group standing. Actually, it's happening in substage, which is Team Vietnam going up against Team Myanmar. Yeah,
2-2, 2-3. If Vietnam wins this one, then it would shake it up, and Vietnam would proceed to the main stage. Myanmar will be shifted down. So we'll see how that plays out in Group A. Unfortunately, though, Laos and Singapore, I would say the chances are pretty slim.
Chances are pretty slim.
Moving on to Group B, though, this is West Asia that we're talking about. Saudi Arabia at the top of the charts with Jordan. They are really already going into the main stage in Nagoya.
It's kind of confirmed already.
Yeah. Oman and the Emirates are, well, not going to be proceeding any further. But Iran still has one last chance that we're going to be looking at.
Yep, Iran will be going up against Nepal, which is from Group D. So far, I'm really satisfied from the performance from the side of Kingdom Saudi Arabia. I don't really recall watching a Jordan game as of yet, but hey, you know, your second seed, there must be a reason, right? As we take a look at Group C, this is the one that I feel like, if you noticed, it's mostly just Egypt. I think we only saw 2 matches being played all for Group C thus far. So that's why today you start to see a lot more Group Cs from the get-go. And of course, you know, you got Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan is the one that's leading the charge in the first 2 seed. Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan at the bottom 2 seed. Only top 2 from this current group will go into Nagoya.
You know, Group C is one of those smaller groups and smaller emerging regions that are into MLBB thus far. So it will be interesting to see in the second and third match of today that we'll be streaming live right here and how they really perform. But not to forget, Group D, this is East and South Asia. Mongolia topping the charts with 4 wins, 0 losses. Hong Kong, China will be in the second seed. They are both pretty safe moving on to Nagoya, Japan. They are confirmed, and they're not playing any other games thus far. For Nepal, though, one last chance to prove themselves. And I would say up against Hong Kong, China yesterday, they have had a really good showing. I would think like, hey, they were pretty evenly matched in terms of their gameplay, their execution, maybe a little bit of draft difference. Hong Kong, China was one up of Nepal, playing things that they're familiar with, things that they are more signature with, and Nepal is trying to match up to the speed that Hong Kong, China was bringing to the table. Unfortunately, though, we won't be seeing Pakistan and Sri Lanka anymore. But hey, you know, this is one of the first few chances that they have in an international stage, so they have the experience and hoping to see them again in the next international tournament.
I would like to quote Mirko, right? Every time when there is a loss, there is a learning experience, right? That's why there's no losers in the competition. It's mostly learning that you can learn from. Maybe there's something that you better you can get the experience from. And sometimes, unfortunately, yes, being victor, you win, you get that temporary dopamine boost. But I feel like you learn more when you take some losses.
Yeah, speaking of that, there will be a loser and there will be a winner in this one. We'll start off with Iran versus Nepal, and Iran's lineup looking really good. We saw them yesterday. Amirali, Ali, Poria, Mahdi, and Abu Fazl. They have shown quite a bit of strategic advances. Their execution was a little bit shaky, especially in the start of the game, but moving on, they have found their groove, and right now, the stakes are high. No room for errors, no room for mistakes.
Yeah, I think this is a time where they really have to put their best foot forward. And apart from that, Team Iran, when we have seen this stack has been playing so far, I feel like they're really following something like a tank utility jungle meta, that sort of thing, right? They like the Akai, they prioritize those neutral objective takes. But on the other side, Team Nepal represented Abhishek this time, Nobine, Ankit, Lilim, Mitoya, and Kishore. This stack wants to win by sheer dominance in team fights. You draft the assassin for Mitoya, and then after that you assassinate key damage dealers, and then after that they scale and take objectives.
Yeah, I just want to point out the mid lane trio that has been working very, very well for Nepal, especially up against the top dogs in their seed and their group against Hong Kong, China, as well as as well as the top seed as well. This is one of the teams that really plays to their strengths, really plays to them towards their meta, and really understands and learns as they go along as well.
Yeah, I think while we usually put, you know, the Southeast Asian teams as more like a gold standard, like, you know, like Team Philippines, Team Liquid, aka to a certain extent Team Indonesia as well, you know, they have been shifting their metas and dropping the Suyos, they're dropping the assassins in the favor of tank utility jungles. You saw Team Philippines yesterday against Team Indonesia, right? What's on the ban? There's the Fredrin, the Baxias, the Guinevere. These are your tank utility jungles literally denied away by Team Philippines.
We also see the emergence of utility mid lanes. Jusin, the Yeeves are coming back online. Farsas might be pretty dominant in this meta as well. The Gourds are highly favored by a lot of mid lane players. Lilim, for example, in Nepal, he has 17 kills, 0 deaths in one of the games that they had at a constant push and pull, a constant comeback. They weren't able to shut that Juicin down, and it provides so much utility. Build one Sky Piercer, and it's done. But hey, you know, the biggest challenge for these two teams today is the mix of flavors. How do you counter the picks in the drafts from someone from another region, someone that you've never met?
I think I like this particular matchup, even though, yeah, it's unfortunate this is going to be a last chance qualifier, only one of these teams that will go over to Nagoya. But it feels like a test once again, because we're in this awkward position in the meta where there's tank junglers and then there's also the assassin junglers. Definitely, we can say that Team Nepal favors assassin junglers, whereas Team Iran, they still favor their utility junglers.
Yeah, and speaking of the junglers, I would say Nagoya has a little bit of a adaptation adjustments. He likes to bring out the Guinevere's, if I recall correctly, and that is definitely going to be highly contested. A lot of the Southeast Asian regions are also looking into Guinevere as one of the top tier junglers in this current meta and in this current patch as well. And not to forget, quite a bit of teams are still trying to bring out the assassins, but we'll see as we jump into the draft for the first game, the first series of the day. This is the last chance qualifiers for Iran and Nepal, and it's going to be a cross-region series.
Yeah, and I feel like Expanding Rivers is fitting of that kind of theme, right? Like how, you know, we need to feel like how Nepal is going to navigate, and usually movement speed around the rivers benefits the assassins a lot more, right? Because like you could just travel from one point to another and then start assassinating your DPSs down in the gold lane, and then after that move on. You're basically all over across the map. But this is where also some utility roams or utility junglers are kind of favored because of the Matilda's movement speed and the Baxia. Unfortunately, from this game number 1, Baxia banned away by Iran. The Juicin, a respect over to Lilim. I love it when, you know, teams starts to do some research. Nepal takes away the Marcel, the Fredrin, and the Philippines.
No, this is interesting, and like what you said, a lot of the jungles are right now coming into utility. The Akai definitely top priority, but not to forget the gold lane. Claude wins games, and a lot of teams are siphoning their energy into taking up that Claude, taking up, you know, hey, you know, Freya, Paquitos. We totally forget about the fighters in this meta that, you know, Nepal has kind of brought out yesterday as well. We saw the double fighters coming in from them, which they excelled in so well in the first game against Hong Kong, China.
There you go, the Akai by Mahdi as well. And I feel like personally, B1 pick, I feel, yes, the Freya is very strong in this particular patch, but there's an Akai. If you are a Freya, you are afraid of constantly getting CC chain, CC lockdown. Akai's heavy spin constantly pushes you back. You're not able to cast your skills, and that's where, you know, the Freya's pseudo tankiness goes down because she's unable to sustain. Now, Nepal, good reaction. You know, you got the high loss to basically counteract against the Gord. That is definitely going to come out because you see Akai, you definitely see a Gord. Then after that, the Valentina to kind of match against the Akai as well. So far, I like what Nepal has drafted so far. Iran, on the other hand, I think these are your 3 solid picks, right? The Akai and the Paquito and even the Gord.
Yeah, pretty on the meta this time around. Quite a bit of early game damage, especially once Paquito hits that power spike. If we're looking at early game lane-to-lane matchups, I would say Valentina wins out that Gord hands down, at least until that level 4 mark, before the ultimate actually comes in. The Bellman is actually seeing a lot of resurgence recently because it was used you know, many seasons ago in Southeast Asia as one of the ultimate
jungles, technically speaking.
Ultimate security objectives with the retribution, and there's no pretty much zero room for error for if you're playing that Balmon, and you have a lot of heal sustain coming along as well with it, and we've been seeing that quite a bit in the games as well.
Yeah, and the fact is the Bauman has a little bit tweaked. Now he doesn't rely on necessary kills to basically gain the HP. Assists also helps him gain that assist, so it kind of enforces him to be not very greedy anymore. You can actually use him more of a utility to secure neutral objectives and move on, and after that become a late game tank. Speaking about tank, here's the Guinevere that we know and love. Taken away by Iran as well, as they have already secured their own tank utility jungle, so make sure that Akai has a great team.
You know, it is also highly possible that a Hylos still goes into the jungle. It still provides some form of utility. We've seen that many seasons ago. It would take a time machine and travel back maybe 3 years, 4 years ago. That used to be hot on the plate.
Yep.
But hey, Moskov is taken out. Claude is still on the table. If Iran wants to get a solid marksman, especially in the late game, since now they have a lot of early to mid-game damage, they need some form of insurance in the late game. Claude might be the best pick right here.
I feel like Claude fits what Iran wants to go for because they've already got their early game in terms of Kizo. And God technically scales. You need something more of a scaling composition as well, unless they really want to dive deep into the Harif, something like that. But Harif is already countered by the high loss, so I don't think that's a very good idea. Granger, technically speaking, means that, you know, Team Iran is really looking at, I want to empower in the early game, I want to bully the gold laner. And I feel like Team Iran is reading into this, right?
Yep.
The pop, great read actually coming off from Iran. You know, going for the Yuchong and the Yushin as the last few picks. These are threats over to the Gord, but Akai is a threat to Yushin, whereas Freya, on the other hand, may potentially face a bit of problem against the Granger during the laning phase.
No, this is smart coming out from Nepal.
Yeah.
They understand that they need to get closer. They go for the Yuzhong. They thought that the Freya was going into the EXP lane. If Freya were to go in the EXP lane in the pre-level 4 mark, Freya definitely wins out, but post level 4 mark, Freya is definitely going to suffer a little bit. Put her in the gold lane and you know, run a double fighter composition. Mitoya has played the Yushin yesterday too.
And not only just that, right? And we talk about how the Cho is also very annoying to deal with.
Oh, yeah.
Against, especially in the hands of Hisham, that really provides so much vision and so much annoyance, especially now. Team Nepal has decided to go for a Yushin who is also vulnerable in the early game. Cho is there to basically kind of act as a disruptor. So Hylos, I feel like there's a lot more work cut out for this Hylos coming up from Nepal.
Yeah, I have to 100% agree. Hylos is not as mobile as a lot of the other roams that we're seeing in this current meta, in this current patch as well. Valentina should have no problem at all. Typically, you want to run a Cho to close the gap and try to disrupt the mid lane that we see yesterday in a lot of the games from the core Southeast Asian teams as well. And I think what's beautiful about this is the other regions are learning from the regions that we know and love.
5 seconds.
Yep, good to go into game, ladies and gents. Game number 1 between Iran and Team Nepal as well. This is the last chance qualifier. Only one team were making it into Nagoya.
Well, this is quite interesting coming in from Matoya, because typically you want to run, you want to start with the Beetle first before anything starts, and then take a circle around your own side of the jungle. But starting off with the Bear means that you get easy access into Lethal Wonder, which in turn gain you control early on that mid lane rotation, as well as you have your strong mid lane duos.
Well, you can see the clear coming out of Mitoya, right? The Yushin has one of the faster clear as compared to Mahdi on the Sakai. So technically speaking, because of that, Team Nepal definitely has great solid control around the river. Every single creep counts, especially for Mitoya on this Yushin.
Great rotation from Freya as well. Abhishek, who was down at the bottom side, cleared up that lane, joined in all these team fights, trying to deny the access into their own jungle. They're protecting their home, they're protecting their birthright.
Yep. Right now, I think top side. Paquito going up against Yuzhong. This is also one of the matchups that we used to see back in the good old days. Hold on.
Yep, the Ali tries to start. I don't think they want to commit to this one. Just a little bit of a shake and bake.
Revitalize already popped very early on. That is going to be costly for the side Team Nepal. But at the very least, was able to kind of save him. And Iran, you know, I'm more than happy to basically take that away. But I'm actually kind of concerned about Abu Fazl, especially on the top side, because Yuzhong is not the kind of hero that you really want to constantly punch, and then after that fight face to face, you want to hit and run. But Abu Fazl is taking a lot of L's right here. Mahdi.
Mahdi tries to go in for the charge. Anki goes down. Poria will pick up that kill. Ali down low. Will be able to shake his way out of there. Poria, a little bit of a skerfuffle. Lilin doesn't have that dash. Will be pinned to the wall. Poria will not be able to disengage. Mahdi still fighting a little bit, gets out of there safe.
Yeah, but still, hold on a second. Abhishek just decided to go and dive. That's going to be the Valkyrie dive as well. And now it's going to be Ali trying to slow down Abhishek right here. Poria
trapped in the middle. Will be able to escape for now. Buying so much time for the turtle. Abu Fazl went down to the turtle pit too.
This is just a massive brawl happening. Both of these two teams looking for blood as well. It's really too early for the side Team Nepal to really fight, especially with Matoya. But if they have Abhishek in tow, I think why not? And they're really looking for blood and hoping that the killing spree helps him with the bonus movement speed and also the bonus damage. Bonus bonus healing as well.
Yeah, Kishore did a very good job pushing Abu Fazl away. If Paquito went into the team fights a little bit earlier, that would have turned out so much worse for Nepal.
Now, earlier just now, we take a look at this whole replay right there. I think, you know, the fact that Lilim knows that he's taking over to level 4 very, very soon. Don't forget, he is also able to heal up and also gain a bonus EXP as long as Lilim hits his targets, right? But the problem is, from the side of Madi and also Poria, they don't really have a lot of damage, and Poria's damage kind of comes in big, massive bursts, especially after Mystic Gush was already committed.
For now, both teams are still pretty even Stevens. Nepal has a little bit faster clears as well. Matoya at level 7, Madi 2 levels behind. And we're going to see a lot of scaling capabilities coming in from this Yusun Shin. So Amirali really needs to pick up the pace. But it's so hard because he's dealing up with a Freya.
But the problem, but I also feel like, you know, for the side team, Nepal, Mitoya, even though, yes, he can scale as an Yishun Shin, I think the main target that he could basically try to find is Amirali, and after that, perhaps Ali, right? And also Poria. But because Madi is an Akai, the whole point of the Akai is to basically secure Lord Fight and objectives. Once Mitoya gets pinned down by Madi, it's over for Mitoya. Whereas if Madi gets stunned up, he's a tank. He's meant to absorb all of this punishment.
Abhishek might be punished for now. A little bit too close for comfort. Amirali does have that one. It's a shake and bake down into the turret. Abhishek really wants to go for it.
Wow.
One more hit. And Amirali outplays it. On the other side of the map, Matoya goes down. Abu Fazl picks up that kill. He was on the wrong position right there. Iran used that heavy spin to disengage, but they're going straight back in. Ali, a little bit of a shake and bake. Here comes the laser, the Mystic Gush. They're going to close that gap. They're going gun for that gourd, and they will take them down. Kishore picks up the kill on the gourd, the turtle down low. No jungle, no problem. Madi doesn't have the retribution. He picks up that turtle though, and Iran secures that objective.
Yeah, but it feels like, you know, the lucky part is Mitoya is not there. That's why, you know, Team Iran was able to secure the turtle for himself. A bit of a gunning down coming up from the side. Amirali earlier just now, that was, I think, Abhishek overextending, overheating. Once again, trust, hoping the talent to keep him safe, but to no avail.
Oh, Abhishek, Valkyrie descent. It's straight onto Amirali underneath the turret. Ali next to fall. Abhishek will pick that one up. The aggression coming from Nepal will not stop with Poria. Setting 6 feet under by Mitoya.
I feel like Team Iran is not actually anticipating the amount of aggression coming up in Team Nepal, right? Yes, Team Nepal is on the scaling comp. They do have a side lane fighter. I think they should have expected it. And not only just that, Team Nepal cracks open down bot. That means that Amirali was going to have to find farm elsewhere. But you start to see that, you know, Team Iran, I feel like they are not anticipating the aggression coming out from the side of Team Nepal. You can see Lilim activating the heavy spin earlier, forcing the Madi's heavy spin out earlier just now in that turtle fight. Yeah. But luckily, Mitoya's not there, so that's why turtle goes over to the side of Iran. And now I feel like Team Iran, if they really want to really try to ramp up, they need to start securing more objectives, right? The third turtle must go into Team Iran. If not, Team Nepal will take it, run it, scale using the Yushin Shin.
I like what you said just now, right? But hold on, the heavy spin will pin Kishore to the wall. That's Abu Fazl, one punch and a jab, and he goes down.
Yeah, I need more early game aggression coming up from Team Iran. But the funny thing is, Team Nepal with the scaling comp, with the somewhat mid to late game composition, is the one that's more aggressive as compared to Team Iran.
You know, this is interesting because without the dragon, you don't really have that gap closer. Remember, in that previous turtle fight, we saw how once Kishore saw Poria use that laser, that's the dragon, lands on top of him, this gets that petrified and takes score out of the game. So it's essentially just waiting for the bait to come in and then turning into that dragon to chase him down.
I think it's also, you know, Team Iran poured all their resources to no avail, right? The turtle's still up, but hold on, this was very important for Iran.
Abu Fazl is still finding an angle. The dragon's already popped up. Madi's just right there. Matoya will pick up that turtle from underneath their noses, and it's Abu Fazl a little bit too deep. Poria down low. Kishore will not complete that chase. Ali gets in for that re-engage. Will not be able to shake and bake out. That's the jump and the flicker. Abhishek all the way from deep in the jungle.
Man, Abhishek is really looking for blood right here. And of course, Freya, technically speaking, do scale quite hard as well as compared to the Granger. The problem about Granger is that once you land out the Rhapsody, there's only one lane, right? But the problem is Abhishek can dash and dodge, bob and weave those bullets as well, making hard for Amirali to land down the damage. And also, you can start to see Nepal starting to scale, right? Abhishek, all these gambles that he took in the early game to the mid game, yes, we saw that one sus turret dive, but it's more than worth it. And if you start to see, you know, Abhishek and the fans sense that, you know, everybody from the side of Team Nepal is just looking for blood. Endless battle secured by Mitoya. That's another massive burst that Team Iran has to look out for. And if you notice, Mitoya is not supposed to be able to take that turtle earlier just now, right? Mahdi is the one with the heavy spin. We got heavy spin. Oh,
that's the jab. That's the push out, though. Nice down 1st December. Abhishek. This is the re-engage and the red carpet laid down by Ankit. They will chase them back as the rest of the goon squad from Iran comes in, trying to defend against this turret. This T1 is critical for them. If not, they'll open up that map for Nepal's taken.
A bit awkward of a glorious pathway coming from Ankit. I know what he's trying to do, trying to cut down the pathway, maybe angle it slightly, I would say 20 degrees towards the clockwise. That would be a better choice to kind of slow it down. But at the very least, you know, that fear factor that Team Nepal was able to inflict onto Team Iran allows them to take topside turret.
This is also smart coming in from Lilim. He knows that Mahdi is always showing himself. He takes the heavy spin instead of the Mystic Gush. And this creates a lot of opportunities. Yeah, it's a low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, Mahdi will definitely show himself up. He's there to basically open up the waves, allowing Lilim to take it. The reason why Valentina came back into meta is because of the Akai, and the Beyblade fight is the one that you kind of neutralize what Akai is doing. But there's also another problem, right? Like Lilim on this Valentina, technically still considered squishy. Yes, you've got that heavy spin from Mahdi, but I feel like, you know, Team Iran can basically, you know, walk around that Lilim's heavy spin as well. Like Dragon Form committed.
Mountain Chakra already used up as well. He's pushing him back, Mahdi! He takes the first turtle. Ali down too deep. He split up that team fight. Abhishek not happy about that. We'll go for that chase. Abafazo all left all alone. That's the heal. That's the dragon shot residue. The Mystic Gush will push them back. It's a 1 kill for that turtle. So worth it.
Great engage coming on Team Iran, right? Ali knows his duty, even though he has to sacrifice himself to basically knock out Mitoya so that Mitoya doesn't land our retribution, allowing Mahdi to secure the Lord. And what's the best thing? You get 1 kill out of it. That means that, you know, Team Iran will take advantage of this Lord to slow down Team Nepal scaling. And don't forget, Team Iran is the early game, mid game power spike, right? You probably need another 2 or 3 more minutes, and that's where you start to see a lot of damage coming off from Amirali as long as he lands it down properly.
Speaking of Amirali, he's in a spot of bother right there, chased out by 4 members, but a heavy spin will push them all away, buying them some time to zone themselves out. Iran will be safe for now. They took down the T1 up top.
Yep, good defense coming out by Team Nepal, but every time, you know, when you see team fight, even though when the Lord is actually, you know, threatening on the top side turret, this is when everybody's like, hey, can somebody deal with the Lord, please, coming up from Team Nepal? Maybe overcommitting like 4 members to try to chase down Iran earlier just now was a little bit overkill. Maybe send like, I don't know, maybe Mitoya or Abhishek right there to basically deal with the Lord and then join the fight, because unfortunately, your teammates can revive, the turrets doesn't.
Yeah, and this is smart from Iran, just going straight forward, taking down the turrets, all the way from the top side, rotating down to the bottom side, just giving all the farm to Amirali. What I like is, what I want to you know, pick your brains off is Nepal does have that Yuzhong, that split fight that we always see in many of these team fights. Yuzhong has so much more better sustain than what Iran can bring with the Paquito or even the Cho. So how does that play out for Iran?
I think how Kishore is going to play up against Abu Fazl is that as long as Kishore constantly outputs the damage, lands down a shard residue, land it across like multiple members, yeah, Abu Fazl all of a sudden is just getting neutralized, right? Abu Fazl relies on hard-hitting, flanking, finding Mitoya,
basically
punching
an assassin-ish fighter.
Assassin-ish fighter, correct. And the fact is, Abu Fazl can also fix waves as well. Kishore having the Black Dragon form as well allows him to basically do the same thing, right? Split push and then apply into the fight.
Mitoya just dashed right in, but able to get himself safe and sound. Ali, the kick was neutralized by the heavy spin. Lilim with a good call and a good trigger hit. Ali down low, will be down by now. That's the zone out from Kishore as well. Good play by Nepal.
It feels like Abhishek is looking for blood. Don't forget, he is the one that charged right into the turret. It was 1v2, 1v3. He doesn't really matter because he's gonna take all those gambles and hope to scale from that.
This is the late game for as well. Every single hit it does, he heals everything back up.
Yep. So far, I like what I'm seeing coming out from the side of Team Nepal, but Abu Fazl right now, yeah, definitely gonna have to do this. This is the only way for you to basically try to get into game. Unfortunately, neutral objectives and also turret objectives is the name of the game. Team Iran and also Team Nepal, if you notice, the plays out is slightly different.
It's a one-on-one down the bottom side. Abafazio taking a little bit of hits from Abhishek. He doesn't have the cooldowns coming in here. The combos will not be enough to save him as he gets sent 6 feet under once again. And Nepal are fighting a 5-on-4.
Paquito priority has long gone by this rate. You are probably, what, 10 minutes late for Abafazio to do any form of significant damage. I think it's a better choice for Abafazio to really pull Abhishek away to try to pull this fight so that Team Nepal versus Team Iran is this what pin. It's a 4v4.
Won't let it rip. He's going to hold on to the heavy spin. Mahdi will get himself safe, but Ali will not. He got caught out.
Yep. Getting busted down now. It's a 3v5. Everybody from Team Nepal is on side as well. Even the Black Dragon Bone kind of zone. Abhishek dashing in.
Oh, he's gonna die set on Fori. He's seeing red, but on the backside, Mahdi will try to steal the Lord, but the Toya takes it over. That is a risk that Mahdi has to pay with his life.
Mahdi doesn't really have a heavy spin as well. I'm not too sure why he decides to pop, and he just got blown out to pieces. At this point, Mitoya is what, level 15 already. Endless battle. You just get bursted down. Mahdi is only what, 1/4 HP. So take a look at this particular instant replay. What I was talking about is I really wish that Abafazio try to drag Abhishek away even longer to buy time so that, you know, Team Iran will fight a 4v4 against Nepal at the top side.
Yeah, you don't necessarily have to win, but hold on a second. There's the kick down into the wall, sealed up by Amirali. That's the stacks being built up right here. The Gush will take Ankit's health low. Amirali tries to seal up that job. That's another stack for him. Might be going in for a 3. Doesn't really have support. Abafazio down on the flanks.
I mean, that's a good, any kills given over side Amirali with the Sky Pistol stack is absolutely great find, right? And the fact is, if you see how punishing when the Freya gets CC stun on Ali with a knockup, and then after that you just receive so much damage from the side of Foria and Amirali and Granger and Agor respectively, yeah, you're just basically going to get it. And you can see how Foria is starting to build the damage, especially to deal with tanky heroes. The Glory Ones going in, even the Feather Heavens, and also the Divine Glaive as well. I'm not surprised if the next item should be going into a Wishing Lantern because you're gonna have to try to laser down Ankit. But Poria, using the Mystic Gush to be able to only deal with Ankit, I think may not be enough. Amirali still needs a lot more stacks in order for anything to happen.
Oh, that's the push. The limbs, heavy spin will not be enough to win onto Mahdi on the backside, though Abafazio finds Kishore, but Abhishek's just nearby, able to push them out.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about, right? Yes, while Valentina was able to steal the heavy spin from the side of Akai, Valentina is still Valentina. Doesn't reiterate the HP from the side of Mahdi. Mahdi, on the other hand, is the one that can do this.
Ooh, great find.
Onto
Ankit, he will find himself in a bit of a trouble there. Lays down red carpet, use everything back up. This Revitalize already used up as well. Abhishek tries to go on to Amirali. That is the kill from Abhishek. He's taken 2. Ali falls as well. Abhishek, this Freya is a madman.
Yeah, Abhishek is just literally going all in every time when he sees Amirali or even Poria. All he has to do is just trade his life over to the side of Amirali. I think once that's done, you're training gold laner for gold laner. Especially if you're a fighter, hey, that is good enough because you've got Mitoya as a pseudo-marksman jungler. You still have that pushing power to go and push down the waves.
Abhishek will start things off. The bubble has bursted. There's Mountain Shocker to push them all away. A little bit of vision play. Nepal has full control of the Land of Dawn.
That Lord push earlier just now, still decent in terms of the amount of damage and also pushing power, right? But I feel like if you take a look at Team Nepal so far, with the fact is they are really aggressive, especially with Abhishek. I think lead him on this Valentina. I think on draft it makes sense, but you know, you start to see, you know, Amirali once one full ramp, so they lit onto Lilim, especially when Lilim is getting pinned down with the Beyblade battle alongside with Mahdi. She just gets melted.
That's a smart bait coming out from Nepal as well. They're putting Mitoya away because you know you're fighting against a utility jungler. And speaking of utility jungler, Mahdi is down low. They found Amirali! That's the Granger taken out!
And not only just that, Mahdi is actually losing his life right there.
The heavy spin comes through. Mahdi will not be enough. Florida Snazer seals the deal. They take down the Lord and they bought themselves some time.
Oh my goodness, that's such a very funny sequence. The fact is, Poria using the Mystic Gush to basically steal away the Lord. I was thinking that, hey, you know, Marty's in a spot of trouble. The Lord should be going over to the side of Team Nepal, but no, Mystic Gush can also do a lot of damage.
Alpha just took down that top side as well. Iran just playing mind games. They're playing the macro game. Nepal can't seem to find their strike. They're putting Kishore up on that top side. They have no one to deal with Poria right now.
And the fact is, don't forget, Team Iran, right? While the Lord dance was happening, Abafazo was just split pushing hard on the other side and potentially putting a bit of a pistol on the heads of Team Nepal. He doesn't need to pull that trigger. Team Nepal definitely feel the pressure from Abafazo on this Paquito.
Oh, I'm feeling the pressure too. Like, if you send your dragon, then who's gonna deal with that core?
Yeah.
He took down that Lord.
Yeah.
He destroyed the entire team fight for Nepal. They had a very nice positioning. They started things off great. They're putting Mitoya away, just giving a little bit of a vision play onto the rest of the members of Iran. Fortunately, they found Granger, which was kind of unfortunate for Iran on the flip side. But
I can see why Nepal has no choice but to send Kishore all the way to the other side to deal with this Paquito, right? Yes, that means that they sacrifice the teamfight capabilities against Poria because they don't have access to the Black Dragon farm. Abhishek, technically speaking, with Valkyrie Dive can do certain parts of it, but, you know, Abhishek outputs more damage as compared to Kishore at this point of time. So that's why, you know, they have to send Abhishek towards these team fights because you cannot trust, you really cannot, even though Mitoya has scaled as an Yushin Shin is still technically an assassin glass cannon, but as Abafazo is just concentrating. I see one lane and one lane only. This feels like my Sun games when I play rank, right? I just look at one lane, I push the long lane, and that's all I'm doing.
Yeah, and speaking of like lane clearing as well, taking a little itemizations, it looks like for Nepal, it's most of the members, or if not all the members, should have all the items by now. And it's going to be a super late game kind of territory we're in now. We'll see if Nepal wants to make this adjustments by sending Freya up on that top side to deal with what Abafazo is putting through on the long lane. As the Lord spawns up in the next 30 seconds, Iran seems a little bit more comfortable. They are sitting nicely at that Lord pit. Will Nepal be able to find Granger once again?
I'm not fond on how, even though I was just singing praises about Abafazo earlier just now, especially that one lane. Yeah, it's the opposite side of the lane right now. It's a 4-1 split. Team Nepal, on the other hand, I feel like they've already started to be a little bit paranoid onto Abafazo. But I've seen how other teams actually deal with split pushing Paquito, or if you remember last time, split pushing Moscow, split pushing Ling as well. Just send 4 members deal with the one Abafazo. Abafazo couldn't do anything, and all of a sudden that whole team fight, especially Lord does, because the 5v4 you win.
Speaking of which, the Lord dance will ensue. Iran already has built a wall towards themselves. Nepal will be able to push them back just for a little bit. There's the flank. Matoya is right there on that purple buff. Poria is right there. This is where Carpet, the flicker will go out. But Matoya taking a little bit too much hit. There's the Winter Crown already used up. The Dragon will push everyone away. More Winter Crowns already used up. Amrali has fought their immortality for himself. Kishore goes straight for that Granger. Takes him out of the game. And they are able to push Iran out of the pit.
A 4v5 fight turns into a 4v4, and now Abafazo joining the fray as well. I feel like Team Iran is already running out of steam. They don't really have any form of damage dealers reliably. And if Team Nepal identifies it, they could have actually gone in and do a little bit more cycle, do a little bit more trade.
Tricky for Nepal if that wave is coming in from that top side as well. They have to deal with a 4-on-1. Abafazo right there, trying to push everyone back as well. Mountain Shocker, give it a little bit more vision. They want to blitz this down, but they need to know if Abafazo will be able to split push and maybe a potential backdoor Jace.
Yeah, Ali is actually in the vicinity, threatening onto Mitoya, and not only just that, Mahdi does have the heavy spin and the retribution up. There's also Abafazo doing a lot of problem and splitting the attention for the side of Team Nepal on the other side.
Mahdi down low. Ali will try to risk his life. They're still waiting. They know where the Akai is. There's the Valkyrie's descent directly onto this Akai. The Lord goes down low. There's a heavy spin already used up. Mortality pop. Abafazo trying to close them back. They're buying some time. They're buying some space. Amadi will not be able to take this Lord this time.
Nice dance around Team Nepal. for around the Lord pit earlier just now. That was a critical play from the side of Team Iran. Team Iran is trying their best. They're trying to use the lowest budget for the best efficiency to try to take down that Lord earlier just now. But Team Nepal, the sheer manpower dominates that amount of pressure that Team Iran's really trying to put out. If you notice, I would say Team Iran's really doing a good job putting a lot of pressure on the side of Team Nepal, but Team Nepal is the one that has that evolved Lord.
They also have the vision. They're waiting for Mahdi. They knew that Mahdi was coming in. He has that heavy spin as well. So they found him. They bait him out with that Lord on low health. Force him to stay underneath that Lord. He came out a little bit too early. Had he wait for just a split second, might change things.
I feel like Team Nepal was playing it really safe earlier just now, right? And I guess it's better to be safe than sorry right now. Mahdi is taking a lot of damage coming up from the side of Team Nepal.
The Lord
a little bit distracted.
That's the red carpet trying to push Alpha Fazio back. He's slowing everything down. The Lord already take down T3 on the mid side. Nepal will not be able to push this any further as Iran built up a strong defense for themselves. That's a constant poke, a constant push. Ankit leading the charge. Heavy spin will push them back as Valkyrie's descent. The laser pops up. Dragon coming in. Poryas next on the target. Next on the chopping block. The heavy spin goes down underneath the throne. They're targeting onto the core, but the minions are not marching in. Falls, one hit falls after another. Nepal will be able to do it this time around.
Team Iran, no.
But they cling on to the precipice of Raleigh. Takes down one after another. They deny Nepal's ascent.
Team Iran, perfect defense, but it's a maniac given over side Team Nepal on Amirali right here. Man, this is just crazy defense. It is so close. Even the observer was thinking, hey, this is it, right? This is it. But no, Team Iran's Poria was just doing so much AoE clears. They focus on the minions, so the Team Nepal has nowhere to penetrate because they don't really have a marksman.
But the marksman for Nepal just went in straight. It was found out by Poria. The gush was just too strong at this time. Amirali cleared things up with the maniac. We all counted him out. He's right down in the mid side. Let's break this down and replay.
Skypier's the stack, man. And not only just that, you can see Kishore is actually trying to do a lot of damage, trying to push it all the way back. But then again, they're running out of minutes because, you know, I think it's just like Team Nepal wasn't really focusing on the core instead. They're going for these kills. And that's basically their MO, right? They're super greedy on that one, especially when you start giving Amirali these stacks. Remember the Granger that has a Skypiercer stack, and the Granger's not doing well. And you go into a Granger late game, Team Iran takes the Lord.
With that one clear, Iran turned things around. Nepal now up only 1,000 gold lead. At this point, it doesn't really matter, but it just goes to show how far Iran has done to come back into it. The pure base defense, the pure spirit, the pure soul that they have.
Yeah, and the fact that as Team Nepal, I think they forgot to count the minions earlier just now, right? Like, they kind of overcommitted into that one. They're not focusing on to taking down the core. They're thinking, hey, I just need to burst down the enemy and then after that rotate to the objectives. I think they need to try to do a little bit of multitasking, right? You need somebody to be able to hold down the enemy, and while the other one, let's say for example the marksman, a dedicated base hitter to be able to end that game. And now with Team Nepal doing the base defense this time around, as Team Iran is bringing a siege unit, Amirali and Poria. These are long-range artillery strikes. Team Nepal has to be careful.
They're coming in from all three sides. Alpha Fazio taking care of the bottom side. They're charging in. That's the push and the heavy spin, pushing Ankit out of position. This is back dragon form, making its way onto Amirali. There's no one on that defense though. Will you be able to take him out? Abhishek splitting the team fights. He's got his eyes set on Poria. There's Team Red, Nepal. They're not giving up without a fight. But no, Iran stops them from that satisfaction. Abhishek all alone for themselves now. Matoya left all alone, tries to clear out that Lord. He will. The Lily does not have that one. This is a maniac. Might be able to go for that savage as Amirali seals up this deal, takes this game, pushes it through.
A maniac and a savage side-by-side, churros, as Team Iran turns the tides against Nepal. Well done, man. There was a time where I can feel like they can see the lights flashing through their eyes, but no, they focus on what is right. Let's clear off the minions, and then after that, we give the Granger the Skypiercer.
This is just scaling potential of the Granger versus an assassin jungler like Isun Shin. And it's a lot more difficult for Matoya, especially. You're put in a position where you have to take down the objectives. You have to put yourself in a very vulnerable position. You also have to deal that damage, and you have the kit for Isun Shin is you want to be able to rotate your long range and your short range kind of damages. It kind of puts you in that spot where everyone can just collapse on you.
Yeah, especially when the Yushin is such a glass cannon, you don't really have a lot of opportunity to dive in, right? You dash in, you're gonna eat a lot of damage from the Rhapsody. You dash in, you're gonna eat that Mystic Gush as well. So yes, technically speaking, usually a Yushin has to play a little bit safe, like an assassin, right? But I think it's just, I think Team Nepal earlier just now in that previous game, especially that last push, they kind of overestimated the number of minions they have actually at that vicinity of the base. Had to have that, I would say that, hey, this game should be Nepal's, but Team Iran, they held down, they focus on the defense, they work on the fundamentals, they give Amirali the Sky Piercer sack. Don't forget, it was Amirali down in the count, he's not relevant in the game at all, but this is the thing that we always say, like, give Granger that Sky Piercer, you never know what will happen to him. Amirali happened, a Maniac, after that a Savage, the Sky Piercer said pum pum pum, everybody dies, and then after that Team Iran wins the game.
Yeah, for a lot of the marksmen, there's two different kinds that we look at. A lot of the other teams, they pretty much like the attack speed marksman. You build the, basically the attack speed Holy Trinity. But right now, the resurgence of the Brunos, the Grangers, the Brodies maybe, are coming up as well. The difference between the burst marksmen is that maybe you can't really take down the tanks, but you are the ones that are viable for the squishies. And the squishies are the ones that wins you the games. Matoya easily gets taken down. Lilim easily gets shut down, even with the heavy spin. And the fact of the matter is, for Nepal, with the Valentina's heavy spin, you're putting yourself in so much of a vulnerable position. You're not as tanky as the rest of the tanks or even the Akai on the other side.
I think right now, for the side of Team Nepal, I think there's also a lot of tunnel visioning. Not only just the fact that tunnel vision onto kills, trying to deactivate Poria's what's that called, Mystic Gush as well. There's also the fact is Abufazo can always remain as a threat earlier just now, but unfortunately he's the one that goes down for the count. Team Iran, like what I mentioned, man, once Amirali gets all his Sky Piercer stacks, when I saw the Maniac earlier just now from the side of Amirali, that's it. Team Nepal is gonna have a lot of problems because Abhishek, even though he's a Freya, does pack a lot of sustain, but if you are able to burst the Freya down very quickly, she's a non-factor. And in fact, that's another Sky Piercer stack that goes into Amirali. Amirali, because of the Sky Piercer stack, feels like a necromancer, right? Using your deaths against yourself, technically reviving your dead bodies, using that as items, and really just those executes coming on the Sky Piercer stack is the one that really threw everybody off from the side of Team Nepal.
It is just putting the Death Sonata's name to get to its signature. But hey, Nepal didn't have a really bad game.
Nope.
I think that they really played to their strengths. Double fighter composition really works well in the early to mid stage of the game. They just can't close it out.
Yeah, and this is something that we also see from past Nepal games as well, right? It seems like they always have a very strong understanding of the game in the early parts of the game, but when it comes to late, it's like when you start an essay, right? You start with a very wonderful structure, and then after that, halfway through the essay, you're like, maybe it's time for me. I don't know how to end, right? They couldn't end the story that they were telling, and they start spouting something that introduces plot, that breaks the plot, and then after that, everything goes whack, and that's exactly what happened, right? I think Team Nepal is strong in the early game. I feel like they just need to tidy up that late game in order to be able to close out that game.
Well, Iran didn't give them that satisfaction in the middle of the game, especially when, they did make mistakes as well. Iran had I would say a little bit luck, but it's a little bit skill as well. It was quite lucky. They made the mistakes down the Lord Pit, putting Mahdi in a position where he had to push himself to try to steal that Lord again. And Iran had so much successes in stealing the objectives. Nepal definitely has to look out for that.
I think what Nepal can do in the next part of the game, especially going to game number 2, right? Since you're really strong in the mid-early game, I think you pick heroes that enables that. Like, to a certain extent, they did, right? Double fighter composition is really strong, especially in the early to mid game. You pop off at level 4, and then you just force a massive snowball there, because there are a few times that Team Nepal was really able to do so, right? But after a while, I feel like there's a bit of a hesitation coming up from them as well. I think they got a little bit too scared about the Akai as we go into Flying Clouds. This is where it favors the defenders. So I think this is the map. If you are Team Nepal, you're afraid of it because you want to try to end off the game. But the last thing you need is when you have a dominating push, somebody start dropping you from the top, literally parachuting right at the second tier turret, and you're just gonna face a lot of trouble.
Actually, I really echo what you say, especially for side of the fighter, double fighter side lanes. You want to be able to draw your opponents into the jungles instead of fighting in their base. You're so high committal, you're throwing your bodies, you're landing the dragons, you're putting the Valkyrie's Descent, and putting yourself in a pretty open spot where the turret hits you, your opponents are trying to gun you down, and they have a little bit more extra defense. And you want to be able to draw that fight down. So the way that Nepal needs to try to adjust to this situation is maybe they could draw them out. This is going to be the second game's draft. Iran will be in the first pick, first ban.
I feel like Nepal, if they really can, if you really want to get this game, like what I mentioned earlier just now, play early, play too early to mid. Draw Iran out. I agree with you. And also, abuse the mistakes, because you can see sometimes Mahdi, even though as an Akai, he overextends himself a little bit too far. Ali is also punishable as well. Abuse that, especially in the earlier just now, you saw the Cho is so punishable because he overextends. But now, it seems like Team Iran taking away the Kai, Jusin, and also the Eve. Team Nepal, on the other hand, the Freya, the Baxia, and also the Marcel. I think this is like what?
Fredrin too. The Fredrin's open.
Fredrin's
open.
Paquito is open. But I feel like Paquito right now, no offense, I feel like if you notice, even if Vinuia decides to go for the Arlot first pick instead of Paquito pick, maybe he knows what's up, but Paquito kind of got nerfed just a little bit in the previous patch.
Oh, Phobius slipped through the bands, and it's going to be picked up first pick.
Yep, good one. I think it's a good B1 pick. The Phobius counters almost a lot of things, especially in this particular patch, especially the dashes. To a certain extent, the Paquito dashes, right? And to a certain extent, the Fredrin also dash. These are dashes that refresh the cooldowns for the side of this Phobius. So a good opener. We haven't seen the Phobius in so long because it was slipped. It was mostly permaban, but now it's back on track.
What's the play here for the Phobius? Do you go for a little bit of okay, they answered my question. I was thinking either the carry or the Claude, but the carry would be the answer. And right now, Nepal really needs a strong front line. The Valentina will be the answer again, in case they pick up something with a really high CC. It's kind of like sussing out that Iran wants to pick up the Atlas once again.
I feel like Nepal kind of was a little bit too hasty to pick up the Valentina for the side of Lilim in this R1 pick. I feel like there's better picks here for the side of Team Nepal, right? Even to a certain extent, you can go back to the Leo mod. You can go back into maybe your pick up a roam, or instead of better other mids apart from Valentina. Because if you go for the Valentina now, Team Iran knows what's up. They can draft. Since the EXP laner is already a Phobius, this ultimate that the Valentina doesn't want to take. Claude as well, this is not an ultimate that you want to take. Yeah, there you go.
Doesn't have any ultimates that you want to take.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Team Nepal, I feel like R1 pick is a little bit sus coming up from them. So that's why Team Iran, smart play right here, right? Go for Glue, go for the Phobius, go for the Claude. And the best part is, because there's no Paquito, Glue is allowed to just literally run rampant all across the board.
Ooh, this is...
And no Vexana, don't forget.
This is pretty tough for a Valentina first pick for Nepal as well. There's not too much useful ultimates. If you take the Demonic Force, you're just putting yourself in that highly committed spot, and then everyone will just shoot you down, especially that Claude. You don't want to be putting yourself in that position as well. But the Fredrin is still open though. I would have thought like, hey, Nepal would have picked up that Fredrin instead.
Yeah, R1 Fredrin, right? Or even if Team Nepal wants to go for the Alice, the R1 Alice is so much better. Not only just the fact that you protect.
Hanzo ban.
Yeah, you protect everybody else, but you also counters or denies the glue pick, because those mini glues are also potential targets for Alice to also absorb those HP.
Yeah, all these Bloodfest kind of heroes really likes these kinds of small little gloops. It could be potentially, hold on to the mid lane pick and then maybe go in with a Faramis or even a Vexana that might be that might work a little bit better. At least you have more access to the glue since you're in the mid lane. But I guess Valentina is a pretty strong mid lane hero. You're able to push that mid lane and get that dominance, get that control ASAP, which is what plays to Nepal's strength. They like that aggression, they like that early game push, they like that early game rotations. The Guinevere also slipped through the cracks. They would have been able to pick that up as well. Soft counters that Phobius quite a bit.
I feel like Team Nepal might go for Suyo here. Find the assassination onto the Claude, that's it. And since you already got a very tanky EXP laner, usually you see a tanky EXP laner,
the Harley.
You go for an assassin jungler. There you go. Harley comes into play for the side of Team Nepal. Those deadly magic will definitely land down the damage onto Claude. But now, Team Iran also, you know, I think if they already go for the Phobius, this is a tank EXP. You got a super tank on the glue in the form of the roam. You need something hard hitting in the mid. You also need maybe perhaps something hard hitting in the jungler as well. Okay, this is gonna be a Valer anti-dive. Works well against Alice and also to a certain extent Valentina. I'll take that any day. But now I'm looking at maybe also Suyo or Lancelot from the side of Team Iran. But knowing Madi, don't think that would be the case.
They could just go in with the Fredrin for themselves. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. But the carry is just a tank killer.
Correct.
So you're very vulnerable to that one. The Leomord would be the answer. I like that quite a bit. It's like we just took one step back into the previous patch, and then we see the Leomord versus Harleys once again.
I feel like the Leomord is not going to get really empowered here for the B5 pick.
Not for the early game, but the late game, I would say this Leomord causes a lot of damage.
Yeah, but I feel like, you know, Leomord is tanky, right? It carries shreds through tanks. I was thinking even a Suyo for the side of Team Iran, it would be so much better, but I then remembered, you know, Mahdi hasn't really showed that he's played a lot of assassins. Harley is a very easy assassin to execute, and, you know, Mitoya, we've seen Harley's really getting so much early game pressure earlier just now. We talk about this in between game number 1, game number 2, right? They need early game. You know, Alice technically pop off at level 4. Harley pops up very early on. Valentina, if you play, you can scale fast. Gato Kacha is the roaming pick coming out from Team Nepal.
It does pretty much the same thing as a Fredrin, but in a roam position. You're not putting yourself in a very vulnerable position. But for Nepal, again, they're putting themselves in this spot where you have to send your assassin to start off with the objectives. And once you get caught out or you're visible by your opponents, it's immediately dived upon. There is not a lot of get closers in the side of Iran. It's just typically they want to play the typical front to back. Glue, on the other hand, has a little bit of pros and cons to that one. Ecclesio is, once you use that ultimate, you're going to be latched on to someone else and then taken far away. That's the AOG that we're talking about.
I think the AOG is there to kind of complement onto what the TOR wants to do. Apparently, if I remember correctly, Marcel was banned, so I was thinking Marcel was a better pick for the side of R5. But Gavakacha in this current work, I think is just there to basically absorb everything coming out from the Claw. Heck, even the Balearic will fit better in the roster from the side of Team Iran, right? You go in with the TOR, with the Balearic, you basically double massive stun right there. The Balearic counters against what the Claw wants to do as well, because of the taunt as well. Yeah, so I feel like Balearic would be better because it's anti-dive. Seems like Team Iran, this is a dive composition. You got Amadi on the Leomord, you got Phobius you got Abu Fazl on the Phobius. Technically speaking, even Amirali has to dive as well.
Well, stakes are high. Iran one game away from solidifying their spot in the main stage in Nagoya, Japan. And Nepal has to fight their way back. Paria tries to tease a little bit. Matoya will take away that double buff at the very least.
Yeah, I want Lilith to really start doing this, right? Be super aggressive on the Valentina. A good Valentina is when the Valentina is at least one level ahead of the enemy mid laner. That's when you can see, you know, the Valentina truly utilize the passive.
Nepal aggression into the jungle, a little bit more vision. And Nepal doesn't want to risk it too early on. I feel like they should just wait for Matoya to get a little bit of hits and then test that damage with the ultimate as well.
Get the deadly magic up and running, right? Yeah. Level 4, and then after that you start ganking. I hope Amirale. Don't try to gank Abu Fazl because it's a little bit awkward. You don't try to kill a Phobius. Albeit Phobius in the early game is super weak, but with Kishore as your own EXP laner, you don't have that killing potential. You don't have that killing pressure against a Phobius.
Valentina is also pretty awkward to me in this entire draft for Nepal.
Yeah.
Getting first pick, I think it's not really their fault. They had a plan on what they wanted to do, but at the end of the day, like it doesn't serve a lot of utility besides like the early game lane dominance.
I think that's the whole point, right? In this particular scenario, this Lilim is not more like, needs to act more like a burst mage instead of utility mage as well. Don't forget, yeah, Lilim, the best ultimate to steal away is the Barbiel, and the Barbiel, what, you knock out people along the way, and then after that you ride the horse and run away, basically, because you don't really have the damage.
Yep, that's the
thing
for the IMU. There's Abhishek on the corner, down low. There's Amadi getting taken out first. Nepal will steal one kill for themselves. Abu Fazl not giving up without a fight. Down. Oh, will be able to sustain though. Arkit stays for so long. Enough time for Nepal to take up and snatch up this turtle. But they have they are still seeing red. They're still going for more.
Yeah, Ankit on the other hand, Mitoya were almost able to take down Poirier earlier just now, Juros. But hey, this is where, you know, this is what we call early game scaling, right? Technically speaking, Mitoya just need Deadly Magic, buzz down Marty, rinse and repeat. And now because the fact is Mitoya takes down the turtle, Marty, even though, yeah, losing his life right there and losing out to Turtle, still able to match out in the EXP, so that's, I would say, credits over the side of Marty, but Team Nepal needs to widen that Gold League gap even more, because that's where they're, right now, in this particular space, they are truly strong. But you can see how it's very annoying, especially to fight a Phobius in the choke point. Abufazo was able to knock out at least 2 to 3 members from the side of Team Nepal earlier just now. And Linim, you know, is also in an awkward position, right? Once you, even though if you take Marty's ultimate, you are still very squishy.
It's definitely difficult to deal with both the Glue as well as the Phobia, since they're all very latchy heroes. They're always on top of you, and you can't really shake them off. I think that for Nepal, this problem is going to be a later problem in the late stages of the game. But for Iran, though, they're definitely going to suffer a little bit in the early game, since Amirali takes time to scale. We also see early rotations. Abhishek is just winning that lane. He's pushing down the lanes and rotating and joining in these team fights. So this is what we want to see. The fast rotations, the aggressiveness coming in from Nepal, really showing, starting to show.
Abhishek definitely, I would say, is compared to a Claude, scales faster. But hope, Mitoya.
There's Deadly Magic onto Abufazo. Might not be enough to take him down, but that is the backup squad. Marty goes in. Matoya finally takes down Abufazo, but Kishore's in a spot of bother right there. Will be able to get pulled back. The TOR will land, but all for naught, as he loses his life as well. An EXP for an EXP.
I mean, at this point of time, if you are Abufazo, you're not really feeling good, because Phobius relies on items very heavily. You want to stay in the lane as long as possible so that you become that tanky Phobius that dives all the way to the back line. Kishore, on the other hand, I feel like Kishore as an Alice, we talk about him, Alice looking like a raid boss yesterday. Yeah, definitely also need the items, but the TOR provides so much value. You don't really need a lot of items for the Alice to really be effective.
Oh, there's a Barbille. Marty actually takes it from underneath Matoya's nose. The Barbille will chase everyone out. You're underneath that turret. Abhishek will go down by the hands of that Claude. Amirali is in the corner as well. Not Nepal, that was a risky play.
Well, if I have a bell right here, I would say ding ding, because Amirali take 1 kill, whereas Abhishek loses his. And that's a massive difference, right? Even though, yes, they're technically, that was a full-on 5v5, but going back into lane for the side Amirali and Abhishek, Amirali definitely has a bit of an advantage already. Every kill that you give over to Amirali, Amirali will be able to return it 2-folds. But Abhishek right here has to rush for that golden star, because that's a massive power spike for the carry. And now if you notice, Ankit knows what's up. He's forced to babysit Abhishek right here.
It is also difficult in the mid to late stage of the game when Claude really starts to show some damage, where Nepal doesn't have any reliable lockdown, reliable stuns to keep him at bay. And this will be a very, very huge problem in the later stage of the game. So Abhishek really needs to level up and get his core items ASAP. I second you. The Golden Staff is going to do a lot of real damage, as well as the rotations coming in during these major objectives.
And I think the only way to lock down Amirali is just delete him, right? Like, literally, Mitoya's whole job right now, I would say, is to land the Deadly Magic onto Amirali, burst him down, and then after that, I want to see Team Nepal play around Amirali a lot more. Just make that EXP a neutral lane for the side of both Team Iran and Team Nepal as well. And then after that, you know, play around the goat side. And the best part is, this time round, the turtle is spawning on the goat side. Instead, potential 5v5 brawl will happen once again.
So Iran is quite a divey kind of composition. So during all these major objective fights, they don't really have a lot of, Nepal doesn't really have a lot of defense.
Marty.
Speaking of defense, though, Kishore able to get out. Marty already committed that Barbille. So he's riding on that horse up in time for this first, the last turret of the game. Victoria all on the other side of that map, but they're changing up their adjustments, they're changing up their rotations.
You know what a wonderful skin that Blue has got himself as well, Patrick. Also, you know, one of the... Oh, Ankit.
Oh, with the AOG, a little bit too high committal. Ali will lock him down. That is the flicker committed as well.
Kishore, do something.
Ankit just slowly hitting him from the backside. Horia will seal that kill.
Man, Kishore is stuck in at the wrong place. Ankit decides to dive all the way in an AOG. A bit, I would say, slight miscom coming up the side of Team Nepal. I'm not too sure what happened right there, but Turtle given up the side of Team Iran over there. Ankit, I think he's trying to steal the turtle using AOG.
Oh, he's still sustaining, though. Marty will not fall, but Lilim We'll change my words.
Yep, Lilim, that's why I need first mage time, man. This is a time when the Valentina acts more like a actual damage dealer as compared to your, your regular Valentina that you usually see when there's an enemy team that is racking full of like the Fatal Links and everything.
Well, it's still kind of early. Ankit getting pushed back as well. Because Blast has pulled back. Mario will pick up a killing spree for himself. For sure, is next in the corner. Trying to delay the team fights. TOR already used up. Abufazo back in the fray, going for the flank, going for the perimeter. Nepal finds his way back out.
I think that probably is a miskit coming out of Kishore, right? The flicker over there without the TOR are probably a missed time. But even if the TOR did land on the side of Team Iran, it's a little bit too safe for the side of Team Iran. I would say for Team Nepal to really die because they already lost Ankit, and yeah, that's the problem, right? I'm not really a big fan of Kacha in this particular patch, and also this particular roster as well, because I'm not too sure what he's supposed to do, right? Are you diving onto Are you trying to dive onto Amirali as an AOG? But Amirali has VMI, you know.
Yeah, it's more of a leashing hero. You want to be able to send the Gato Kacha inside the battle first, or get some taunts up, and then buy some time for your team to get in position and then do that damage. So the leashing capabilities is there, but it doesn't really seem like it in the late in this stage of the game because of that Valier always pushing him back.
Well, like what I mentioned, we're stepping into a mid-game position right now. Not a lot of assassination. Amirali has not suffered, and that means that Mitoya hasn't been ganking up top. And now, because Team Iran has already unlocked Amirali is already starting to, join these team fights and going to scale even harder. Whereas, Team Nepal right here, this early game potential that they have is slowly losing out. Lilim is on the wrong ultimate. This is the problem when you R1 a Valentina, right? You don't really have... if the team is smart and drafting against a Valentina, there's no way that a Valentina will have a great ultimate, a great time. And especially in the early game, Lilim wasn't really, stepping around, poking as much as possible to get that level advantage. And yeah, now Lilim is just
making a penetration. Madi will pick up that Lord, that's AOG to block off the back line, but in the midst of Nepal's jungle though, you're getting pulled back. There's 2 members down for Nepal as Iran just takes 1 hit at a time. Madi still already doesn't have that Barbil, but they're chasing down Kishore. They don't want that Alice to get out without a kill. And they will take down 1 hit after another, again with the possession, again with the pullback. Ankit will not be able to survive this one though. Here comes Madi though. That's Barbil once again, knocks him out of position and seals up that deal. Madi takes down another. Nepal suffering in the objectives.
I tell you, Team Iran has a better clash composition as compared to Team Nepal, right? Team Iran was able to really dive deep. We're using Madi. They find Abhishek. They find Lilim and Abhishek without the help of Kishore or be it Ankit is a sitting duck. And what Ankit wants to do, AOG the back line. When you AOG your enemy back line, you're not peeling for your own team.
Yeah, it's way too far ahead. Ankit is playing 3 steps, 5 steps ahead of the rest of Nepal, and he doesn't have any backline protection. This causes a lot of disruptions into Abhishek's face, and Iran is just going to capitalize on that. Madi is so mobile. He's able to go straight into the team fights for into the backline of Nepal and also get back to protect Amirali.
Yeah.
And like we mentioned yesterday, this Claude is not really a backline, it's a pseudo front line.
Yeah, anyways. Yeah, fine. I will agree with you for this one. But Team Nepal, on the other hand, I feel like they need to change up the strategy just a little bit more. They shouldn't find these massive clashes. I feel like pick-off potential is the one they have to do. Play 4-1. If you take a look at how this is happening, right? You see how Ankit just forfeits the backline. Ali and also Madi is all the way at the backline. What can Ankit and Kishore do at the front, at the backline? I mean, Raleigh is able to gobble them up because Claude shreds through HP like Kishore, shreds through HP like Ankit. They don't really pack a lot of heat, and that's why the whole composition from inside Team Nepal 4, Team Iran was able to, take full advantage of that. And of course, don't forget, Poria on that Searing Torrent, puts up a wall and really literally tells Nepal, do your backline really want to cross that firewall? Because you're going to take a lot of damage, you're going to take a lot of slows, and potentially more Searing Fireballs from me.
I think huge respect to Abufazo as well. Immediately after AOG was landed, went onto the face of that carry, denying her from getting even remotely close to that Lord Pit. So they don't really have any secondary form of damage. Lilim doesn't have any utility in the form of any useful ultimates to take. So you're playing a 2-skill Valentina. This is really tough if you're the side of Nepal.
Hey, I mean, you can work it out. remember what I said. If the Valentina wants to play in this particular roster against Team Iran, you really need to be at least 2 to 3 levels. You need to match the enemy jungle's level in order to have any form of utility, right? You're more of a damage Valentina. You need to try to burst people down. Find Poria, burst him down. Find Amirali, burst him down. Find the flanks. I think that's the only way to play the Valentina at this particular rate. Follow Ankit perhaps, right? Let Abhishek be peeled by the side of Kishore, maybe perhaps. That's how Team Nepal. I think this roster from the side of Team Nepal could potentially work. But Mitoya needs to find a good pickup.
You know, we talked a little bit of Mitoya last game, but this game, he doesn't seem to have a lot of presence for this Harley. What's the play here for that Harley? He's getting sent onto the long lane instead of anyone else. He's trying to get into the Lord Pit to start things out. But what's that play?
Remember Ignite Kelvin? Yeah, do Ignite Kelvin. Just hide Mitoya somewhere, Lord.
Lord already taken down by Madi. Down goes Ali. That's the pushback. That is the fight back that Nepal has found for themselves. The AOG will not land and Ankit loses his life. But enough time for Nepal to fight their way and penetrate into Iran's defenses.
I'm glad this is happening, Churros, because Team Nepal has realized that, hey, as long as I peel for Abhishek and Mitoya can do a lot of damage. And now they secure, they let go of the Lord for now, but you can see the searing turret coming on Poria is just so annoying for the side of Team Nepal.
Yeah. They also changed up how they want to execute their team fights and skirmishes. Right? They don't really send Kishore straight into enemy territory. They don't AOG inside the Lord Pit. They just wait for Iran to come to them, and they take the fight to them. The counter-engage potential for Nepal is extremely great with Abhishek on the helm as well.
Yeah, and finally, at the very least, Team Iran is starting to see that Abhishek can do a lot of damage already. And of course, you know, the key target right here is definitely going to be a Lord, and you can see how it's so difficult for the side of Team Nepal to take down Lord because of the constant pokes coming up from Poria. Annoying Team Nepal. It takes a long time for them to take that Lord out.
Great pull, great bait away from the turret, denying the crash. Taking a look at the replay, what went down?
Yeah, Amir Ali is actually holding on to the Blazing Duet for so long because yeah, he finally activated right here, right there. But Mitoya, you know, is a constant threat over to the side of Team Iran. That's the reason why Amir Ali was holding on to the Blazing Duet. I think a little bit too long for my liking because Mahdi and Ali was just diving all the way in. This time around, you also got Kishore threatening with the TOR. Means that, you know, Amir Ali really don't dare to go in.
So it's a traditional death ball kind of strategy, a traditional front to back. Ankit started things off with a taunt to pull them away from Abhishek, creating so much space. And with the Malefic gun, you have a little bit more range to deal with as well.
Yeah, slightly more range, but always a little bit more range is better, especially for marksmen, right? It is like the best booster for every single marksman to get a little bit more range. But now, if you start to see how Team Nepal is playing it, instead of going for a pick-off strategy, if they really want to clash, they should play in a way that is to basically counter-engage, right? Mahdi, unfortunately, has to dive, and Abu Fazl is basically a dive hero. Ali is also a dive hero as well. And, you know, using the TOR to scare off Amir Ali to basically not letting the Blazing Duet in the back line, that's the whole point. So, nice evolution and nice adaptation coming up from Nepal, but we need to see more.
I have to agree. And this time around, that's a taunt though.
There's a
onto the glue, immediately melted.
Just like the doctors ordered, right? Team Nepal play pickoff and also play peeling for Abhishek, and that's how they win games.
There's a fat wave crashing down the bottom though. It's slow push, but Nepal might need to find themselves getting that recall. Mahdi will be able to survive just for a little bit for the rest of the Goon Squad to come online. Iran will be able to capitalize on this moment. They threw all their resources. The TOR already lands, got onto no one. Kishore still barely surviving, still barely standing. They still have that flicker to burn, will not keep him out of that game for now. The Lord will respawn up as well. Iran winking beeline for that one.
That TOR was pretty sus, mind you, and also that's going to be a flicker. That's massive resources gone, especially for the next Lord fight as well. So Team Iran, knowing that is vital information, they'll go ahead and blitz for the Lord. Don't forget Kishore, I think they need, what, another 90 seconds? You don't have that amount of time. And now it's Team Nepal have to enter this team fight with a slight disadvantage.
They're on position already. It does look like Mahdi doesn't want to show himself. Nepal still needs to source from a little bit more information, a little bit more vision.
Yep. And hey, Team Iran slowing it down, and that's not exactly ideal, I would say. Team Ali and Mahdi actually finding onto Mitoya. He's on the wrong side of the map, but this vital information given on the side Team Nepal. It's going to be a 4v3 right here, but both these two teams, Ankit is not opening up the map. I think they know they're paying too much respect over the side of Team Iran for now. The goal lead's only 4K. I think it's still winnable, especially for the side of Team Nepal.
Ooh, that's a smart positioning from
And now
Abhishek,
Kishore has the
though.
ult.
They're still holding on. They don't want to show themselves, though. Ren on the back line. Madi tries to push everyone back. Lord down
getting
low.
blitzed down.
Lord at an 8. Might be able to take it out. Madi secures that Lord. Does TOR straight onto the back line. Abhishek is all exposed. Amirali will take down Ankit. Abhishek will take down Fazo. There's a huge burst damage coming in from that carry. Will take everyone down. It stands in his way.
Nice BMI coming off the side of Team Amirali. Abhishek make it caught by the side of Team Ali. And this is when, you know, Team Nepal, you know, they're in a good position. They're a 4v3. They noted Ali and also Madi's on the other side of the map. Mitoya was sent to deal with it, but Mitoya came and joined the fight a little bit too late. Unfortunate for the side Team Nepal. They lost way too many members right there.
They went down way too fast. Abhishek is just, at this stage, it's essentially a furnace. You come even remotely close, you get burnt down, you get melted instantly. Taking the replay.
Yeah, it's just the fact that, you know, this, even though there's a massive choke point and, you know, you also got Albafazo going down for the count, Abhishek is already scaling, but Mitoya joining the fight a little bit too late right there. Don't forget the nerve on the Hardy is that he's unable to really move quickly anymore, right? Just a slight nerve on the movement speed. And not only just that, you also got Poria on that Valer that could just literally build a wall and then start pushing. Perma slow you to death. Mitoya cannot hold the damage coming up from the side of this Valer and then has to back off.
We're already pushing up on that bottom side. We'll be able to crash this T3 down. On the top side though, it's 1v1. Mitoya won't be able to land all the cards though. He will be able to take that off the screen as Lord makes his way, touch foot inside that throne. Ren will back off for now. They know that they can't risk it.
Yep, definitely right. It's a 4v4 right there for both these two teams. Awkward position coming up from Madi, but a good call for the side of Mitoya to basically risk it. Trust the fact that, you know, you got 4 members versus 4 members. Last I checked, should have been equal, even Stevens kind of matchup. So what does Mitoya do? Go match up with Adi, deny that push on the up top, and don't forget, this is a late game Hardy. Technically speaking, the Deadly Magic can amplify a lot of damage. Leoma, on the other hand, item build-wise, does have the Demon Wings. Not exactly very tanky as of yet. Relies on the War Axe to basically become that pseudo-sustain, and that at that point in time, there's not a lot of minions around for him to basically cleave to heal all the way back up.
Would you want to rebuild your equipment to at least get the Radiant Armor to deny yourself from the Harley?
Yeah, I think drop the Malefic Gun, Malefic Roar. Your whole point as a Leomord at this juncture is not to basically do damage and burst. Your whole goal right there is to really face tank and also act as a pseudo utility hybrid fighter as compared to Team Nepal. Give the damage over the side of Poria, give the damage over the side of Amirali. You're there. It's either to face tank or to just do cleanup.
I do have to agree with you, 100%. But at this stage, though, both of these teams, they excel in 5v5s. They need to send one person to the side lanes. Nepal, clearly, they're sending Mitoya. Iran, they do have options in Amirali as well as Madi. Do you want to risk sending Amirali to clear the lanes fast and try to get that split push, try to get that lane advantage?
Ali and Madi's positionings get scouted out. Nepal knows the 4v3 right now around that Lord Pit. Amirali is actually working on the Lord, trying to leash it over. I think Mitoya, if they really want to send, I think the best choice definitely is steal the Harley all the way to the side lanes, but Mitoya needs to be reactive. He needs to be able to rotate faster as compared to earlier just now.
Nepal was extremely smart in how they want to play the lanes. Mitoya, nowhere to be seen, nowhere to be found. Poria sussing a little bit more for information on across all the bushes, trying their best to delay time.
Ankit needs to open up more outside the map. Mitoya has no information, and information is king, especially if you're an assassin. You need to know the squishy's location. They spotted Amirali, they spotted Poria, but Poria I don't think is the main target coming outside. Mitoya.
Look at Mitoya though. They know where he is though.
All right, good flank. At least it kind of buys time just a little bit more, Jeros.
There's a fat wave up on that top side, slow pushing up towards Nepal's base.
Someone needs to be sent all the way down bot because if not, Nepal may lose a few turrets.
That's the broad view, that's the Deadly Magic on top. Poria will not be enough to take him down. Albafazo taking a lot of damage in the midst of all that. On the 3, here comes Mitoya. The minions are on the base, they're pushing it down. Iran just needs to buy some time.
Nepal has to try to back out because the Minions all the way to the back of the base.
There's two members down for Nepal.
Minions a bit in trouble right here. Abhishek limping all the way, but when he coming a bit in time though.
Oh, Abhishek, it's all over. No, Abhishek is right
Just
there.
in time.
He
Oh my god.
denies that minion push. Again, they're on the precipice. They're on the brink.
Oh my god, that was so close to comfort for the side of Team Nepal. They were just overestimating the amount of time they kind of need to be able to deal with Iran. They tunnel vision once again against Team Iran, and then after that, you know, there's a fast second wave all the way down bot, and they have to send somebody all the way
they're
back.
Pushing, they're cycling, it's 1v3, it's 1v3, Abhishek, it's Abhishek against Red, he will fall.
That's it, GG well played for the side of Team Iran. They will be going to Nagoya, Churros.
What a play. This is an extremely interesting matchup, especially from different groups in the different regions.
Yeah, and don't forget, Team Nepal was, you know, they worked so hard in their particular group. Team Iran as well, they faced up against, you know, Saudi Arabia in their particular group. GG well played. They had to drop down to the low chance qualifier, last chance qualifier, and from there, they re-qualify into Nagoya. Congratulations over the side of Team Iran. That was, I would say, steady hands that won that race.
They knew how to close out that games. They knew their main win conditions at the end of the day. The last Lord fight, they all forgot about, or Nepal forgot about their base. They forgot about the macro play. The lane was pushing in. The minions are slowly building up. They almost got into a Winions kind of situation. Abhishek wasn't in a nice little spot there. That was an extremely risky play that didn't pay off well for Nepal.
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that Iran knows all the timings and the macro timings that actually allow them to win, right? For us, an unfair fight against your enemy team is the main ways to win in a 5v5. You don't fight a 5v5 in a 5v5. You fight the 5v5 as a 5v4.
Well, in this case, though, Matoria trying to pull the attention towards him from that back line. He was very easily sussed out. Difficult to catch, but very easily sussed out. I felt like Nepal might have found a way, a strategy, but that Deadly Magic on top of Paria, if Paria would have gotten down, I think it would turn out so much differently.
But I think apart from that, it's just like, you know, you're right? There's a period of time when you look at the roster coming on Team Nepal, there's no one to send, right? Apart from Mitoya on this Harley that could just rotate from one point to another very quickly. But I feel like there's a lot of pressure on this kid, right? This jungler needs to, not only just the fact that I need to fix my wave, I need to go back and deal with the Lord. I need to find a flank. And by the time I find a flank, it's a little bit too late. So it's just about how, you know, Team Iran has built a solid roster of Leomon, right? Especially with the Leomon was able to just hunker down and also make sure that, you know, was able to secure the objectives on its own, and then after that just rotate. GG well played. You mentioned Poria, dominating game as well, not a single death, even though there's a Harley in sight.
In a lot of the other groups that we see, and also the mid lanes are usually the ones that get the favor and the MVP of the games, and it shows a lot of utility coming in from the marksman. The meta has shifted a little bit into, hey, I want a mid lane that bursts everyone down. I want a mid lane that deals that damage. But instead of being that secondary damage dealer, he is sort of like that disruptor in the front line.
Have you played with Justin before? Oh, sorry, Eris before?
Yeah.
Have you seen his Valer?
It is nutty. It is insane.
Valer is insane.
It's just annoying.
Sorry, shout out to Justin.
It's so annoying to deal with, especially when you have a pure divey composition. You got an AOG, you want to dive in, you get pushed out. You want to dive in with your Valentina, you get pushed out and you get stunned up before you even fear him.
Yeah, if you take a look at the emblems, even Festival of Blood goes into Poria's emblems as well. Poria's main role right here, like what you mentioned, just build up a wall, push Abhishek and Lilim away, push Mitoya away. You've got Kishore and Ankit. These are basically the ones that you need to that Poria needs to deal with, right? Like just constantly throw the fireballs. All of a sudden, Kishore is unable to, you know, constantly heal, because don't forget, you definitely want to build a glowing one on the Valer to basically shred an anti-heal. You also deal very well. You do also very well against Gato Kacha as well. And now, because Ankit and Kishore needs to build Athena shield, needs to be wary of your Poria's damage. Don't forget, Poria's damage is free, right? It's constantly throwing fireballs over and over and over. And this kind of helps Amirali as this Claw to just become that crazy monster that could just shred through Ankit and Kishore easy.
It creates so much space for Amirali to find a better position to be able to take down the front lines of Nepal. And basically the Claude is picked up right here just because it's a tank melter. Nepal likes to split up their team fights. They have so much high committal heroes in the form of that Gatokacha and the Atlas. Kishore and Ankit, they're always too far away from the back line of Nepal. Lilim tries his best to stay in the mid lines, but it's a little bit too fragile. It's like a glass cannon. And once you hit that mid-game or late-game mark, once Clock comes really online, this Valentina, without any useful utility from ultimates taken from their opponents, it just becomes like, hey, I'm going to try to wait for my first 2 skills, I'm going to try to fear you a little bit, and I'm going to get the heck out of there. It's so difficult to execute a Valentina if it doesn't have any other forms of utility.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the whole roster, I think Iran in this particular case outdrafted not only just outdrafted, right? They also executed a lot better as compared to Team Nepal, right? Team Nepal is the one is kind of forced to adapt along the way because it's just so many things that they have to do. But if you notice Team Iran, their whole game plan is send Ali to disrupt backline, peel for the enemy, send Mahdi to basically on this Leomord down memory lane or something on the barbell, and then after that just secure the turrets, secure these objectives. You also got a Claude that basically could already do a lot of damage. Poria just build a wall for us, and then after that just burn anybody who comes in alive. We avoid TOR and we win games basically.
I think you summed up what the entire meta is all about. What we're going to be seeing a lot more in the other games that we're seeing today is the anti-dive compositions, and it's what wins games this time around. A lot of teams are trying to draft like zonal control, playing around a death box, but the main strategy that kind of is difficult to break through is one that is, hey, I want to dive onto you. Let's take advantage of that. Let's counter engage. Let's counter attack. The re-engage potential for some of the drafts are pretty OP, to say the least.
I feel like just now it's more on Team Iran drafting a dive composition and also a clash composition. They really want to go in and clash. That's where their strength is. But Team Nepal on the other side is like, I also need to try to anti-dive them at the same time, but also at the same time, I need to do all of the dimensional. There's a lot of things that Team Nepal wants to do, but with limited time, limited resources. We talked about the Valentina, we talked about the Hardy earlier just now, so there's a lot of things that, well, Team Nepal wasn't able to do. Team Iran out-executing them, therefore deserving that space, that slot to Nagoya.
Yeah, well, for Nepal, their journey ends here, but Iran, congratulations, they're moving on to Nagoya in the main stage.
That said, don't go away, ladies and gents. Coming up next, Kazakhstan's going up against Kyrgyzstan. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
If all that bloom are fated to wither. I'll enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hinata? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hirara?
And of course, ladies and gents, welcome back to 2026 Asian Games qualifiers for Nagoya. We've just witnessed an LCQ earlier just now. Congratulations over the team. Iran, they'll be making their way over to Nagoya, but it is time, perhaps, some of the new team chapters, because don't forget, we haven't been really covering this group as much as we thought for the past few days.
Group C is going to be Central Asia. For a lot of these teams, this is their first time in an international stage. A lot of new experiences for them, and also new experiences for us. We want to see how well they do in within themselves, what kind of heroes they pick, what kind of strategies they use.
Yeah, and of course, you know, we've been greeted with quite a lot of surprises in terms of the different metas, where you can see that how Team Nepal prefers their assassin junglers as well. Hey, maybe we'll see an Enchanter jungler, a Mathilda jungle. I'm just trolling, guys.
I would take up my headset and leave right now.
Do that.
You do the cast alone.
Cyclops jungle.
But hey, you know, it's quite interesting. Nepal and East Asia, South Asia, they really like their double fighter side lanes. We don't really see that in other regions. Whereas, you know, for West Asia, it is pretty much following a little bit of what the Southeast Asian strategy looks like. So it's kind of familiar to us. We like to see all these teams picking up strategies from here and there, putting it into their own gameplay, and really showing us how to mix things around. And you know what better way to do it than in Singapore, a cultural hot
melting pot, right? The melting pot of cultures, right? Apart from that, also another thing to also take note, right? Because don't forget, we don't really have a lot of information on them. I think even in this particular group, there's only 2 matches that have been played. So today we'll be featuring quite heavily for them for the side of Group C, right? Of course. Don't forget, there's also, like, you know, not only just the different metas, the different kind of hero picks, there also may have a slight difference in terms of the pathing as well. So that's something that we also have to look out for.
Yeah, for a lot of these teams as well, I would say, because this is one of the smallest groups, as long as they win 2 games, they are safe.
Yep.
They are safe. So for the first game that we're going to be watching, Kazakhstan versus Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan 1 win away from being kind of safe. Kyrgyzstan has suffered 1 loss against Uzbekistan earlier on in the previous days. It looks like they need to claw their way up tooth and nail to be able to secure their spot safely into the main stages. But we don't know yet. We haven't seen much of Group C yet, so it will be interesting to find out.
Yep, I think another thing is we can take note that is a first seed Kazakhstan going up against a 3rd seed Kyrgyzstan as well. So let's take a look at the lineup for the side of these teams that will be competing first. So first of all, we shall introduce Kazakhstan's first, represented by Akhamabev. Sorry if I'm butchering the pronunciation. Akhamabev, Kuzepov, Salamat, Surik, and Mamilan as well.
This is just funny to hear, man. Like, this is really new to us as it is for you guys.
Yeah.
Welcome to the MLBB community right here. And it's very great to see new players that are coming up, new regions that are emerging into the game, and how well they read the game, how well they execute the gameplay. And hey, it's all smiles for them. I think they are in a pretty comfortable position in a top 1-2 seed in Group C. So going into the match against Kyrgyzstan will be a little bit more comfortable for them coming through it. So on the other side of the table, let's go to Kyrgyzstan. We're starting off with Zamirbek Ulu, Askarbekov, Murtbekov, Kalbayev, and Shekhanov. Now it's Jay's turn to laugh at me.
I'm glad I'm not a play for this one. But apart from that, you know, welcome to them. You know, I like to quote one of the second favorite quote in all gaming history is sometimes the famous come to us to find but sometimes people come to us to find fame, right? So yeah, so I think it's all about, you know, this is the first step for them to basically, you know, prove their sub-meta, because you never know. Sometimes you may have a random Cambodia that could do something very totally different. The gameplay is slightly different. It's just that, you know, there's too many different teams out there, and we really cannot put a spotlight onto them. And finally, this is the case where we may finally shine a spotlight on these 2 teams.
Yeah, I like what you said, right? Like, Cambodia came in, showed us something magical, showed us that, you know, even gods can be taken down. And hopefully we'll see something pretty similar in Group C, especially when they're against their fellow Central Asians in this group. So going into this one, I would say it's still up in the air for what they want to pick up, what they're kind of using for the gameplay, for the strategy, how they rotate around the map, and how they read the game. And this is especially important in this current state.
I really like it when, you know, different regions brings in their own different flavors and you get to see how they draft, right? Yes, I know, you know, we can also take reference, even though we play a lot of people, we've seen a lot of different games, we've seen, you know, maybe even ranked games perhaps, you know, from different countries as well when we're traveling. Yeah, especially when you're traveling over to Malaysia, you play the MLBB there, it's like different. You go to Philippines, man, it feels like going into, you're locked in MLBB in the hardcore mode as well. Yeah, I tried it there, it's difficult.
It is really testing your mettle in these new servers that you're going into as well. I remember going into Europe once and I played against that team. Very, very different. They really like their Alucards and other heroes that we don't normally see in this current state in Southeast Asia. So I'd like to see how they use that as well. Not only draft it, but like use it in a way that might be different from others as well.
Yeah, and it's just how, you know, different countries have their own individual interpretation, especially when they don't really have, not say like a lot of opportunities to play internationally, right? So that's why they only know their own meta and they're using that meta. And this is the time I would say it's like a test of their own meta against the rest of the teams out there.
Yeah, it's also quite fun where, you know, they have some time to learn, especially for Group C. We haven't really seen them play. So they had 3 days of just watching, just learning from their opponents, just learning from the other groups, from the other teams. So some of the metas that we see here might be diluted a little bit into what they currently know, but it will be fun to see how they mix and match. We've seen teams like Hong Kong, China really just sticking to their metal and just sticking to what they know best, what their signatures are.
They play, like, for example, you know, I'm very impressed by Team Hong Kong, China, right? The understanding of sheer macro is just such a refreshing...
Very disciplined as well.
Very disciplined. Is a very refreshing sight to see as well. We're going to Flying Clouds this time around for this game number 1 between these two teams, Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. Don't forget, this is 3rd seed versus 1st seed. But, I mean, right now, if you only got 1 match as your sample size, anything and everything can happen.
So for Kazakhstan, if they win this match, they are pretty safe. Even if they lose the next one, they'll be 2-up or 2-1 up. Kyrgyzstan definitely needs to win this one. We'll be seeing as we go and jump into the draft for the first game between Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan. Kyrgyzstan will ban straight away the Phoveus, the Gord, and the Harley. On the other side, Kazakhstan, the Marcel and the Paquito. A little bit more generic bans coming off the table.
Yeah, I think the non-generic ones that really jumped up to me is the Gord and the Harley as well. They really don't want to see these mid laners, perhaps. That could be a hint. So which means that this also opens up to a lot of avenues, right? Of course, Juicing first pick, right?
Juicing first pick. Yeah, there's still the option for the Akais as well. We've seen that highly prioritized by a lot of teams. And I would say the Claude will be prioritized a little bit more than the Harleys, unless you want to dominate your lane.
You talk about Claude, Kazakhstan is not thinking about that as well. Locking in the Harif in the R2 pick. Usually that's where I expect a Harif R2 pick. But that means that, you know, you immediately see that Kazakhstan is thinking about, hey, I'm going to go early, I want to dominate, maybe draft something else like, okay, Khalid, exactly. This feels more at home.
Yeah, this feels more like, hey, I will play a bit more aggressive. I'm going to use this in the early game. And Kazakhstan looking like an aggressive lineup from the get-go. On the other side of the table, there's the high priority Claude that we're talking about. And the Leomord, a little bit more gap closer in that respect.
Yeah, so it feels like, you know, ladies and gents, Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan actually follows quite a similar meta that we are very familiar with, especially, you know, take referencing from Group A as well as other groups as well. So don't expect, we haven't expect anything weird. If you want to really do something weird, it's usually the R5 pick or usually the B4, B5 pick. But so far, it has been standard so far.
You know, we in the previous game, there was a lot of discussions between us on anti-dive compositions, and a lot of teams are starting to pick up the Balarics, the Atlases. If you dive me, I will reposition yourself or use ultimates onto you. And again, with the familiarity, the Suyo actually comes back online.
Okay, but at the very least, that's Kazakhstan going in for a previous meta at the very least, right? I would say that Khalid, I think there's not a lot of adjustments to him, so he's still technically valid in this particular patch. The wave clear, especially that helps you in the mid lane, is really invaluable right here. But now, because Kyrgyzstan has already selected a Juicing, so they can start banning away like the likes of Eve, the likes even to a certain extent the Farsa as well if they really want to go for that. Valentina doesn't look very juicy for the side of Kazakhstan because you know you've got Leomord, got Juicing D side, not the ultimates that you should be stealing.
Yeah, for Kazakhstan though, and we talk about the Belarus, it's being banned out by Kazakhstan. You don't want the anti-dive composition coming your way. But for Kazakhstan though, the trend that I'm really seeing is hyper early game. If they really want to throw everything on the early game, then the Lilia would definitely be top of priority for them. At least you are able to win out that juice and push her back and start that aggressive engage. The Zetian as well has a lot of late game potential. The issue is, speaking of late game, Kazakhstan doesn't really have any insurance right now.
Yep, definitely. They're going all in the early game, right? Suyo, Harif, and Khalid, these are strong early game, albeit, you know, Suyo falls off heavily towards the later parts of the game, unless you're able to get the Sky Piercer snowball going as well. So that's something that, you know, Kazakhstan is looking for. Kyrgyzstan, on the other hand, these are scaling comms that you're looking for. Claude, Leomord, and Juicin, expect them to draft something more of a early game EXP laner. And speaking about early game EXP laner, Kazakhstan, man, they're going guns blazing right here. They're going for the Yuchong as well.
They're going guns blazing. I just want to bring up as well, Kyrgyzstan actually got one game off of Uzbekistan, which is pretty much the second seed. So consider it a close game for both these two teams. We haven't seen how their execution is for now, but looking at the draft, Kazakhstan going all hams, like you said, on the aggressiveness, on the early game, but they are on a timer. So if they are unable to secure the early game, take control of the land of Dawn, then the late game definitely going in the hands of Kyrgyzstan, which picked up Alice for themselves.
Dude, Kyrgyzstan is going full-on scaling, right? Alice towards the later part. Early game does not really have a lot of priority. Leomord as well, Claude. The early game priority only comes in the form of Hilda. So I expect, you know, the first turtle should be leaning towards the side of Kazakhstan, but second and third turtle, that's where, you know, Kyrgyzstan truly really shines. Kazakhstan, on the other hand, yep, you're right. They really go all in the early to mid game part. Right now, they're looking at a mid. If you're looking to basically have some form of late game insurance, looking at scaling mid, my money is on Kimmy.
Fair.
Shreds through Alice, shreds through Hilda, repositions, kites the Leomord.
At least you have some form of additional magic damage once the Harith falls off of that scale. And you do have some non-committal kind of ultimates that you can use with the Traction Pulse as well.
Pseudo-marksman as well, right? So at the very least, there's some pushing power for the side of the mid at the same time. There we go.
Like you said, the Kimmy will come into play. The issue is, in the late game, they don't really have a lot of physical damage, which is easier for Kyrgyzstan to build upon.
Yep. The Kimmy in the early game definitely does have a lot of pushing power against the Juicin as well, right? Like, I think at this particular patch, you clear faster as compared to a Juicin.
Yes.
Especially ever since Juicin has the mana thing coming back as well. That's a really sad day for Juicin players. But at the very least, you know, Juicin does have the ability to pick somebody up and then throw them aside. If you look at the side of Kazakhstan, the main target you're definitely going to throw away is definitely going to be the Khalid and Khalid only, because by the time the Yuzhong start jumping onto the Juicin already, it may be a little bit too late, because the Yuzhong definitely packs the Petrify. Yep. And also the Black Dragon form. Yeah,
Juicin is able to get out. It's highly mobile for Kyrgyzstan, but this is game number 1. Kyrgyzstan versus Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan will be in the red, Kyrgyzstan on the blue. And in the draft, we talked a little bit about Kyrgyzstan having the priority in the early game only on the Hilda. How does that work out against a Khalid, knowing that, hey, you know, most roams like to mirror each other's movements?
I feel like in terms of sustainability, the burst sustainability coming out from the Khalid is definitely that could be try to throw off the Hilda, right? But of course, you know, if you talk about wave clear, the Khalid is definitely a lot better. You pack that with Khalid, the Kimmy as well, you're able to match the rotations of the mid duels even faster. Now, at the very least, from what I'm seeing, especially during the split screen, Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, they are, well, keeping up with the times. They subscribe to the latest news.
Yeah, for Kyrgyzstan, they are very excellent in buying some time, especially with that Hilda and just annoying Demon Vision on that top side. But hold on a second, right here, there's a stun over onto that Juicin, able to dash out of there and keep himself safe for now. There's a Petrify already stopped. Down goes that Hilda. There's a 4-man engage on Kazakhstan. The aggression really showing is through.
And this is exactly what I was talking about, right? Early game versus late game, right? Early game comp versus scaling comp. Kazakhstan is on that scaling comp. I think they're not expecting, you know, Mamilin to really join the fight earlier just now. And Shikanov at this particular time doesn't really pack a lot of damage. So yeah, I think it's just Kyrgyzstan overextending just a little bit, and Kazakhstan, this is a great start for them.
It's really speed run, and the entire roster just shout speed run. They really need to start the early game rotation. Speaking of rotations, that top side, Kyrgyzstan already got his eyes set on that dragon, taking him down. Namalin goes down, and Kyrgyzstan buys themselves some time. Kusupov is around the vicinity, will be able to skirt out, but pulls back by pepper spray. Just one more hit, will not be able to finish it. He lives with a pixel.
Yeah, Kusupov right there, just going through. I'm not too sure what happened. Even burned the flicker as well. So which means that, you know, because Kyrgyzstan has a better turtle. In fact, don't forget, I was the one that said Kazakhstan should have this turtle first, but because Kyrgyzstan, because of their hyper aggression earlier just now, was able to push Serving away. They take the turtle, but it feels like a non-stop fight, Churros.
Yeah, speaking of aggression, they're going straight for the Hilda. The dragon will chase that down.
You're not giving the color caster any time to really break things down, because it's really just a lot of fights happening over and over again. But Kazakhstan, you know, at the very least, compensated for the turtle by picking up a kill from the side of Kyrgyzstan.
Kazakhstan is definitely on a timer. Definitely, you don't want to breathe in the early game, because if Kyrgyzstan gets enough time, they will scale. Kalbaev will scale, the Claude will scale as well. So this will be a really interesting way of how Kazakhstan comes back from that first objective loss.
Yeah, I like the fact that the observer is also having a bit of difficulty. So many action happening one after another for the past of at least sub 3 minutes, right? And this is the only time we get to see the emblems just a little bit more.
You get that lane proxy from the Alice as well.
I mean, Alice is okay with lane proxy, right? There's no point, you know, facing a Yuzhong right there and then. Alice at this point in time is also pretty interesting. It's very hard for her to proxy the wave because, you know, when you go into the jungle, you don't really have a lot of targets to really absorb and be sustainable, right? You got a saving grace with your first skill to be able to just jump away, but that's just about it. But information is still given over the side of Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, I think this Alice is definitely, Shekinov is doing a really good job trying to delay Sarek's farm and trying to push Namalon back so that he doesn't join into these major team fights. This is first Sky Piercer already bought by Salamat, which is going to be scary for Kyrgyzstan later on.
Definitely feeling a lot thankful for that one, Salamat. But of course, you know, the Sky Piercer is a massive boon over the side of Kimi. As long as it constantly lands, it constantly checks whether you're hitting that threshold, and then after that, you know, you're just gonna pop.
It's on the top side, Shekinov just being such a nuisance on that top lane. Kalbaev already there in the vicinity, pushing that dragon back, will not be able to join in this turtle fight. But in the bush, that's an ambush that we're talking about. Kazakhstan with the high damage in the early game will take down one and going in for another. This is a TOR on the backside. Sarek will be zoned back off and buying Kyrgyzstan sometimes to get back. There's a Petrify underneath the turret. They go. Mamelin with 1 kill.
Kazakhstan has truly scaled literally from that one. I think 3 to 4 members from the side of Kyrgyzstan lost his life. Easy access over the side of Kazakhstan for the turtle.
They're going in for more. There's Salamat already used up that Petrify.
That
might not be it. Drop down a Flicker. Oh, so committed. It's not giving up without that kill.
Yeah, Flicker for Flicker right now. This is absolutely high-octane gameplay between these two teams. It feels like Kyrgyzstan is already at gear number 5 at the very least, but Kazakhstan, I think they need to go faster. They need to go gear 6. At the very least, they are able to salvage to pick up the first turtle and also a couple of kills. That could potentially help inside Kazakhstan, but they still need more. By this time, you're at 5 minutes mark, you really need to have, what, at least 3 to 4K gold lead to ensure your dominance, because Kyrgyzstan is on the scaling composition.
Speaking of which, they're almost halfway there. There's 2K gold lead for Kazakhstan. If they can keep Kyrgyzstan at bay and start that rotation, you see Harith already moving up into mid lane, trying to tax that wave. Salamat already also have that Sky Piercer. So let's break down that team fight.
Yeah, it's just the Juicin getting a lot of trouble right here. I think Chanel, the Alice dives all the way backline at least. It keeps Sarek very busy, but it feels like the whole attention is shifting over the side of Salamat, right? Salamat, you know, having onto the Sky Piercer, I think after that sequence, after that replay, he actually dove a little bit too deep, hoping to basically end the line, get another Sky Piercer stack, but to no avail, right? Now he's going to get shut down just a little bit. But this is the kind of roster from the side of Kazakhstan, right? You need to build... Okay, hold on.
Zane Force already popped up. That is the TOR. Landing on 3. The Babil will come their way, but might not be enough to take down all 3. That's the heal coming in from that Khalid. Will not be enough to save him as the Claw comes over from that flank.
Yeah. two members going down though. And this is where, you know, if you're playing a Harif, right, you're afraid of this Atlas. Your TOR, the TOR from the Atlas literally counts as what you want to do, right? Zaman Force, you want to zip around, get the pseudo shields, do a damage, at the same time be more sustainable. Now back to the Sky Piercer theory between Salamat and Serik, right? Serik and Salamat relies heavily, Serik relies more heavily on the Sky Piercers compared to Salamat. But now because Salamat also picked up the Sky Piercer, Serik also picked up the Sky Piercer, those stacks needs to go somewhere.
Speaking of which, the stacks will build for Salamat themselves, and they're leading up with another engage. Down to the Hilda, and the tri-bush they go. Kazakhstan not giving Kyrgyzstan any time to breathe. And also, I just want to say and point out, Kimi might be the best mid lane, or it's got utility, it's got damage, it's got scalability potential, but it's very, very greedy.
Yep, very squishy as well, right? But if you notice, good itemization for the side Serik has to pass the Sky Piercer's torch over to the side of Salamat, right? But that also means that if you're a Suyo that doesn't have a, a Sky Piercer, your execution, your second skill doesn't look very scary anymore. So that's something that, you know, Kazakhstan needs to be careful about.
Taking a lot of damage. Kisipov will be able to skirt his way out of there as Kazakhstan tries to switch things up. They're playing as a 3-men now. They do have a lot more damage than Kyrgyzstan. 5k gold lead, which is what you're talking about, Jace. Kazakhstan has that lead. Now it is whether or not they can hold on. T1 up top is already broken through. Serik is trying to split up that wave, trying to split the heads of Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a very good defense coming up from Kyrgyzstan so far, but hold on, Mirkov.
Oh, that is going to be the stun, but will not be enough to take down this Juicin. I think Purify.
Yeah, that's also a Purify, right? So for the next 80 seconds, Mirkov will be a sitting duck for now. But so far, I like what I'm seeing from Kazakhstan. You know, like what I mentioned, the 5k gold lead, the top side and bottom side already cracked open.
There's ambush over onto that Claw. We'll use that BMI to get out safe. As Kazakhstan is everywhere on this map, taking full control. Kyrgyzstan nowhere safe.
Yeah, this 4-1 split that Kazakhstan is adopting is great because not only just the fact that, you know, they're trying to split Kyrgyzstan's apart, and after that, you know, Kazakhstan has the better rotation because they've got a Khalid, they've also got a Yuzhong that can just rotate and be there as quickly as possible. But Golden Staff secured by the side of this Claw for the side of Kyrgyzstan. So Kazakhstan needs to really ramp up the aggression. Split, push, side lanes, force a lot of pressure, and then after that push down mid, but there's a lot for Kazakhstan to take.
All this time, Kyrgyzstan sending Claw down the bottom side, just free farming. Municipal is already in the midst of all of that. It's a TOR onto 2 members only. Kazakhstan's damage is proving to be too much to handle. Chikhanov trying to buy some time, but Kazakhstan is taking the fight over to Kyrgyzstan. They're taking one after another. Ultimates all popped up, and Kazakhstan, they are able to secure that Lord for themselves and push Kyrgyzstan back.
A double whammy coming up the side of Kazakhstan. Take a Lord and also take Chikhanov down as well. Not only just that, Salamat was the one that credited that kill as well. Okay, you gotta have to get out of there. If not, all that Sky versus stack would be gone. But I echo that if you notice from the side of Kyrgyzstan, I hope we get to see a replay right there. Chikhanov is able to find a TOR, but it doesn't land on the key targets. It was a little bit too shallow, and that means that, you know, the Claw wasn't able to find an entry point to go all the way in. At this point, I feel like if you're that Claw, you're afraid of the burst damage coming out from the Harif, and also Serik as well. You need to go for that Windsor Crown ASAP.
There's so much burst also. There's so much DOT coming in from the Kimi. There's so much burst coming in from Akambayev. And so Kazakhstan has filled up all the slots that they need. They have that speed, they have the advantage. Will they be able to hold on that 7k gold lead that Kazakhstan has? If they commit too much underneath the turret, that's a huge mistake that they don't want to make.
Look, the gold lead, that Lord actually gave 2k gold lead more over the side of Kazakhstan. Not only just that, Salamat also has another Sky Piercer stat, but Mirkov will also respond with the same.
Great intellect from Kazakhstan. Underneath the purple buff they go. They will secure that one and a kill for themselves. Not enough time for the TOR to pop up. But Askarbayev trying to find some time on the backline, trying to take down Salamat. But the Sky Piercer stacks keep growing strong.
Not only just that, I feel like Kyrgyzstan needs to really start engaging Claw, because the Claw is not able to use Blazing Duet for the past 2 team fights.
Way too deep in though. Kazakhstan tries to force the situation. Will be able to back off just in time. There's a discipline coming up from Kazakhstan. They have that lead. They have the early game. They have the damage. They have the aggression. But it's all controlled.
Yeah, if you talk about gold lead, it's leaning over to the favorite side of Kazakhstan. That's 9k gold lead. But don't forget, with Salamat right there, it feels like a weather forecast, right? Like, actual temperature is 31 degrees, but it feels like 40. The fact is, because of these team fights as well, and if you notice how Zemi Break wasn't able to find a good BMI, has no choice but to let Askar Barov to Bekov to go all the way too far, overextend, and then after that just troubles, right? Now that 9k goal lead from the side of Kazakhstan feels like a 15k goal lead because of Salamat's Sky versus stacks.
Not only that, they're always grouped together as 5, and they're so mobile around the map. They're playing the macro game, they're playing the micro game, they're playing the best team fight that I've seen for these two teams, and they're still leading and controlling the objectives all around this. Kyrgyzstan has no way to break past through the jungles.
Yeah, and it's difficult, right, for the side of Kyrgyzstan, right? I felt like Askar wants to really dive onto.
Bayov taking a lot of damage. That's Barfield getting called on. Mamelet getting pulled in. The dragon will be taken down, but here's the Demon Force for additional damage. That is the stun! A 4-man stun. Kazakhstan will take down 2 for themselves.
Yeah, the Raging Sandstorm coming in for the side. Kutsepov was amazing. And Salamat follows up with the Traction Pulse as well. 2 men going down, but Bekov is the one that picks up the Sky Piercer stack at the same time, and once again the Claude cannot find an engagement, and so is the Leomord for the side of Kyrgyzstan. This is a big problem against Kazakhstan right now.
Look how fast they took down the second lord of the game as well. Kyrgyzstan just playing catch up all the way through. Let's take a look at the replay. This is just amazing coming up from Kazakhstan to turn around that battle.
The Leomord was there activating the ultimate, but if you notice, the Claw was trying to kite backwards, but there's way too much stun from the side of Kusapov, and also the Salamat Traction Pulse. It's making the Claw very difficult to really engage. Once again, I feel like this is a time where Kyrgyzstan, for the Claw, you need to get a Winter Crown. If not, you're just going to get melted down. The amount of the utility that you get from the Winter Crown with the Blazing Duet, perhaps and potentially is the one that could turn around this game. Even though Salamat is a hard hit to Kimi, he's still squishy in the end of the day.
All 3 waves, all pushing through.
Wow,
Lord down in the middle. In Kazakhstan, we're looking for an angle of engage, looking for an angle of approach, but all of them, they're so high committal. If they dive, Kyrgyzstan can easily counter dive. They have a lot of anti-engage potential.
Good defense for now. That was a 3-wave sync. Well done by the side of Kazakhstan, but Kyrgyzstan got away with, at the very least, mid lane turret open. But mid lane turret is also very painful, right? Because that's the shortest lane. Kazakhstan right now still leading charge. Speaking of charging,
it's the Dragon starting things off. Zoning out that back line. They want to take down that T3, but it's a lot of damage.
Where's the Blazing Duet?
Just Salama just free hitting on the backside. The Sky Piercer stacks coming in through. The TOR will do nothing at all. It's Kyrgyzstan fall one after another.
Finally.
There is the minions coming through. Kazakhstan just wants to end this, and right now.
Oh. Man, good job coming on the side Kazakhstan. They really exploded out of control. Remember what I said, 5k goalie is what they need, and after that they just take the money bags and just whack it against Kyrgyzstan over and over and over again, because, you know, Salamat on this Kimi has scaled, has maximum stacks, Serik as well on the Suyo, that's what I mentioned, and of course, you know, with the help of the Yuzhong to really push and be that massive threat over to the side of Kyrgyzstan. And I don't remember seeing a lot of Blazing Duets in this particular game because there's no opportunity. I feel like this, the fact is Kyrgyzstan doesn't feel really safe for the Cloud to just jump in and after that just Blazing Duet. But there's a reason why we built the fighter talents onto the Cloud right now, because of the sustainability. The Blazing Duet just allows you to stay safe very well while you dish out the damage. And I was talking about it. You need that Winter Crown ASAP, but so far I haven't seen it on him.
You said during the game as well, Kazakhstan really needs to kick it into gear 6, and they really did. In the early game, I said the win condition for them is if they secure the early game, they secure all 3 lanes, they secure the jungle for themselves, and that's it. There's no way of there's not a lot of way of coming back. And what they did above and beyond that was to control that Claude. Claude had no space to farm, had no stacks that it could get. And speaking of stacks, that is the Sky Piercer on this Kimi that dealt so much. That's 10 kills for Salamat.
It's like fish in the barrel, man, especially when Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan decides to fight in the choke point. All the Kimi has to do is just gun down one lane and one lane only. There's not a lot of flanks coming out from the side of Kyrgyzstan. In fact, their roster doesn't allow it. They really want to try to fight front to back. But Kimi is so far behind, so far back in terms of the positioning on the team fights as well. You got to have to peel through the the Yuzhong, you also got to have to peel through the Rome as well. So there's a lot of things that you have to peel through to reach this Kimi. And I haven't even talked about the Henry, right? The Zaman Forest being laid down as well. Right now, because the Zaman Forest apply a constant slow rate all across the board, it's very hard for you to even walk over to Salamat.
Yeah, I was thinking like, hey, you know, we were thinking about the Lilias. The Kimi was actually the choice, and it was a great choice. They needed some form of lockdown when they all clump up together. We always see Shekinov coming in first with the TOR, but there was no follow-up because there is no damage or follow-up. The Rebuke was always used as an escape mechanism instead of an engage mechanism, so that was really a shot in the foot for Kyrgyzstan.
I feel like Merbekov makes sense in terms of the Juicin, but after a while you start to realize, hey, the Juicin doesn't really have a lot of opportunities for her to pick people up, right? The only person that you can pick up is Kusepov. But once the Juicin ran out of mana, runs out of juice, then you have Macmillan just diving all the way in. There's no way for you to pick up this Massive Dragon, right? And don't forget, I think, yeah, you gotta have to pick a Juicin because Juicin right now is really, really broken. But in the later part of the game, you saw that they went for the Sky Piercer. I think it's a little bit greedy, but like what I mentioned, Zemi back on this Claude. This Claude will get popped immediately because Kazakhstan is on this, you know, massive burst. You got the Serik that could burst, you got the Akam Bayev that can also burst as well. Building towards a Magnific Gun instead, I feel like the Winter Crown should be coming out quicker as compared to a Magnific Gun.
Yeah, and not only that, like for the Kimi, you have a little bit more space to leash and stack up your passives first. Remember, you don't really get that shot through unless you stack up on those passive stacks. Askarbayov and Shekinov always starting in this team fights gives that Kimi some space and time to stack up that passives, and once you see an open opportunity for Zambibek to actually come in to the team fights from the back line, you immediately get deleted from the game because the damage is shooting through multiple enemies, multiple heroes, and taking a little turret damage. The only one condition that I set for Kazakhstan is win the lanes, take down the turrets. There was no chance at all that Kyrgyzstan was able to touch any one of Kazakhstan's turrets, so that was a huge dubs for Kazakhstan.
No turret damage at all, right? And because, you know, Harif is so strong in the early game, especially pre like level 4, and then after that it becomes skill matchup, especially how Claude is so kind of broken in this particular patch. But the fact is, you gotta have to give credit over to the Harif, right? Making sure that the Claude doesn't go crazy in terms of later parts of the game. And if you're starting to see it, personally, I'm not liking the Harif pick recently because of how the damage is get dropped down significantly. There's a better marksman out there. Zaman Force is only like instant dopamine hit, and it's what Abstract likes to say, the instant gratification. Put on Zaman Force, beam, zap, and that's it. That's all you do. But what a Claude can offer to the table is to shred through utility jungles, can shred through tanks, and also with Blazing Duet as well. That's just providing so much AoE. And yeah, but at the very least, I'm glad to see what Kazakhstan did. They made it work, and also because of the Kimi, right? The Kimi is just outputting so much punishment, and it forces, especially in these tight corners, your roam, the enemy roams, and also EXP lane is forced to literally tank through Kimi's firepower in order to get through him.
Yeah. For the Harith though, there are a couple of different kinds of gold laners that we want to see in this current patch. The Harith is usually just picked up first and prioritized just because it's a lane bully. You want to be able to win that lane.
Correct.
You use the Synchro Fission just to clear the waves and then start the early game rotation. We see that quite a bit from the side of Kazakhstan to be able to start and join in the team fights for the turtle pits and everything else. But then again, we have seen a resurgence of bursty marksmen as well. We've seen Leslie being banned out once, the Grangers coming back, the Brody kinda in the surface, a little bit iffy. The Brunos are actually pretty good in this matchup as well, which also provides some layer of options for Kazakhstan to pick up as well.
The reason why the bursty marksman, in my opinion, coming in terms of resurgence is because you are constantly facing the threat of a scaling marksman, right? Like the fact right now there is a lot of marksmen that's really that are in the meta right here is mostly scaling. Like for example, your carries, your Claude. Maybe to a certain extent, if you want to say Moskov, technically speaking, Obsidia, if that's also a option if you want to go a little bit anti non-meta, because we all don't like. I don't like to conform to meta. If you notice, Flying Clouds will be the game number 2 coming up from these two teams. You know, Kazakhstan and Match Point currently one more game, and they literally solidified themselves all the way to Nagoya.
Yeah, this is interesting for now because we do have some information for Kazakhstan, right, from the previous game. They do like that early game aggression. They do like that speed. So starting things off, Kyrgyzstan again in the blue side, will ban out the Phobias and the Gord. Kazakhstan again will ban out the Paquito and the Marcel. No changes right here.
What are the chances where Kazakhstan goes back to the exact same draft?
Highly possible.
Highly possible,
Highly
right?
probable as well.
Unless Kyrgyzstan knows what's up, bans away something that enables Kazakhstan. I don't believe it's the I don't believe Kimi is a very good ban coming off inside Kyrgyzstan right there. I feel like it's just how Kazakhstan plays in terms of their micro and macro movements, right? So Harry will be on the chopping block right here for the side of Kyrgyzstan, so that it allows the potential first pick clock coming out from the side of Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, giving their gold laner a little bit more, comfortability down the gold lane, especially when Kazakhstan is forcing a lot of fights away from this gold lane because they know that the Harith was able to win and dominate that lane, push the Claude back. So I think, as we discussed, there are other burst marksman options out there that would be able to handle something like the Claude. The late game marksman are much better in the early game. So if they do want to go for that aggressive approach, that early game speed run tactic that they always use, then maybe a bursty marksman would work.
Freya on the chopping block for the side of Kazakhstan right now. First pick, Juicin was it in game number 1. The Juicin was okay, not too shabby of a pick. For now, but I feel like Kazakhstan, no Harith this time around, but there's a Khalid that Kazakhstan can also potentially pick up in either R1 or R2.
Suyo will be picked up first alongside the Khalid. You were right. For Kyrgyzstan though, the biggest problem wasn't the Harith though. I would say it is the Khalid, because the Khalid was giving so much information towards the rest of Kazakhstan, and the early game damage onto Leomord, onto the jungle, onto the side laners, it just proves a lot of issues to Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, I feel like the Kai was ultimately forgotten by both these two teams. I feel like Kyrgyzstan can potentially go for the Akai instead. Akai, a massive threat over to Suyo as well. You're able to tank, and in fact, Suyo versus Akai in a 1v1, if it's Akai, it's very far ahead, very tanky. He also do damage based on his HP as well. That's amazing. Now Bruno coming out from the side of Kyrgyzstan, looking to try to counter the high octane gameplay coming out from Kazakhstan, and to slow Kazakhstan even lower. There's a Cho coming out from Kyrgyzstan as well.
If you want to play high tempo, Kyrgyzstan is playing fire, fight fire. With the Cho and the Bruno picked up, they have a winning roam for now, or not really winning roamer, but a little bit of a mano-a-mano matchup between Cho and Khalid, but Bruno is still quite dominant in the gold lane, so at least they have a chance to control the gold lane.
I feel like this is the time where Kazakhstan may not go for the Claude. I feel like going for the Yuzhong still works as well, because Bruno is still diveable as well, right? Find the Bruno, dive him, and then after that proceed. Cho, even as a roamer, can kick. There's also the burst potential, pickup potential coming up. Ooh, Kazakhstan. Prioritizing the Kimi so early on. I think they're afraid of Kimi getting banned or out.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you, especially in the lane-to-lane matchup against the Juicin. The biggest difference here is at least Cho has the potential to disrupt that back line, but it is very difficult for Cho to escape if it gets locked down by the Kimi. Notice that Kimi does have several lockdown capabilities and the skills as well. So you want to draw the attention towards that Kimi, draw the attention towards the back line, and then Kazakhstan target prioritization into the main damage dealers right after the Cho gets eliminated.
Guinevere ban for the side of Kazakhstan. There is a way to outplay the Kimi though. Your traction pulse actually takes a long time to really charge up, and then your second skill as well can be easily shun-pulled away. Besides Kyrgyzstan, you're right, like they're starting to take down most of the marksmen right here. Claude on the chopping block as well. Other marksmen coming out from the side of Moscow as well. Yeah, there's something that is still particularly strong in meta, but Kyrgyzstan is spending like what, 3 ban slots on the marksman right here. Kazakhstan bans away the bucks, yeah.
Kyrgyzstan definitely wants the gold lane to be the hyper carry at the end of the day. So I would say it's still possible for him to pick up the Akai still.
You know what Kazakhstan can go for? Oh yeah, there's also the carry.
Granger,
yeah. Granger Kimi used to be a very strong duo in the last patch as well. And knowing that Kazakhstan is playing a similar playstyle as compared to the Southeast Asian last patch, right?
Yep.
I'm not surprised if Kazakhstan go for the grandeur. Kyrgyzstan though, I think carry is a good ban all the time. Yep, definitely. Then there's also a potential Fredrin they may appear from the side of Kyrgyzstan this time.
Yeah, I was thinking either the Akai or the Fredrin, but they're pulling something up their sleeves. They might go for double fighter side lane if it goes to that.
I doubt that. I doubt so from the side of Kazakhstan, since the identity that they've got is more like following the last patch. I mean, like, well, technically speaking, Yuzhong is not from last patch, but Yuzhong's
Great get closer onto the Juicing.
correct.
But they're
Get closer.
splitting the team fights quite a bit because the Cho is picked up for Kyrgyzstan, so they need some form of like backline protection.
I think the Omar is good because it attracts the attention on him. And also, I think right now, more pure, right? Okay.
Yep. Pretty same matchup.
Almost
the only
the same.
difference is the Claude and the Hilda coming in from Kyrgyzstan. So Kazakhstan missing a gold laner. Might be a fighter. Might be, if you want to stick to your MO of a faster marksman, you go for the Clint. I like the Clint though.
The
A
Clint is
lot of
good.
high damage and pretty neutral in terms of the early to mid to late game.
Yeah, the Clint is good. And now if you take a look, right, for the side of Kyrgyzstan, that carry ban kind of makes sense already, but it feels like a wasted slot because Kazakhstan does have answers for this Alice, right? You use a Kimi, you just literally shred through the Kimi's HP bar once you build a glowing one as well. Yuzhong to a certain extent can also fight underneath the Alice as well, just constantly locking him down. But at the very least, that's still a massive remove, right?
Yeah.
I like the gold laner pick coming up from the side of Kazakhstan.
I love it. I love
Use
I love
Clint
the
to
Clint
kind
here.
of match the lane bully of the Bruno, and now, Kazakhstan once again playing to the same MO. They pop off early, and then they look to snowball. Kazakhstan, on the other hand, this is a slightly earlier composition, so hopefully they can match the tempo coming up from the side of Kazakhstan.
It all boils down to the gold lane. The biggest difference is in the gold lane. Will that Cho be able to assist the Bruno in terms of disrupting the Clint's farm? Clint does have a little bit of range as well. You have a lot of hits and damage from the passive that you bring as well. So difficult to deal with, especially in the later stages. So, man, this is a lot of work cut out for Kyrgyzstan to be able to adjust to the gameplay and execution for them.
Yeah, but of course, Clint is an open book, right? How to play against a Clint, you force the Clint to use the first skill, and then after that, you just jump onto him because, unfortunately, the passive, as of now, is not his main source of damage. That's just bonus damage before he gets this endless battle, and that's when the Clint truly shines, right?
Yeah, I'm so glad you're a gold laner right here. You definitely know all the skills. But that being said, though, this is the early game aggression that we're looking out for. There's a Petrifier already used up. First blood. On to the Cho.
Worth it, right? Now the Cho is going to be slightly behind. Only barely hits level 2. Macmillan also picks up a kill, and that's also, scaling Yuzhong, right? The Yuzhong needs this kill to be aggressive, and after that, just scale, right? But Macmillan, using the Petrify, I mean, currently it's 50 seconds. 41 seconds, yeah, plus minus 10 seconds, right? If Kazakhstan is able to buy at the very least 10 more seconds so that they have, not only just the Black Dragon form, they also have the Petrify.
Turtle priority.
They have a lot better turtle priority as compared to Kyrgyzstan.
But I like what Macmillan is doing. He doesn't really care about the Alice. You don't really shut that down. You just need to clear that waves and join in the team fights because that's where Kazakhstan is going to be at. You want to be aggressive, hyper-aggressive towards that jungle. This is a little bit of a different passive kind of Cho that Kyrgyzstan is playing as well. Typically, you will see Cho in the Southeast Asia or Group A regions being hyper annoying towards the opponent's side of the jungle, giving that information, using Shrimpo as a defensive measure to get out of there.
Yeah, I think this is a River Cho for now, coming up for side Kyrgyzstan. At the very least, we'll be able to spot Cyric, but it seems like, Kazakhstan is not going to let go of that tempo. Just a couple more seconds, the Petrify will come up, Macmillan activates the Black Dragon form.
Going straight to the back line, as Barbio also utilized. Cyric will take up that dragon, there's a 3-man on top, will heal everything back up. Kusapov just doing so much work. That's the Raging Sandstorm lands on top of Kalbayev. There's 2 members down the side of Kyrgyzstan. I mean, they're not giving up just yet. But no, Kyrgyzstan taking one after another though. There's a counter re-engage coming in from Kyrgyzstan. There is some fight left in them.
Yeah, and the best part is, Merbekov is using that juicing that's super annoying. The members from the side of Kazakhstan overextended. They take the turtle and they're hoping to basically find a punishment, but they lost a couple of people as well, right? Not only just the fact that Cyric went down, Salamat as well, so they're going to have a bit slowed down just a little bit. But Suyo found very quickly in the jungle.
That's the aggression that we like to see. Salaman already used up that Purify as well, just to get out of harm's way. As Kyrgyzstan starting to ramp up that tempo, they know that they cannot give any control over Kazakhstan at all.
Yeah, if you take a look, Macmillan is in the middle of everybody, but this is where Mebekov is just free hitting from afar. Don't forget though, Juzin doesn't have level 3. That level 4 coming in, timing really coming in clutch, and that's why it jumps in, and that's why alongside with the Cho was able to just help to peel for the Juzin and then just wreak havoc. And don't forget, everybody from side Kazakhstan is down low. The damage is there coming out from, I believe, Bayev and also Mebekov, especially of the Juzin as well. But Askar was caught in a very awkward position earlier just now. He's forced to burn off a Shinpo, and that's why, you know, Askar, Bekov, and Mebekov wasn't able to find even more.
Murbakov, definitely a very, very scary juice in this game around. A little bit of a different gameplay, positioning adjusted a little bit to how Kazakhstan likes to play. The entire team of Kazakhstan during that first turtle fight almost forgot about the existence of this Juicin, but when it hits hard. The Skypiercer is already built up for both mages on both sides.
Yeah, I think in terms of both of these two mages, yeah, Mebekov on this Skypiercer is definitely going to be very helpful. Had Mebekov had that, oh, hold on.
Raises Sandstorm to start things off. There's a two-man stun up. The Barbio will buy him some time to get that escape. But the aggression from Kazakhstan will be proving to be too much to handle for Kyrgyzstan as they re-engage back into the fight. It's a death ball. It's all red on the map of the Land of Dawn, and they go straight for the turtle once again.
Macmillan is really acting at this massive dragon, right? And you know, with the jungler already gone for the side of Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan has a free turtle for themselves. They're gonna escalate even harder, and now they're also looking down at the bottom lane. Bruno looking unsafe right now. You've got the Troll that's providing some form of information. Macmillan is using this Petrify almost immediately after the cooldown, man.
Yep, that's the ambush right there. It's a 3v3. Juicin pulls Macmillan back. The dragon will take a lot of hits. Will fall by the hands of that Juicin. The Skypiercer will slowly but surely build up from Murbakov.
Yeah, I think a bit. I feel like members of the side Kazakhstan really need to start paying attention over the side of Mebekov. In fact, Mebekov skipped the clock, went straight for the Skypiercer, hoping to stack it as quickly as possible.
They're going to find ways to deal with this Bruno. I like how Kazakhstan is playing as well. If you notice, the Clint in the early game was playing a losing lane, but it's not really a losing lane. It's a very defensive position because they know that Kyrgyzstan would definitely ramp up that tempo onto the gold lane.
Yep, and of course, Endless Battle secured by the side of Akambayev. I feel like there's going to be another Magnific gun coming soon as well that extends the range and also, you know, to a certain extent procs the Endless Battle even better as compared to usually. Now with Clint with a elongated range, but it seems like Kyrgyzstan is looking down bot. Nice discipline coming out for the side of Kazakhstan. They had to forfeit that, and then after that, hope to punish.
There's the punish coming in from Kazakhstan, not enough to chase them down. Kyrgyzstan gets out safe.
Yep, Chitai's Pauldron secured by the side of Askar Berkov for now. Kyrgyzstan, good damage down bot, and at the very least, they got away scot-free. No one died from that one. Kyrgyzstan is a happy team.
Yep, this Barbio also used up huge resources. Used for a defensive escape, but down the bush. Cho gets spotted out by Kazakov. Will be able to get out. So this is more of a, no, give a little bit more vision. Will hide the net, will not give any more than what you bargained for.
Salama is a nuisance. Not only just the fact that Kyrgyzstan has no form of defense against Salama. Salama is just literally threatening onto the turret, and they may potentially take it down. Now there's also a turtle that's also splitting the attention of both these two teams. Serik lands the charge.
That's a great stun onto the Allens. That's a TOR, but no follow-up at all. Kicked underneath the turret. Down goes Krisapov. No Khalid for this next turtle take. It's a 4v5.
Flicker and also TOR committed. Way of Dragon also committed for the side of Kyrgyzstan. They take down Krisapov first, but there's also still secondary peel coming off of Kazakhstan into Macmillan, and he will strike.
The Dragon will come in. He's got his eyes set on that little more, but Serik will still land the last strike on this turtle, seal things up. His four men already clumped together. The traction boats will pull them all back in. Kazakhstan, they got what they can, and they're out of here. That's to sustain the shot. Resident will pick one off.
Man, Macmillan is just massive Yuzhong right now. Not only just that, Akambayev already secured the Malefic gun as well. Team Kazakhstan has unlocked their key items at, what, 3k gold lead. And, you know, Serik as well, right? The fact that he's actually ahead of the jungle curve in terms of EXP, he has the better battery button, and therefore Kazakhstan takes 3 turtles in a row.
There's all 4 members rotating together as one. They're leaving Clint to slow farm up on that top side. As Kazakhstan finds their groove, they have that damage. All they need, like you said in the first game, is at least 5K gold, and they're golden. They're all safe.
I'm hearing the song in my head right now. Thanks, Rose. But yeah, they're golden, right? Kazakhstan, technically speaking, the Bruno, I would say, falls off late game, but the Clint is still stable, right? As long as the Clint free hits all the way in the back line, he's just outputting a ton of damage. You can see that Shakanov is starting to feel it.
Looking at that test damage, the Clint is starting to come online, it's starting to get out strong. The traction pulse will not land. Misses his strike, it's Kyrgyzstan.
It's just a zoney traction pulse, man.
Yeah, a little bit of intelligence given, but the turret will be taken down. This is wave, slow pushing up on that top side as Kazakhstan sets its sights for other objectives.
I think it's a lot more pressure for the side. You need to find either the Clint or Salamat right there, but Salamat is proven very slippery. There's also a certain field. There you go.
And speaking of Salamat, forcing the Barbeau right off the bat. That's the Goon Squad for Kazakhstan coming in from the back line. The Dragon will not let that horse leave. It's a fight, a 5-man TOR, but will not be enough though. No damage for Kyrgyzstan at all. As Kazakhstan raises the tempo, pushes into gear 6. And back to gear 1, gets out of the way.
But that was a massive TOR for the side of Shakanov, but Kyrgyzstan wasn't able to capitalize on it because Kazakhstan was so far ahead. Even though you are immobilized, heck, Salamat can still do damage. Akama Bay can still do damage. Don't forget, TOR is an immobilized, not a stun. So that's why Kyrgyzstan wasn't able to step forward into the ring to basically do any form of damage. And I need to see a lot more coming out from this gold lane from inside Kyrgyzstan because so far, even in game number 1, game number 2, his presence wasn't felt at all.
Kazakhstan is waiting for the Lord to come out in this 10-minute mark as they trade turret for turret, blows for blows. Kazakhstan still has the upper hand in terms of the economy. 5K gold lead, the Lord marching in on that mid side.
Yeah, I think Bruno already has the items to fight, right? Berserker experience and hard scores, that's all you need. But the problem is Kazakhstan is just leagues ahead. Endless battle and Malefic Gun already secured by the side of this Clint. Going into BOD, man, it's a BOD.
Yeah. It's super fast. Onto the Clint itself. All he needs is just space and time, and he's just free hitting on that back. There's not a lot of gap closers. Barbeau is always used up to go on the backside, but at the same time, that's the Raging Sandstorm and the Dragon zone them out. They want to take down this T2 mid, which they will, as Kazakhstan opens the map for themselves. Full and total control, total dominance for Kazakhstan in game number 2.
Yeah, Kazakhstan, that goalie is starting to escalate exponentially. Shake it up.
Salamat will be able to use the jetpack to get out of the way, as Kusupov deals a lot of damage into Khalid. So hard to take down and so tanky at this time.
Yeah, and don't forget, Clint was just free hitting all the way in the back line. The Endless Battle scales really well alongside with the BOD. Once that Clint unlocks a BOD, Kyrgyzstan is just going to get melted, right? The Bruno is just going to get melted. The Cho to a certain extent, at this point in time, doesn't really have a lot of HP bars. It's going to get melted. Rebekov as well.
To add fuel to the fire, Clint is an AoE damage, so to speak, and Bruno is just single target. So it is more difficult for Kyrgyzstan to get a full team fight battle if Bruno, even if the TOR lands, it's only a single target hit, and they have to really hyper-target prioritize onto any one members of Kazakhstan. But they will stick together as 5, as they will take the orange buff away from Kyrgyzstan once again.
Yeah, more resources stolen by the side of Kazakhstan already. The sheer dominance coming on Salama, they could land down the firepower, and also Mamilin is truly dead. Heck, the Lizard was peeling so strong against Kyrgyzstan as well. There's no way for them to really find anything, and there's no value at all, right? Even though, yes, Askar was able to find, even if a kick, you kick Kusupov back, but Kyrgyzstan is not in a good position to fight. I feel like Zamir Brek may have actually underestimated his own damage. Speaking of damage, there's a BOD. There's a green sword built by that Clint already. He is more than happy to fight.
Memelen, the Reptilian, going straight into the midst of battle. Kazakhstan doesn't want to engage, doesn't want to commit. They know that the Lord is spawning up in the next 20 seconds. Clint is online. They want to draw them out into the jungle where they will strike.
Salamat checking the bushes just using an auto basic attack, right? If he stacks with passive, that means that something is there. Someone is there.
There's a lot of blind spots that Kyrgyzstan has to look out for.
Askar. Ooh.
You're still holding on.
I love this.
Memelen doesn't have the Black Dragon form. The traction pulse just to zone him away. will not be able to take him out just for now, as Salamat will build up that Sky Piercer specs once again. TOR will land, but it's not enough. This is a Raging Sandstorm onto 2 members, and they're layering in all these damages. They're layering in the team fights as Kazakhstan goes one after another. The Mamilian, the Reptilian, onto the back line. They'll take care of business. They'll take care of 1. They'll take care of 2. They'll take care of 3 as Kyrgyzstan cannot find a way to claw back from this fight.
Oh, someone calls this disciplinary teacher. This is sheer bullying coming out inside Kazakhstan. They've just got so much layering, the way they path as well. They make sure all the bushes are covered. You see Serik check that bush as well, find Askar, and after that, members from the side of Kyrgyzstan just go ahead, pick him off almost immediately. Just take a look at this replay right here. The way they layer in, you know, these 5 Mamilian holding on to the Black Dragon form as well, goes all the way back in. Yes, even though he went down, but the fear factor is there for the side of Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyzstan is giving a lot of respect over side of Kazakhstan because Kazakhstan demands it.
Kyrgyzstan back on the defense. They're playing to how Kazakhstan wants them to play. Kazakhstan now in the driver's seat, setting the tempo, setting the speed of the game, waiting for the Lord to spawn, which it will march down the mid side. Kyrgyzstan, have they any opportunity to defend? They don't really have a lot of AoE wave clear.
No clear. Rebekov, even if you use the lantern to really clear, you're consuming a lot of mana as well. But just now we saw Kazakhstan, you know, fixing 3 waves, using it on sync, and they're doing it right now, albeit a bit off sync, but still good enough at this point in time.
And from the back line, Clint already secured 2 kills for himself so far, but that's a lot of damage coming in from the Clint. 1 step closer, 1 step too deep. You will find yourself in a spot of bother.
You can see that Kazakhstan really has the fundamentals really correct, right? Like the fact that Askar, showing himself right there, that's going to be immobilized.
There's a nice traction pulse and a stun from Kazakhstan. No commitment as of now. Lantern will pull them back, but they won't go.
Salamat is just like free hitting from afar right there. Askar finds onto Salamat. Oh man, this is why Kimi is so slippery.
Yeah. Barbeau is already used up, forcing the Barbeau so early on. Minions still marching in. A slow push down on all 3 lanes, but then it's locked up. Killing spree for Salamat.
Yeah, Chicken was using a flying cloud. I'm not sure where he decided to fly. Hopefully flying away from the damage that Kazakhstan is constantly pouring all the oversized Kyrgyzstan. Constant fights. There's no time for Kyrgyzstan to breathe.
They're launching the fights. They're in the midst of it. TOR will land on 1. He's already got the immortality. He's not afraid. He's taking up that damage. He's taking the hits. He's leashing up that hit. Kalbayev will be able to push them back for now. T1 might be able to fall by the hands of Clint if he does have that range.
It's a clean base for the side of Kyrgyzstan, ladies and gents. Kazakhstan leading the charge convincingly. There's no form of escape for the side of Kyrgyzstan. One after another, they fall. Askar and also Shengnikov is the one that, you know, members of the side Kazakhstan is constantly bashing. You got the Sky Piercer stack and probably, albeit not good, not max stacks, but it's there. The constant threat of Akambayev once the BOD is already secured, and also even Great Dragon Spear. Akambayev has already started to pick up kills, and there's a lot of damage pouring in. Kazakhstan, yes, they've got a gold laner that's already hit critical mass already, but you don't feel the presence because there's always Mamilian, there's always Serik, and also to a certain extent Kozakov, who could just flicker in with a Raging Sandstorm and disrupt the whole team fight.
The fear of the threat of the Black Dragon is a little bit too much for Kyrgyzstan. It's pushing the Bruno back, it's pushing the Chusin back. They don't have that damage to deal with the defenses that Kazakhstan has already built up for themselves. And right now, Kazakhstan blitzing this Lord. It doesn't look like Kyrgyzstan wants to challenge for this. They will try their best. In the last-ditch effort, the Black Dragon will come up, go straight for that horse. He's got his eyes set on that one. That's red hits. Salamat will fall. Finally, it's a 4v5. It's not together with the squad. Kusupov is finding himself in a spot of bother. He's hitting one after another. But Clint finding himself in the mid lane.
True, the fight was so messy, right? The fact that both these two teams split the whole fight into half, they trade mid for mid. Don't forget, Salamat and also Mibikov both has the Sky Piercer stack. That's gonna be, Conceal Blade!
Conceal coming in, but Bill already used up as well. Lord will get pulled, will get reset, but there's a lot of damage coming in from that Clint. 1 hit, 2 hits, and 3 hits more. The TOR is no more, and Clint taking down one after another. Kazakhstan total dominance in all these team fights.
There's too much damage coming up. It's Clint, Churros. It's just once the BOD is built. To add Salt to the wound, that's a Berserker's Fury, because why not? Nobody from the side of Kyrgyzstan can basically touch this clean at all, and Askar is just trying to focus down onto the Kimi over and over again. I think the hyper tunnel vision onto Kimi was a little bit too much, and you know, once even though Kalbayev on this Leomon was able to run it down, but he may face a lot of trouble because Akambaye is just outputting an unholy amount of damage.
It's all part of the plan. Focus on Kimi. You get Akambaye to just free hit on that back line. You got a Berserker Sphere, you got a Great Dragon Sphere, and one thing great about the Great Dragon Sphere is that you can just immediately sell your boots now. You have immediate additional movement speed, reposition yourself, and start that charge. There's a kick onto the Black Dragon itself. As Mamillet, the Reptilian, trying to find his way in to disrupt that team fight. The Valkyrie will get used up, TOR will land, but not enough damage for Kyrgyzstan to fall in. You got the Lord charging onto the throne. That's the backline hit. That's the hit from the Kimi as well, securing that spot for Kazakhstan. What a great win.
No matter how I see that fight earlier just now, right, it's just like there's no way in like any form of plans for the side of Kyrgyzstan to really touch onto the Clint. Clint was just free hitting, man. Clint is just pressing all the buttons that is off that's off cooldown, and he's just spamming passive over and over again. Those piercing damage brings the threat of the endless battle, the BOD, and also the Berserker's Fury to add that problem over to the problem that's already at hand. And on top of that, a Berserker's Fury now actually also introduced true damage. So there's nothing that for the side Kyrgyzstan can do if they're unable to find a flank onto this Clint.
Yeah, I think in a lot of the team fights that Kazakhstan made, they were extremely divey. They knew that they wanted to go for the kills. But for Kyrgyzstan, it seems a little bit like I want to go, I don't want to go. In Singapore, we call it Aimai. So like it's a little bit like shaky.
Giving mixed signals.
Giving you mixed signals. But it's like a little bit suspicious for know, using Barbil as a defensive measure to get out of harm's way, and instead of going in and using Barbil's additional damage, additional movement speed to chase down the Kimi, to chase down the Claude.
Yeah, I feel like in the whole fight for the side of Kyrgyzstan is that they want to fight front to back, but I feel like their whole composition definitely is meant to fight front to back. But it seems like the Kazakhstan has the better front to back, and it's all enabled by the Khalid, right? That's why the Khalid was like what R1, R2 pick, right? And also the Kimi to a certain extent, right? The Kimi has proven so slippery, and there's nobody, even the Cho wasn't able to reach that backline to try to kick. MVP goes over to Serik this time.
I would say the Suyo is super underestimated in terms of the objective takes capabilities. You can change into your different forms. Usually the assassin form, you enable yourself to take down the core damage dealers of your opponent's team. The Bruno was not a factor at all. The Jusin was not a factor at all. And basically your Sever and your second skill scales with your target's HP. So the tankier you are, the easier to execute your targets. And not only that, you secure the Lords, you secure the turtle so much more easier.
Look, I think Serik is like, nah, I don't need to build any form of tank. The only tank item is the Demon Wings. Then I just build BOD and Malefic Gun, and I just go in and burst everybody down. Because I think Kyrgyzstan has a opportunity, right? If in fact went for a Master Assassin thinking that he can try to dominate the early game, but you don't see that from happening. In fact, Zamibrek also has a lot of these key items that Bruno needs, but you just don't feel the impact because, you know, Kasepov is just right in your face. You also add a threat of Serik as well, a million as well. If everybody from the side Kazakhstan clumps up, that's an easy petrify for the Lizard as well. Shikanov also did a really good job, I would say, as an Alice, but there's a lot of times where the TOR was used against Kazakhstan, but nobody followed up. Even though Merbekov, I think, was able to try to put some damage in with the, at least he also wielded the Sky Piercer as well, but it's too late. He even skipped the clock in order to get more damage as required, but I think against Kazakhstan, they're so far ahead all the time, and you know, you've got a Clint that builds like that with double Berserker's Fury, because why not? Yeah, sold off the Great Dragon Spear just for more crit.
Imagine if your crit damage stacks and you get 300% crit. That's not gonna happen.
That's 50% crit damage, if I remember correct. Additional crit damage.
So 250% damage total.
Man.
You have like a crit basically grants you 200%. You get 250 with the Berserker's Fury. But at the end of the day, it's so hard to get even remotely close to the back line. And you get two members of the back line dealing so much damage for Kazakhstan. You have a sort of like a mid-range protection in the form of a Khalid, because in the late stages of the game, Mamillion is the one that is going into your opponent's back line, buying you that range and space for that free hits for Kazakhstan. Kyrgyzstan had a little bit of a silver lining in an early game in the turtle fights, because, you know, Murbekov was finding great positions to be able to counter, disengage the fights. But at the end of the day, Askar Bekov and Shekhanov, using all these setup heroes, they're not able to chase up to that. There's not a lot of support. There's not a lot of, at the end of the day, damage coming in from Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, it's just immediately lacking, right? In fact, that Murbekov is kind of forced to ditch that clock. It goes in for more magic item to basically dish out the more damage, assist the whole team. But of course, congratulations over to Kazakhstan. I think this is almost like it, right? Once you win like at least two series convincingly, I think you're already kind of locked in to Nagoya already. So I would say congratulations over to Kazakhstan. They did a very good showing. I also like what I'm seeing, right? The fundamentals are there. They know how to sync the waves. They know how to macro. They identify key power spikes, and then they strike. They play to the strengths, which is, if I'm playing that early composition, I will try to snowball as quickly as possible, which they did as well, right? Kyrgyzstan, unfortunately, I think they gave a little bit too much respect over the side of Kazakhstan and allowed Kazakhstan to just trample all over them.
I do agree. It's sort of like they know how to take advantage of the situation. They drafted for the early game. They drafted for a speed run, and they actually really speed run their way through. Yes, they made a little bit of mistakes, especially in game number 2, but they learned from what happened in game number 1, where if they want to fight, all fights. The rotation speed was fast. You don't really see like one person going in alone.
Correct.
It was always backup coming in. Mamillion was always right there, and they knew how to play the lanes. They knew how to play the map. Mamillion was on the top side. Remember how the first kill over to Kazakhstan was always an ambush down the mid lane. Clear that wave fast. I don't even think it's a proxy, so he waited for that wave. It was down the mid side of the top lane, and then he rotated down super early on, waited for the mid lane to clear up, and it was just, they were all in sync. So, you know, looking forward to the next game, because Kazakhstan will actually be playing one more game against Uzbekistan. Kazakhstan is in a safe spot. Even if they lose the next one, it still is going to be a secured position into the main stage in Nagoya, Japan.
Yeah, but I mean, who likes to lose?
Who likes to lose?
But I say that as I contradicted what I said earlier just now, right? Like, you know, you actually learn more as you lose, right?
You don't lose, you win or you learn.
Yeah, you win or you learn. But of course, you know, Kazakhstan will be going up against Uzbekistan later on. We are still dealing with Group C as well. Sorry, correct. Apologies on that. So we're still doing Group C. As what I mentioned earlier just now, there's a lot of games we haven't seen from the side of Group C. Finally, we get some spotlight already on them as well. In terms of Uzbekistan, I feel like right now, based on the standings that I saw, they were able to take Kyrgyzstan as in a 2-1 fashion.
Correct.
So I think they're not too shabby either. This is going to be a first seed versus a second seed. So it's all about like who gets the better seed, I guess.
It's really just seeding at this point, and definitely you want to stay at top of the charts. Because I think in these kinds of tournament formats, in the main stage, it's still yet to be seen, but typically you have the top seed of one group going up against the bottom seed of the group that will go into the main stage on another group. So if that makes sense. So you always want to stay ahead of the competition. Statistics wise, Uzbekistan taking one game loss over Kyrgyzstan is still, you know, saying to us that Kazakhstan has what it takes to snowball and rampage their way through over Uzbekistan, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, I think Uzbekistan, technically speaking, they got 3 points, right? That one match win against, I believe that was Kyrgyzstan in day number 2, kind of definitely works in their favor, as well as we take a look at the standings, just in case. If I'm more of a graphic person, I like to show graphics in order for people to understand what I'm talking about. Here you go, Kazakhstan. I say with that 2-match win, solidifies their position in Nagoya already. Uzbekistan
as well.
I would say, technically speaking, yes, already.
Yes, there's no way that Kyrgyzstan or Tajikistan is able to climb their way up. I think you win 2, you're immediately qualified. Now it's just fight for seeding.
Yeah, the fact is the game depth between Kyrgyzstan and also Uzbekistan is so far apart, but hey, it makes it feels like show match later, I guess.
It's just a show match to see what kind of strategies that Uzbekistan has brought to the table. We haven't seen it in the in the qualifying main stage yet, so we are pretty excited to see what Uzbekistan brings to the table. Will they be able to disrupt and tear apart the aggressive strategy, the early game strategy that Kazakhstan brings into the plate?
Yeah, and with that said, ladies and gents, this is just a interesting gameplay. I'm glad to see what Kazakhstan has offered itself, albeit slightly slow in terms of the meta. But hey, at the very least, I hope they win and learn, especially when they go over to Nagoya, when they start facing metas from other regions as well. So, ladies and gents, with that said, don't go away, because coming up next will be another game from Group C. It will be between Kazakhstan going against Uzbekistan. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
moment. In crimson splendor! Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
moment. In crimson splendor! Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists.
The final day of the 2026 Asian Games Esports events, Mobile Legends Bang Bang qualifiers still continues. This is the third match of the day that we'll be watching. Earlier just now, we watched a match between Kazakhstan going up against Kyrgyzstan. In Kazakhstan, I love what I'm seeing, Churros.
Yeah, what we know from Kazakhstan is they have learned and adapted from other regions and using it to their own strengths. Albeit they are using metas from a previous season, it's just one step back, but they're doing it in their own way, and that's what we love to see, their own flavor in the mix. It's not necessarily the draft, but the execution and gameplay as well. And what we know about the Central Asia as a whole is that, hey, they don't really have that much of a draft difference from us in Southeast Asia. What we want to see is how they play the game. And coming in from Kazakhstan, we haven't really seen Uzbekistan as much as Kazakhstan. And we know that they know how to rotate. They know how to play the early game. They know how to play that speed run. And going into Kazakhstan, we have Akambayev, Gusupov, Salamat, Serik, and Mamilin, the Reptilian.
Well, you just want to say that. It just rolls off the tongue. That's fine. I'm very sure he's not representing. But anyways, I feel like Kazakhstan did a really good showing in terms of they know what they need to do, especially in certain team fights. They're positioning, they're also engaged, they're really one-track minded. If they want to go, they will just go. You see some of the teams where, you know, even if they go, they're still like, okay, do I stay or do I go? Or sometimes do I like hesitate just a little bit, and then after that, the whole opportunity just goes out of whack, right? But of course, you know, let's take a look at the opposite eye, or the other contender coming from Uzbekistan. That is Zotov, Yurev's son, Mama Rasulov, and Rastamov.
Yeah, coming up from win against Tajikistan 2-0 as well. So both these two teams are going into the main stage in Nagoya, Japan. So this game and this matchup definitely will be sort of like a show match kind of situation. Both them testing each other's mettle, both them testing each other's strength. And I think if you want to experiment onto anything, this will be that game.
I think it's not really good to experiment, especially right now that you just do have to keep some hidden threats as well going into Nagoya. But of course, you know, from now all the way to Nagoya, there's a lot of events that will happen in between. Many patches could also potentially happen as well, so that's why
new heroes are coming up. So this
specifically, right?
Specifically for this HQ. Unfortunately, this is Hirara's global ban, so we won't get to see that as much. But you know, going into other stages, definitely things are going to be shaking up.
So I think apart from that, also I think the common denominator between these two teams is that both of these two teams have faced Kyrgyzstan before. Kyrgyzstan all the way down in the bottom seat already for this particular group stage. We're talking about the first two seats competing against each other. Uzbekistan actually lost one game over to Kyrgyzstan, so that's something of I would say a bit of a small little statistic right there to also take note. It's an interesting fun fact. But of course, you know, Kazakhstan is the one that's clean sweep Kyrgyzstan 2-0.
It's not only a clean sweep. Clean sweep. It is basically they put Kyrgyzstan to sleep. It's super dominant, super convincing. The max goal difference was basically hitting around the 10 to 12K, finishing up both games rightly around the 14-minute mark. Second game was sub 14. It was just 1 second shy of a 14-minute game. And this was a really interesting kind of gameplay that Kazakhstan has brought out. So really dominant. We haven't really seen Uzbekistan as much. Maybe they played it in the first half of the HQ, maybe the first couple of days. So they're still getting into their stride, getting to their groove. So this will be the real test. If you want to show anything, if you want to prove anything, the last day will be that chance.
I think also, as well, right? You talk about the momentum as well. Kazakhstan actually got a bit of a two-game sweep at the very least, so they've got their warm-ups done already. But now, you know, Uzbekistan, they haven't played a single game ever since day number 2. Day 2 is the day where they face against Kyrgyzstan as well. So yeah, of course, you know, this is their first game of the first match of the day for them in day 4. Later on, they'll be going up against Tajikistan later on at the other substage.
So in this order of manner, we kind of know what Kazakhstan wants to do. Will Uzbekistan identify that Kazakhstan wants to go on the aggressive, wants to go on the offensive and try to draft around that, try to draft a fight fire by fire kind of situation that Kyrgyzstan actually did, but play it in a albeit different kind of manner to try to stop the approach that Kazakhstan wants to bring.
Yep, Kazakhstan and also Uzbekistan, this is their first game for them. We're going to Flying Clouds as well. Phobius getting banned away by the time Kazakhstan's right off the bat. perma ban and perma, I would say almost 100% pick ban for the side of the Phobias, but now Uzbekistan. Okay, Suyo ban away. So yeah, now I have to, you know, undo that new meta update. I have to put that on my old thing cap again. Suyo ban means that they're really looking to try to slow down Kazakhstan's tempo.
So they're still opening up generic kind of global priority heroes like Claude, like the Jusin, the Paquitos are coming in. So will Kazakhstan adjust to this ban and try to go for a little bit more long range and a marathon kind of draft pick? So playing towards that mid to late game power spike instead of trying to push or force that early game advantage. They still have the options to do so. There are other assassin junglers out there as well. Do you want to force that situation, or do you want to see what Uzbekistan has up their sleeves first?
And Marcel is also open to ban as well the Jusin, I believe. Kazakhstan hasn't was the one that slipped, allowed the Jusin to slip away. Yes, I can feel that pain as well coming from you. Mamillion really cannot ride his reptile anymore, right?
Yeah,
is Dragon a reptile?
It is. It is. It's a cold-blooded snake thing.
But okay, all right, fine. No wonder.
At the end of the day, Uzbekistan really got their homework done. They're going straight for the core meta picks that we know and love. The Gort will be picked up right off the bat. This leaves Jusin open for Uzbekistan's taking if they want to.
Yeah, B1 pick prioritize over the Gort instead of the Jusin that we usually expect. So that's why, you know, but of course, you know, putting Gort right there is really obvious, and not only just that, the best part about Kazakhstan going for B1 Gort pick is that the Yuchong is already banned away. You've also got the Paquito that's already banned away, so the Gort should be slightly safer as compared to, you know, having these two heroes open. Harley being selected by Uzbekistan for R1, and R2 pick would be the Cho.
So this is looking kind of like annoying from Uzbekistan. They want to draft an annoying kind of draft. The Cho will be used to give a little bit more vision, give a bit more intelligence and understanding to what Kazakhstan wants to do, especially in early game. Against Kyrgyzstan, they kind of identified that Cho is sort of like that core that we kind of need to draft in order to disrupt that back line. Gort makes it so much easier than compared to Akimi that was used in 2 games previously for Kazakhstan. But for Uzbekistan, the Harley, the Cho, the Claude, this looks like a all-rounded draft. Harley doesn't really spike up until the mid stage of the game once you get your core item spikes. Claude is basically your late game insurance. And Kazakhstan looking like they want to win out those lanes.
Harley is already activated once you have Deadly Magic already. So usually you hit hard and fast at level 4, you start ganking the gold lane, right? So I think that's why Kazakhstan went for the Harif instead. Someone who has a bit more shielding, especially when you go land down the Zaman Force as well to kind of offset the damage coming out from the Harley. But this is once again Kazakhstan saying that, hey, I'm still looking to scale fast, scale early. Therefore, you know, Harif is always good. God is also solid in the level 4 once a Mystic Gush is unlocked. The Jusin gets banned away from the side. Kazakhstan, as what we mentioned earlier just now, surprisingly, it was leaked
out, yeah,
all the way to the second ban phase.
I feel like for Kazakhstan, they're not really too scared about the Jusin. They've dealt it twice before against Kyrgyzstan. Once the Jusin has been banned out, it makes it so much easier for the Gort to dominate that lane. The only thing I would say would excel in terms of that Gort one-to-one fight, maybe there's 2 heroes, Lilia and Kimi, on the top of my mind that has so much mid lane priority. But coupled with the Cho, I would say if Valentina was picked up, I wouldn't be surprised.
Valentina is a good pick coming out of Uzbekistan as well, right? You can take the Raging Sandstorm away and use it to kind of deny the Gort as well. And then after that, get up front and personal, burst this Gort down and move on, right? So that's actually a good idea. But right now, if you take a look at Uzbekistan's draft currently, right? The Cho is that pick composition. Speaking about pick, they're looking to lock the person down. So multiple lockdowns coming up from the side of Uzbekistan, the Terizla coming into play.
Yeah, I like what Uzbekistan is cooking up, right? They have the Terizla, so in the case of any big team fights that Kazakhstan wants to push in, and remember, Kazakhstan always wants to fight a winning numbers kind of fight. So if you have 3 men, they're going to wait till they have 4, and then you're going to rush in. And be sure that they are going to rush in. They're going to go for the Yisun Shin instead. So Lapu is going on the AXP side, Yisun Shin, a very, very scaly marksman, but they are still on a timer. It is a pretty risky to draft a hyper-aggressive, hyper-speed run kind of draft from the side of Kazakhstan. Now that you know that Uzbekistan has some form of team fight denial in these major objectives.
Yeah, but now, okay, Uzbekistan drafted Yves right off the bat, so all of a sudden they've got a lot of avenues, right? They can pick, they can also clash, they can also lock somebody down, and Turiza is a good counter over to the Harif. Same can be said over the side of Yves, but I can see Kazakhstan already kind of anticipated the Yves pick coming up. That's why the Lapu comes into play. There's also a certain extent the Mountain Shocker coming up from Serik will be able to land onto Sun on the Yves as well. So that's something that is good for the side of Kazakhstan. Straying away from them MO just a little bit. This is a slightly scaling comp, right? You got a Yushin as a late game insurance, but of course you got the Gord at the same time. Uzbekistan is the one that needs to really ramp up that control as quickly as possible, especially when they hit level 4.
This is game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Kazakhstan versus Uzbekistan. Call it a show match. But both these teams, they're already going into Nagoya. This is the time that they show who is the top seed in the Central Asia region. But I like the adjustments coming in from Kazakhstan. They're still sticking to their character just a little bit. Hyper-aggressive, a little bit speedy for their side. But let's see how they operate against Uzbekistan, who kind of identifies that, hey, you know, if Kazakhstan wants to go on the aggressive, let's just ban it all out. That saves us some time and some pressure.
I like this, right? I think the Yushin makes sense. If you take a look at Uzbekistan, if you minus off the Turiza, everybody from the side of Uzbekistan can be dealt with by Serik on this Yushin, right? Apart from that, you also got the dash away that allows you to get away from Rustamov penalty zone. So that's something that you could potentially work against, especially in early game before Yoriv actually start racking up the items. The Cho is still kind of squishy.
Yeah, this is just judging from the previous matchup, this is not where Kazakhstan wants to be. Typically, in the first minute mark, Kazakhstan would typically send Kusupov over to the enemy jungle, but Cho, Yuriev is just denying that entry.
Yeah, and it's a lot easier and faster for the side of Uzbekistan to really clear this one, right? Like the Yuriev on the Concussive Blast and also Son on the Void Crystals, you can just wave clear, shove it, and then after that rotate.
Harley is already on that level 4. He's looking for targets right now. Starting the rotations on the bottom side. Mamilin is going to be the one with the deadly magic. There's a onto his face and a hit from Yuriev to seal the deal. The kill goes over to Mama Rusulov.
Yeah, good job over the side of Uzbekistan right there, identifying the key targets, right? Like, now they're able to slow down Mamillin's progression, and not only just that, burn away the flicker as well. And now Mamillin will enter this turtle fight without a level 4, and Bravest, no access. Kazakhstan doesn't have access to Mamillin's Bravest Warrior, means that, you know, this is going to be a bit more easier for Uzbekistan to really secure this turtle.
Uzbekistan really doing a very good job denying that fight. They're so sneaky, slipping out of that laser and disrupting it immediately. Rustamov with that hit. Serik takes out that Cho, punishing him, taking out that turtle as well. The box will come through, but not enough to take anyone down. Kazakhstan wins out on his first objective of the game.
Yeah, and the best part is, you know, Serik literally winning clutch right there. You can see Mama Rusulov was trying to find that Rechi land as well, but it did not land. And of course, you know, you talk about the penalty zone coming up from the side of Rustamov, right? Literally denies what Kazakhstan wants to do. This V1 pick doesn't look really nice at all anymore because it's so predictable. Rustamov could just flicker ultimate penalty zone and push Salamat out of the Mystic Gush.
Quick rotations coming in from Harith as well, down into the mid lane. But before we go into that, the turtle, what went down?
Yeah, I think it's just all eyes on Mustamov right there, right? Just literally looking at Salamat and try to hold down that position. But unfortunately, I feel that real-world manipulation from Sun came out a little bit late. That instant replay, I think that was the second sequence of the whole team fight earlier just now.
Yeah, he just got that level 4, just popped the grid of RWM just in the nick of time, but unfortunately unable to seal the deal on that turtle. But in this case, I think Kazakhstan, they're still being on the aggressive. They are held back just a little bit on the bottom side with that first blood over to Mama Rusulov, but I think they're still in the game.
Still okay. It's still not too shabby either, right? Don't forget, Kazakhstan does have a Yushin looking to scale, but Zoltov as well. So far, if you take a look at the gold lane priority, it's really even Stevens right here. There's not a lot of movement as well, albeit level 6 for the side of Akamabe means that he's, you know, hard shoving, was able to push Zoltov away. I think there's a couple of minions that Zoltov missed. That's why he's slightly behind in terms of level. But of course, you know, a lot more work cut out for the side of Yoriv to find the pickoff.
Not only that, right? Akambayev actually rotated down to the mid side. Zoltov, he's stunned up by the Mountain Shocker won't be enough to take him out though.
I think the whole point is basically to hurt Zotov as much as possible so that he backs off and then, come back and miss a couple of minutes. That's how, Kazakhstan wants to try to deny Claude.
Ooh, good bait, but Laser cannot find it. Smart will do though. Killing spree for Sarek right off the bat. The box will lay down. Kusapov taking full brunt of damage from the box itself.
Deadly Magic lands on the Kusapov and his son that lands down the rear wall manipulation damage onto him, just melting him down. Not even the Kusapov second skill was able to save him from those damage.
Turtle popping up. It's just macro game all over the map. Zotov knows that the early game is not his fight. He's going to be farming. He's going to be staying safe up on that top side. Don't want to risk anything at all.
I think right now it's just that was a good engage, and that's the power of Deadly Magic, right? Deadly Magic, not only just the fact that you need to sometimes you don't need to rely on yourself to land down the damage. Your teammates can actually do it. Stack up the damage from the magic, Deadly Magic right there. You can see Mama Rusalov taking the initiatives over and over again, but the target was not landed on Salamat at all.
Mountain Shocker already used up. There's a vision game. There's a Raging Sandstorm directly on the Kusapov. Taking out the Terizla. The back line is still wide and open. He doesn't have the laser, but it does not matter. Yuriev taking a full burst of damage. That is the dead mode that we're watching. It's not red right now. It's blue with the flag of Kazakhstan.
Yeah, and Sarek is just landing down so much damage. Real world manipulation coming up from Sun, and it just Mamillion just walks out of it. Even flash the emote as well. But of course, Sarek, the Mountain Shocker is coming in really clutch. All of these time, right? The fact that you can just land down the stun, and of course, you do quite a decent amount of damage on this Mountain Shocker. You deny that people come over to the turtle. Hardy couldn't even hold that turtle because he's taking a lot of damage, and especially when he spent the Deadly Magic on Kusapov earlier just now.
It was also absolute clinic, right? Coming in from Kazakhstan from the second turtle fire of the game. Using the Mountain Shocker, immediately found out where Rustamov is, and they know that Mama Rusalov doesn't have the Deadly Magic, so they can start the engage to try to push him back. Now, Uzbekistan, on the other hand, with the Harley, it will be so much more difficult for him to contest for the major objectives.
Yep, level 2 level difference, and even the gold lead swinging in the favor of Sarek as well. 1.5k gold difference against his counterpart. Sarek is farming up a Storm because he's not only just the fact that, right, he was really farming up a Storm because Yushin wave clear speed is really hard, really fast. But Sarek picks up 4 kills, so that's definitely going to be a lot of value for this Asian Shin for now. Not only just the fact that he was able to secure the items, he also secured 2 Lords for himself, turtle for himself.
Cutting off the escape route. Zotov goes down by the hands of Sarek once again.
Yeah, it feels like, Sarek is basically playing the Harley game once the starting hard ganking up top and bot, bouncing back and forth like a ping pong ball. Especially after his ultimate is ready, he's ready to strike. Mama Rusalov, on the other hand, I think is slightly slower in the initiative. He's starting to realize that he doesn't really have the damage to burst anybody down.
There's a kick directly into the wall, and hard plays. The laser pops up. The heal will not be enough, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Needs speed for a roam. They took what they can and they're out of there. The turtle still open up though.
Yeah, big set is already denied as well. Don't forget there's also another Mountain Shocker coming off, and Sarek is just literally begging Uzbekistan, if you want to handshake a team fight right here, right now, no matter even if we don't have the hard engages as well. But Sarek,
ooh, that's a shot. Sarek picks that one up as well.
Man, there's so many damage coming out of Civic already. He knows that he's far ahead. 2 levels ahead is more than enough, especially as an assassin. Oh, well, technically speaking, marksman in this case, right? And now the marksman is hunting down the assassin. And it feels good, right? Like, usually as a gold laner or a marksman, you are at the mercy of these assassins. And Mama Rusalov actually went down with the Deadly Magic as well.
In this mid-stage, I would say, kind of mid to late stage of the game, if you are a Harley and you're getting one-shotted by Sarek and Sarek is immediately finding you out, this is not looking so good because you're not having that snowball potential. You don't really have that momentum driving you through to pick up any kills, and having the Harith on the other end of the table, it makes it so much harder to siphon and focus your fire onto him.
Yeah, I think it's just Mama Rusalov. I think the early game was a little bit iffy right there, and now they're starting to pay for it. Mountain Shocker.
Mamillion, the Red Jailer will start things out. The box will lay down to block everyone off. But Rustamov will still find its way down to 6 feet underground. Zotov will keep himself safe for now. It's 2 members down for both sides. The fights are still happening. It's a brawl, and Kazakhstan is not giving Uzbekistan time to breathe. We've been here before, Jace.
Kazakhstan 5k goal lead already. Lots of damage that Kazakhstan can easily poke. And then after that, they cleared off the mid. And now it's just the problem is, you saw how Zotov was a little bit slow with the Blazing Duet. Trying to find the Blazing Duet target on and play around a real one manipulation. That's the key. But it feels like Kazakhstan knows what's up, especially, you know, when they're facing an Eve. They're not handshaking team fights inside the real one manipulation. Serik's looking for targets.
Serik is just a one-man army on his own right now. Kazakhstan reverting back to a 4-1 composition. They're just letting Serik do his thing. His 13 levels up. Still 2 more levels, and then we'll see peak Lee Seung-shin form as of now.
Yeah, level 15 power spike, right? Yeah, Serik is like literally 2 levels ahead of Mama Rusalov right now. If the heart is right behind levels as well, he's not able to assassinate anybody. Take a look.
Starting things up, Uria drawing the team fights, break Mountain Shocker will block up the escape routes for Rastamov. In the penalty zone as well. Uria nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And then again, the Kazakhstan death ball.
This is a great kick coming out from Yuri, but nobody from the side of Uzbekistan was able to follow on Kazakhstan right there. You know, it's like, yeah, like, you can kick me, but hey, if you don't have anybody to follow up with the damage, that's it. Because if you notice, Mama Rusalov is really far behind in terms of levels. Mama Rusalov is only level 12. Salama is already level 12. You need to have a level advantage in order for you to burst down anybody from the side of Kazakhstan. But take a look at the replay right here, right? The laser being landed down, the caught onto Rustamov, and then it's just a pick-up composition over and over again. And then all of a sudden, the whole one-more combo composition from the side of Uzbekistan. I want to fight everyone inside the box. The whole idea is gone.
Yeah, when the laser popped up, it was kind of like another sense of like, you know, you want to try to save Rustamov, but you know that you're not going to be able to save him at all because the rest of the members are already there. He's also utilized his flicker. And speaking of which, this penalty zone directly in the midst of battle. Kazakhstan is still sitting happy and healthy. Laser drops down alongside the box, almost down. So dumb. We're taking arrow to the face.
Uzbekistan is literally trying to set the real world manipulation and then everything against Kazakhstan, but Kazakhstan is already like, as like, what, 10k goalie in the favor. They're literally fighting inside the real world manipulation, and Macmillan right there with the bravest warrior was able to just have the damage reduction and also tankiness to deal with the damage against Rustamov and also Zotov as well. Zotov goes down as well, and that's a damage dealer from the side of Uzbekistan gone.
Great run, popped all the bubbles from the T3s, leading up by 10,000 gold. We've been here before. Uzbekistan, the issue is with the Harley, you do want to stay ahead. The laser comes down, drops onto Rastamov again. He can't do anything. He can't run, he can't hide. Penalty zone as a defensive measure. Zeman Force drops down as well. And Uzbekistan playing on the back foot.
Yeah, Salamat does have the Ice Cream 1 as well. And you can see Macmillan's going on ham.
Macmillan, the Reptilian, gets kicked back. Bouncy heads drop down. As an added effect, he will drop. Zotov with the Blazing Duet. Albeit a little bit too late, but Kazakhstan got what they can, cleared out that base, and Uzbekistan, they're in a desert.
Yeah, definitely. No base on the side of Uzbekistan's, no turrets on the side of Uzbekistan base at all right now. It's just, you know, there's a lot of times where, you know, Rustamov was trying to make a play right there with the penalty zone, but he eats so much laser. Salamat was so safe. Literally, Salamat right there. Man, there's no way that Uzbekistan was able to find the Salamat at all, because if Rustamov wasn't able to find him, I think apart from that, there's nobody from the side Uzbekistan can do. You cannot deactivate the laser. You gotta eat a face full of laser from Kazakhstan.
Not only that, right? Uzbekistan is essentially just throwing their bodies, trying to disrupt the engage, where they should learn how to back off, understand that, okay, let's give up this turn and let's play an actual base defense. At least we'll wait and buy some time for Yurev to be in position, and the rest of our team has a little bit more added defense coming into the base rush. But now they came back home to find all the furniture missing.
Yep. Technically, all the chairs, dining chairs and dining tables uprooted by Kazakhstan as of now. Macmillan is just so threatening at the same time. Kazapov also just pinning.
That's a kick. Into the wall they go. This laser getting shot down. Rustamov first to fall. Zotov using the blazing duet, but will not be enough. Taking a full face. Mamila the Reptilian is still there, and he's still hunting everyone down. A cold-blooded monster.
Yeah, Kazakhstan is giving no mercy over Uzbekistan. There's only 30 minutes, and we already rack up 12k gold lead in the favor. And not only just that, Uzbekistan needs to defend against the Lord.
3v5, they might not be able to do it. Nice dodge by Sarek on the face of Deadly Magic. Will get that hat out of the way. Kazakhstan will seal the deal in the first game. Goes to Kazakhstan.
Dominant showing from the side of Kazakhstan as well. It's just pure chaos, especially in the earlier parts of the game. And also, you know, the fact is, you know, for the side of Uzbekistan, they're trying their best and hardest in order to be able to turn things around. And of course, you know, there's so many things that Uzbekistan trying to do. Like the fact that you've got the God was literally uncontested at all. It was a very easy game, and Kazakhstan really did know how to peel for the side of his team, right? Salama is very safe. You've got the Lapu to deal with. You also got the Khalid to deal with. There's a wall of bodies to go through before you even get to the goal.
And even if you got the goal, we saw that a couple times with the Cho. He kicked him up, disrupted the laser, but it doesn't do anything because the rest of the members are already there. We know from Kazakhstan they like to fight as 5. The Terizla was built specifically or drafted specifically to deal with a 5-man team fight composition. But every single time there's a 5-man team fight, the Terizla goes in first. The Cho comes in as sort of a reactionary measure to disrupt that Mr. Laser, but it doesn't really do too much. The rest of the members are way too far behind. Harley wasn't really the right draft at this moment.
I feel like Hardy was a great draft in the early game. I want to see a lot more active movements around this Hardy earlier just now, but then, you know, you allow Zerek and the Yushin to just farm up a Storm, and it's just, once the Mountain Shocker is ready, he just uses it, it pushes, you know, the Hardy away. You also deny, not saying deny the vision, you deny the advantage of an assassin, right? You don't know where he is. Suddenly one Mountain Shocker, you know where he is already, and you know what you do is, like, if you're a gold laner, you see, because of the Mountain Shocker, you see the Harley around, you play safe. So these are information that was already given away over the side of Kazakhstan, and that's why the Harley is finding a lot of difficulty to try to land down these ganks.
Well, for Uzbekistan though, I would say in the early game, they kind of played to their strengths. They know that if they sent Cho down into the mid side to try to mirror where the Khalid wanted to go, that would be sort of like their saving grace. But hey, Sarek had a great game so far. Legendary status at 8-0-7 for their KDA, 88% kill participation.
Don't forget,
he's such a monster, this guy.
Yeah, don't forget, Yushin is a glass cannon, but it seems like, you know, he's really unfazed because he's so far ahead in this danger, in this roster. And like what I mentioned during the start of the game, right? Like, look, if I would say pre 5 minutes, pre 8 minutes, the Cho doesn't really have a lot of HP bars. It's a lot easier for Ishinshin to just hack and slash all across the board, and nobody from the side of Uzbekistan has that kind of roster to deal with it except for Rustamov on the Terizla, right? But the problem is Rustamov always constantly getting shredded by the side of Salaman because, you know, Kusepov and also Mamilian is just absorbing so much of this attention. Akan Bayev as well on this Harif. I would say he also racked up a ton of damage as well, just being able to be absorbing most of the pressure coming up from Sun on the Yeep and also from the Hardy.
Uzbekistan really is, they need to adjust to the tempo that Kazakhstan wants to bring to the games, and I think in the draft they sort of understood that, hey, let's just take out the signature heroes for Sarek as well as Mamilin, but at the very end of the day, this looks like a repeat of what Kazakhstan did to Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, I think it's down to the gold laners, right? I feel like the gold laner wasn't able to get an opportunity to shine because, you know, even though Zotov on this card was already going to the later parts again, he was able to secure all the 3 items, but it's a little bit too late because, you know, the sheer amount of bullying coming up from the side of Kazakhstan, especially on the guard, especially on Yishin Shin, the last thing you want is to BMI right into the middle of fight, open up Blazing Duet, and all the Yishin Shin do is just auto attack combo and then second skill combo combo and then dash around, back and forth, you're instantly melted, right? Even though you got that blazing duet that's absorbing so much life steal around your enemies.
And the way that Kazakhstan likes to layer in the team fights works exceptionally well for
really
YSS. Mamillan was also very punishing. He didn't have any kills this game, but he was able to zone everyone back out of the way. So what he does is very, very present in zoning out that back line. The back line had no presence. The back line of Uzbekistan had no presence at all in the matter of any of these team fights. And they're just building like this blue death ball, throwing in the lasers, throwing in any one of these hits. You have the Yusung Shin who's dashing back and forth. And once you hit that physical strike, you go back with that range. And the rest of the members all come in to try and soak up some more damage before you take too much yourself. At the very end of the game, I remember one of the team fights with the penalty zone. I thought that would be it. You're fighting underneath the turret, or Uzbekistan's fighting underneath the turret. But because of the lack of the follow-up, you have the crowd control, you don't have the damage, you're just throwing your bodies. There's no way to escape if you're Rustamov. At the end of the day, that's 8 kills onto the Terizla itself.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate, right? Terizla is a very good setter, especially with the penalty zone as well, but I think the penalty zone was landing it mostly onto the front line as well as Kazakhstan, and Salama is more than happy to take it, right? You see the penalty zone coming in, I'm like, oh, you want to get close into me, and then you don't hit me with it, I'm just gonna send a laser down, and after that, it just melt you to pieces, right? And once the Mystic Gush come in, there's nobody from the enemy side of Uzbekistan to really turn off that Mystic Gush, and that's how, how the whole structure for the side of Uzbekistan just crumbles from there. The whole keys to victory right there is to really just find a way to turn off that laser, but they couldn't find the switch.
This will be the second draft coming underway. Expanding Rivers will work exceptionally well for the side of Kazakhstan.
That's right.
They love their rotations, they love their mobility, they love that versatility across the lanes. You see in the 4 to 5 minute mark, Harith is already ditching his own lane, taking in the mid-side gold and speeding it onto himself. Now Kazakhstan really loves that red side pick.
Yeah, they were playing red side in the previous series earlier just now. This previous game they're playing in the blue side, I think they who did their first pick? Gord, right? The first pick of Gord as well. So this time around, Gord is a prized possession for both these two teams. Uzbekistan already banned away the Yuchong, the Phobias, and the Harith. Kazakhstan bans away the Paquito, Marcel, and also the Freya. The Juicin is open if Uzbekistan wants to go for that, but Harley, first pick, I would say, maybe it's not the roster, it is the execution. Yeah,
maybe if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If you're comfortable with it, just play it. It kind of broke. It kind of is broke facing up against a Khalid. You can't really use your deadly magic on the Khalid. You can't really find your way or any access points into the Gord. There wasn't any cracks in the window or any chips in the armor that Harley was able to utilize, and you're sort of like lose out on the utility that you need when it comes to the objectives. Typically, in this case, if you know that you're fighting an early game, maybe pick up something a little bit more tanky. The Fredrin is still on the table. The Zetian is open, so the vision game will be strong. But how much that will change is still up to the execution of this one. Kazakhstan still sticking to their metal. The Gordon Khalid, that will be the Yusung Shin once again. Suyo is left unbanned.
Yeah, I think right now, I really agree for both Uzbekistan, especially their third picks, and also Kazakhstan's third pick as well, right? You got a Zetian, you got a global ultimate, Gord goes into laser, Zetian just responds with an ultimate of her own as well. Also has quite a decent range against the Gord as well. And global ultimate means that you can see everybody. Yusung Shin, it needs to be picked right here for the side of Kazakhstan, because you don't want to give that global ultimate over to the side of Uzbekistan already. Kazakhstan wants some piece of that pie, and now they'll also ban away the Claude.
It's vision play against vision play. Now, without the Harith, previously, Kazakhstan actually picked up a Bruno for themselves. So will they play that Bruno in the picture? I think it might be pretty good, considering that, hey, you still have a little bit of damage and no, it was the Clint for Kazakhstan.
Yes, it was the Clint.
It was the Clint for Kazakhstan, so pretty neutral in that front.
Look, if you got a Yusung Shin already in the jungler, most teams tend not to bring in another form of marksman into the gold lane. Well, there are also a lot of cases how you want to swing it, right? Double marksman means that you're really greedy, you really want to just hard shove it, and of course, technically speaking, Ishinshin, I think it's already starting to feel unfair to call it the double marksman kind of composition because Ishinshin acts more like an assassin. Yep, in this particular patch. Or, well, the previous patch. Bruno banned away. Uzbekistan knows what's up. At the very least, seems like they did the homework. Kazakhstan, Mamilian goes back into the Lapu Lapu. I can see Uzbekistan is like, nope, I don't even want to deal with Mamilian's dragon. Takes that away.
Kazakhstan going straight for the hyper-aggressive early game kind of composition that they are so used to by this point. Uzbekistan doesn't know what kind of marksman they'll pick, but the gold lane kind of shove for Kazakhstan is definitely crucial for Uzbekistan. They really need to try to find a way to win one of the lanes. The Sora might be the answer. A little bit of excess towards that back line. At least now you have Harley Cho, Sora as a gap closer, Zetian from using the Fury of the Phoenix as a sort of vision play. And carry would be good.
But a bit
so
short.
susceptible to
but a bit short range. But at the very least, you are able to deal with Lapu Lapu. Okay, using the Clint instead, counter-picking that away from the side of Kazakhstan. How do you deal with Clint as a lane bully? It's just you bully the lane yourself, number one. Number two,
Leslie.
you can go, well,
Obsidian, okay.
Scaling, right? You can just outscale your Clint, right? Obsidian is something that I was kind of excited about. We'll be able to see it in this particular game. It's a very scary scaling composition coming up from the side of Kazakhstan, especially on the Obsidia and the Yishin. These are scaly, or to a certain extent, Gord as well. I apologize. 3 scalable heroes. Uzbekistan, on the other hand, you've got the Zetian, you've got the Sora, and also Clint, that's 3. But Sora, technically speaking, it could add on even more damage. Over to the side of Kazakhstan, if Kazakhstan get caught off guard, especially when the guard is stationary.
Well, it is sort of a new debut for the gold laners. It's going to be Clint versus Obsidia. I like the fact that Obsidia was picked up. There is quite a bit of dives coming in, and it's kind of like a pseudo anti-assassin marksman. You mitigate the dash, you mitigate the mobility from the assassins or anyone that comes your way. But this is game number 2. Kazakhstan already 1 game ahead. Uzbekistan really needs to find a way to break through the death ball that Kazakhstan will build for themselves.
Look, I think there's also the range coming up on the side of Obsidia that could also match with the Clint, right? Like, you could also poke the Clint to Oblivion as well because of the range of your first skill. You're also able to dodge using the second skill as well. But, of course, you know, every time when you hit onto something using your first skill or your basic attack, you gain stacks. These stacks are so dangerous, especially towards the later parts of the game.
They're already utilized by Kusupov, but I don't think that is too much of a matter now. Kazakhstan will find himself in a spot of bother in the mid lane, fighting the range that Uzbekistan has adjusted to.
Yep. So far, good, I would say good fights, but Flicker already burned out by the side Kusupov. Technically speaking, into the first turtle fight, you don't really need that Flicker, especially when you don't have the Raging Sandstorm as well. So yeah, that's still a-okay. Clint, actually, interesting build coming out from the side of Zotov, right? Goes for the fighter emblem. I was expecting more of an assassin emblem because your main goal is to really just output a lot of damage from afar. Your range is crazy. I don't really feel like, you know, using the fighter emblem to get some bonus spellband for your first skill is worth it. But you never know, man. Like, especially when, you know, you go for like a piercing bullet that just penetrates through a lot of people and then you just easily regain those health back. That could also be the case as well.
Yeah, I do like the fact that actually the fighter emblem is my emblem of choice right now. Sustain the lane, sustain the team fights. Difficult to get through because you have decent range, especially once you build a malefic gun. Right now, a little bit of a deadly magic, a little bit of a deadly premonition that falls upon Kusupov.
Yeah, like literally, that was exactly what I was expecting from the side of Uzbekistan, especially when they go for this Harley pick, right? The Harley pick in the early game is just meant to do that. So which means that Kazakhstan kind of going to lose out this first turtle already. Rustamov doing a great job zoning away Sirik.
A little bit of a difference right here. That's the Fury of the Phoenix already laid down. Heavens open wide. There's a lot of damage coming into Kazakhstan's face. And they lose Kusupov.
Sora was a great pick, and that's why I was mentioning a very flexible kind of hero.
Will not be able to reach onto Rustamov, and he gets out safe.
Yeah, like as I was saying, Rustamov on this Sora was a great hero. You got that versatility if your team needs tankiness and also sets. You can go into your cloud form. If you need the damage, you can just inflict so much of annoyance on Salamat.
Good lock on, but not enough to finish up that job. Kusupov hits onto the wrong enemy, but hey, he lost his life once again. A little bit of adjustments from Uzbekistan. They win out that gold lane, they win out that mid lane, and Kazakhstan finds themselves in an uphill battle.
Yeah, this time around, I feel like it's just Kazakhstan. They definitely need to change the MO just a little bit. If you take a look, the ultimate coming up from the side of Sun as well, with the Sora just literally clumping everybody together, pushing it away. Salamat activating Mystic Gush earlier just now was a little bit too shallow, unable to reach, and I believe there was also a flicker burn in order for him to get out of there as well. So great plays coming out of Uzbekistan for now. They need to take advantage of this early game snowball that they've built to snowball out of control, because they have to face down Obsidia and also Yushin as well.
Yeah, this is very unlike Kazakhstan, or the Kazakhstan that we know in the past 3 games, because typically you have a burst marksman up on that gold lane, be it a bottom side. A little bit of a pushback. Brave Spider will keep Mamillion safe. There's a stun up underneath the turret, taking a whole lot of damage. Pure Phoenix lands, but a little bit too late as Rustamov goes down.
Yeah, Mamillion on the Lapu does have a lot of damage as well. Don't forget Rustamov, when he goes into the Thunder form as well, he doesn't really pack any more CCs. He does have a lot of damage though, but if Rustamov gets bursted down right there, then you don't even have the opportunity to go out with the damage at all. So good plays coming out of Kazakhstan for now to kind of equalize the gold lead just a little bit.
Yeah, but there's only 1 kill as Kazakhstan still has 1,000 gold lead that have to left climb up. Here comes the 5v5. First 5v5 of the fight. The Raging Sandstorm down the bottom side to start things off. Got the delayed time for Kazakhstan to get that turtle, but it will not be enough, as the Sora will be proven to be too much of a distraction for Kazakhstan, and they're being ripped apart by Uzbekistan.
Yeah, Uzbekistan, you know, tearing down Salamat as well as Kuzapov. Kuzapov using a lot, even Uzbekistan using a couple of flickers to reposition to get in a better position to land on the damage onto Salamat, and also Kuzapov is really, really well done. And of course, you know, Zotov, I believe that's already an endless battle being built for him already. He's on the way to go into the Malefic Gun. These are your 2 core items, whereas for the side of Akam Bayev, he's going for a more crit damage of Zeta build instead of the attack speed of Zeta build.
Coming into this, Uzbekistan raising the tempo, keeping it into high gear as they start to engage the aggression onto Kazakhstan, bottom side as well. You see Harley getting the aggression in. They're taking everything that Kazakhstan holds dear. Taking a little replay of what really went down.
Kuzapov actually, I think, went a little bit too far with the Raging Sandstorm. Members from the side of Kazakhstan wasn't able to kind of step forward to secure, right, and get caught off guard. And I believe that was also could be also Yorif that actually jumps in to basically kick and isolate Kuzapov. For now, they know that.
Oh, that's a nice kick on that
Massive.
core. Down goes Salamat. Kuzapov will survive for now. Just a little bit more. He gets that regen. Yuriev walks a little bit too close to the sun, but not enough damage to take him down. He will be able to slide out safe. As Obsidia also missing, the ultimate won't be able to re-engage.
Yeah. Bad news coming out of Kazakhstan already, because, you know, this is Uzbekistan time to shine. Mamillion take a lot of damage.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Brave Spider already used. Down goes Kuzapov. Zotov is online. And Kazakhstan falling like flies.
Yeah, Zotov, right. This is exactly what we want to see, especially from the previous game, where there's a lot more presence being felt by Zotov. Those passive damage starting to hurt because of the endless battle. Not only just that, Sun on that Zetian can also melt through a lot of tanks. So Mamillion, I think, also, not only just Mamillion, also Kuzapov as well, has to be a bit careful, has to pay respect to the damage coming out from these 2 damage dealers.
Uzbekistan in a very comfortable position, 3,000 gold ahead. Kazakhstan finds itself in the losing end for now. You do have a scaling assassin jungler, but they need to find ways to break past Uzbekistan's defenses right now. Another deadly magic to seal the deal won't be enough. And he gets taken down. Kuzapov finding himself in so much trouble. 0-6-0 for this Khalid.
Kuzapov is the sand in the sandbag, man. Uzbekistan has been constantly pounding sand and just pounding down Kuzapov before he could do anything at all. Kazakhstan need to find another way, because now the problem is, Zurich.
Zurich with Mountain Shocker might not be enough damage. The laser goes down. Down goes the Heavens hit as well. The Fury of the Phoenix will be enough to stun them out. They know where everyone in Kazakhstan is. Uzbekistan back on that defense. There's 2 up ahead. They are very thick. They are very tanky. And they're coming in. Sora with the hit, with the cloud form.
Man, Kuzapov just got back into the game, and down goes him again. Once again, he's been really selfless in making sure that at the very least Kazakhstan doesn't lose a lot of these HP bars. He is the sacrificial lamb for the side of Kazakhstan, but Uzbekistan, right, man, Rustamov, really well played there, was able to isolate potentially even more. Had, Kazakhstan actually not make that move, Salamat could have been caught. Akabayev may also be caught as well. Flicker was also committed by the side of Salamat.
Do you think Kazakhstan is a little bit uncomfortable with this late game pace that they're building up onto?
I think it's not the fact that Kazakhstan is not comfortable. I think it's Uzbekistan, finding the opportunity, finding enough picks. Like what I mentioned, now with the lightning trinket being secured by Mama Rusalov already, you also got Rustamov on the Chitai's Pauldron as well. This is also a big counter item against Akabayev, especially when Akabayev is going for the crit damage route as well, going into the Berserker's Fury. This means that, Rustamov is not going to get shredded by that. Akabayev is building as if, this is the kind of build that you built for squishies. Yeah.
For Akambayev, though, a little bit later than she'll come online, there's going to be the first Lord that will spawn in the next 20 seconds. As down the bottom side, Harley finds himself in a bit of trouble. Sarek picks that one up. Big kill, big find for the Eastern Shin, but they're not happy about that. Uzbekistan back on the charge. They want to go in without a fight. As Harley is down, Lord is opened up. Kazakhstan making a beeline towards that.
Yeah, 4v4 right here, no jungler for the side of Uzbekistan. But don't forget, there's no marksman.
Oh, Salama getting kicked back, taking a lot of damage. Uriv takes down the kill on that Cho.
Cho, 307 is a goal score. He's on the killing spree right there. There's a potential shutdown goal that could potentially be given over the side of Kazakhstan, but the fact that Salamat goes down as well kind of slows down the Lord push coming out from side Kazakhstan. Uzbekistan could look to blitz this Lord.
The advantage was lost right now. They lost that Gord. Harley's back in position. Yuriev being such a nuisance. Sarek, a little bit of an arrow, just a tickle. Uzbekistan tries to back off. That's a reset. That's a lot of damage onto Yuriev. The Deadly Magic used up as well. And they start that fight. Heavens open up. And that's the charge onto 3 members. The kickback onto the Eastern Shin. Sarek falls.
No damage coming over Kazakhstan already. It's just Kuzepov giving way too much leeway over side of Uzbekistan. 3 flickers used as well just to make sure that they secure the kill onto Sarek as well as Kuzepov. Massive damage coming up from the side of Uzbekistan. Now they're trying to look for the Lord push as well, but he's just leaving clean right there. That's not a good idea. They need a little bit more. Mamila is also in the vicinity providing the information, but I don't think they're going to come into this because Akambayev is all the way down bot, trying to quickly farm up as quickly as possible.
No jungle. Uzbekistan immediately blitz down that Lord, takes possession of the first charge. Might be able to clear at least all T3s for the side of Kazakhstan. Taking a look back, a little bit dicey, don't you think, Jace?
I think it's just about the Deadly Magic just used to just push down Kuzepov over and over. Once Kuzepov is down, there's not a lot of peel coming off inside Kazakhstan anymore, right? Mamilin, yes, he's a fighter. He's also can be slightly tanky, but there's so much punishment coming off of Zotov, so much burst, and also the shred coming off of Son as well. That's it, right? Rustamov, man, this is a very different one. Those Cloud ultimates to reposition, to catch and confirm the kill for the side of Kazakhstan has been working, but Akambayev does have a Berserker's Fury right now. Maybe this is the time for him to shine.
Uzbekistan may have found a secret. Rustamov with the Sora is doing the Lord's work, taking control of all these team fights. Kazakhstan won't have to give up. No, they were able to take down that Lord, so they save that T2 up on the top side. Now, the issue is, will Uzbekistan be able to... No, that's the big back! The kickback onto that Heavens open up to stun everyone else, to try to save that Harley, but it loses life. Kazakhstan finds themselves some breathing space.
Flicker for a jungler. I mean, right now, any form pickoff is great, especially when the Harley is this far ahead. Those AXP points is definitely going to be very, very beneficial for those who assisted that kill. But Kazakhstan is not out of woods just yet. Salamat is not having a great time because of the sheer amount of ultimates that are being traded, right? Once you see the ultimate coming out from Salamat, Sun just press one button, denies the Mystic Gush, and that's basically the keys to victory for the side of Uzbekistan, right? That's the win condition for the past few games, especially when you see a god on the other side. You just have to find a way, and finally Uzbekistan find the easiest way to deny that god. It's just a just to click a button.
Zotov as well, right? Redeeming himself from game number 1. Right now with this Clint staying happily down on the back line together with Sun and just free hitting. He hits like a truck right now. Hopefully we'll be able to see the itemization, see how far he has gone so far. But for Kazakhstan, losing battle is definitely not where he wants to be.
BOD. That's
Yep,
it.
there's a BOD.
That's
Berserker's Fury is up next. And then maybe even a Great Dragon Spear taking the book out of. Oh, that's a kick. Yuria down to the top side. Sota picks up 1 kill for himself as well. The Famous Fighter is not so great anymore. Oh. That's a 2-man stun from the Sora. Open up the clouds and shift the skies.
Man, 2 members down for absolutely nothing for the side of Uzbekistan. Yes, there's 2 flickers already committed by them. That is a-okay. Right now, Uzbekistan is looking to cycle, looking to pick, and now the Lord Pit coming up in the next 15 seconds. It's going to be a little bit awkward for Kazakhstan to come back into this, especially when Mamilian is down for the count. But Obsidia is slowly farming up. Still not long enough yet in terms of that passive. I think it's on, yeah, that's only halfway there. And even though Akabayev on this Obsidia has already secured, I would say, yes, converting gun. This could be it, but it feels like Uzbekistan is now dictating the pacing of the fight.
Yeah, taking the facing with Yuria down with the Fear of the Phoenix, landing on all 4 members, getting the stun up. Raging Sandstorm buys them some time, but Akambayev will be able to take out
laser.
1. Down goes the heart, the laser comes up. And Gore puts out the laser, but gets punished in the end. No one can take down Zotov. He's charging in the back line, closing up all escape routes. Sarek 1 hit away. He changes his sights onto that Lapu Lapu. 4 members will not be the case.
Mamilian is trying to peel right there. It does have the damage to really threaten just a little bit Zotov. You can start to see his damage, his BOD coming to fruition right there. Just shredding Kazakhstan apart. Slama, Kusepov, and of course, you know, one after another. Sun. Yeah,
oh,
good.
that's a flicker.
Good son. Anyways, Zotov, yes, you take a look at the damage dealt, right? 81k damage dealt when Obsidia is all the way down bottom. The main damage dealer from the side of Kazakhstan is not able to find any form of damage at all.
Oh man, look at that cleanse damage on the charts, man.
Your gold lane is, the enemy gold lanes on the first, Kazakhstan gold lane inside the bottom. If you take a look at the replay, it's just very decisive decisions making coming up from Yoriv and also Sun as well. Kusepov actually did quite good in that engagement, but it's a little bit too late, right? There's not a lot of techiness in him. He's unable to hold everybody, and then he just goes up, and Uzbekistan just took over the fight.
We can equalize scoreline. Ward on the top side. Sun still has the Fear of the Phoenix. We'll be holding on to that, not for long. We'll be able to change out. That's a 3-man stun up with the Sora. Lapu Lapu jumps in. Will not be enough to save that turret. He's taking all that damage to the face. He's hitting sights onto Zotov. Zotov not enough. He's getting locked on. Zotov falls. Kazakhstan found a way, found his sights, found the crack. And Uzbekistan roll back off. They lost 2.
Kusepov is going into double-digit death numbers already, but it's still okay. He's buying time for Obsidia to really scale, and you can start to see a bit of a glimpse of the Obsidia scaling. Mamilian as well, holding down the rest of the members of Uzbekistan. He has no fear. He is the bravest warrior, but Zotov finally going down for the count. That's a shutdown goal that is absolutely necessary for the side of Kazakhstan. And all of a sudden, you take a look at the gold lead. It's only 1.5k.
Yeah, Akambayev also. Damage is starting to show. This is where you want to be when you have an Obsidia. And Mamilian, hard to take down as well. There's a lock on onto Yoria, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The Fear of the Phoenix, locking down 3 members. It might be a re-engage. There's a laser getting followed out. Salama in a little bit of a tough spot. There goes the Sora onto the lightning form. He goes, the Raging Sandstorm will bite him some time, and all of the 5 members of Kazakhstan will be safe and sound for now.
You can see the damage coming out of Obsidia, especially the later parts of the game. He's just like maybe a couple or 2 more passive stacks away in order to reach max stacks. But the problem is, as an Obsidia, right, if you notice, okay, this is not showing the replay that I was talking about, but this is the replay where Salamat's laser was able to just continuously being used. You see Mamilian just standing in front of a lot of people, holding Zotov down, holding Rastamov down, allowing Obsidia to step forward to get the shutdown goal, and also these kills, and not only just kills that she needs, right? It's not just for fun. It also goes into this passive, and then because of that, he should be able to scale out of control.
Might be able to fight this though. There's a Fear of the Phoenix locking down Mamilian in the tough spot. That's the Sora with the cloud form, taking it down. The laser gets popped up as well. Goes straight into the back line. Sota picks up that gourd, but on the backside, yeah, Akambayev dealing a lot of damage. That's the flicker! Zotov!
Oh, reliable, just flickers forward just for fun at the same time. Shuts down Akambayev, slows him down. You can see the players, but it's like Kazakhstan is like, oh my goodness, the amount of damage Zotov is outputting is way too much. And now Uzbekistan is knocking on Kazakhstan's doors.
There's 20 seconds on the clock. Kazakhstan will come online, but it's not enough. Uzbekistan too far ahead. Their team fight is just impeccable. They don't have that range closer. It's just Mamilian alone will not be enough. It's 1 man against 4. The Mamilians marching in. They want to go for more.
6 more seconds for the silent Mamilians to come out, but I fear it's a little bit too late,
They want to target onto the throne. They don't have it in them to clear this out. And it's an equalizer. Uzbekistan clears up this team fight, clears up that throne, and equalize the scoreline.
1-1 score between these two teams. No wonder this is a bit of a monster of a team fight coming out from these two teams. I would say a monster of a fight as well, right? I'm truly entertained because it seems like, you know, in game number 1, Kazakhstan knows what's up. They try to play something. They played to something that really strong at. They try to scale in the early game. After that, they scale too late. Snowball too late, right? But for the side of Uzbekistan, they're the ones that say, hey, let me try something else different right now. Even though I used the Cho, the Zetian I would say is the clear difference, because you now don't need to rely on the EXP laner to deal with Salamat on this god, right? You just click one button, and for a long time Salamat couldn't even do anything as a
laser.
god. No full laser at all. Salamat doesn't feel safe at all.
Not only that, right? Like, you give Clint, you lose that gold lane priority, and you pick up an Obsidia who is an uber late game kind of marksman. And I would say not as consistent as if you would use a Claude or if you would use a carry. And it just goes to show Uzbekistan really adjusted the way that we expected them to. They needed that range, they chose that range, and it's a global range in that matter.
Yeah, you just click one button, right? The channeling is more than enough to basically, it's not like a Gato Kacha channeling, right? Gato Kacha sends his body all the way there, and then after that lands. But for this Zetian, right, you could just activate that ultimate anywhere. It's like, you know, anybody can call in the artillery strike easily, right? So we're gonna take a look at the MVP. Goes up to Sun, very well given, and of course, apart from from Sun's ultimate that helps to deny the Mystic Gush as well, is the fact that with the glowing one and with the items that he's building, he can also burst with the lightning trunking, can also melt. 69k, nice, 69k damage dealt by this guy, and also 91 kill participation.
By the way, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there.
Yeah, happy Father's Day.
MVP of the game, man. This Zetian was such a nuisance to deal with right from the first second in the mid lane. The Zetian was picked up. I would say in the earlier parts of the game, the damage isn't enough, but the wave clear is there. Paired up with the Cho, is just so empowered to push the mid lane back. Salamat couldn't even step foot out. Look at Kusupov, 12 kills or 12 deaths on this Khalid.
Yeah, like Kusupov literally is a sandbag for the side of Kazakhstan, right? It's constantly getting picked off, and this is how you deal with a Cho, I would say. And it's so funny, right? It's like usually the Cho is the one that overextends just a little bit, and then you just pick the Cho up, and then after that, then you go kill, right? Kusupov is overextending just a little bit because he needs to scout out for the information. He needs to be able to threaten and also threaten you with a duel, especially when he goes around with Sand Tornado as well. But it seems like, you know, Uzbekistan found that gameplay. They use Mamarosolov to find the damage onto the Khalid over and over and over again until he's basically almost nothing. And then after that, you know, there's nobody from the side of Kazakhstan could peel except for Mamilian. And by the time Mamilian start to step up just a little bit and Akabayev step up a little bit, Zoltan was so far ahead. Restomov also outplayed in terms of, you know, at least picking up one person after another. This whole pick composition from the side of Uzbekistan is working wonders against Kazakhstan.
And not only that, Mamarusalov now having a pretty decent game so far. We were questioning the Harley pick in the previous game, and he was suffering a lot. He was 3 levels behind of the Yisun Shin. But right now, since he's given so much space to farm, just because of the Zetian and the Cho mid lane duo empowerment, he was just popping off, finds a little bits and pieces there, tries to draw in team fights from the Khalid and tries to take him down first. So that was very, very good adjustments coming from Uzbekistan. Now, these two are the top 2 seeds in Group C.
Yep.
And this really doesn't really shake things up, but it's just a statement that both of them wants to send to each other.
Yeah, I think that's a statement like what you mentioned. They're going to meet each other again in Japan, Nagoya as well. So, hey, I mean, why not, right? But I think in order to answer that question, the difference between Game 1 and Game number 2 Harley is that I feel like Game 1 Harley wasn't able to utilize and was thinking maybe wasn't able to use the Deadly Magic to great success, right? Over and over again, it was landed onto the Khalid, right? And nobody from the side of Uzbekistan was able to reinforce onto the Deadly Magic to really permanently put the Khalid down to the ground.
But right now they do. They do
This
have that
time
range
they
with
do.
the Zetian and the Cho as well.
Correct.
Yeah.
There is a bit of changes in terms of the gameplay. They reset it in between game number 1 and game number 2. Hopefully for game number 3, Kazakhstan also did a reset, because I feel like the Zetian, man, Zetian actually does almost equal amount of damage as a late game Sicilian as well,
Yep.
because your cooldowns is so quick. You do a ton of damage. You also basically DPS people on your second skill, and now your second skill do with the recent patch as well. That burst of your second skill is doing like the bulk of the damage. The rest is slow, and you can cast it twice to slow down the retreat or even the engage on people. You have one of the longest range in the mid laners as well.
You know, we also underestimate the passive that Zetian's passive brings to the table. We see that a lot in Khalid just now. He tries to go with Verging Sandstorm, he gets a little bit too close, you pop the passive, you get pushed back, and then you immediately get bursted down. You get a little bit of a stun up, but that causes you to be in a very vulnerable position within the major skirmishes. It buys a lot of time for the rest of the team. So it's so hard to take Zetian down. That's why you got 0 kills on that one. Not only that, right? You can either go into Khalid or you can either go into Lapu. Lapu will be much better because you have a little bit of a CC immunity effect coming from the Bravest Fighter. But in order to find that target onto Zetian is so difficult.
Yeah, I think in order for the Bravest Warrior to really come into effect, you really jump in. You need to really overcome it, right?
Yep.
It's the distance of the engagement coming up from a Lapu Lapu versus the distance that a Khalid could potentially do. A Khalid could just sand right all the way in, and don't forget he has innate built-in movement speed as well when he's running on the sand, right? Lapu Lapu on the other hand needs to really burn that flicker, and then after that there's a small little jump. Then after that the slash. The slashes are the one that allows you to gap close, but those slashes are your main source of damage. If you use those to gap close, you're just going to get burned to pieces and push away. Zetian, technically speaking, the first skill as well can also be used to push. So, there's also a form of CC to push and knock people back as well. So that's why Zetian, surprisingly, not getting a lot of attention.
Kind of like a Valier effect with the first skill, with the S1 as well.
No, S2.
S2, oh yeah.
Yeah, it's the S2. But it's even faster. The cooldown of that skill 1 is very quick. And I think also another thing to also take note for the side of this Zetian is that, yeah, it's there to just deactivate the laser. Just switch it off.
Well,
it feels like a remote to switch off the laser.
I love the fact that Zetian effect is actually coming through to this one. A lot of teams are actually picking up that Gord. They are sussing out that, hey, you know, Zetian wants to be picked up. This is, in fact, the main reason why the Zetian has been so viable against that Gord as well. Right now, it kind of feels like a situation, Jays, where, you know, Kazakhstan has been playing the same kind of lineup for 3 games in a row, especially earlier on against Kyrgyzstan.
Yep.
And so it's kind of like this. Uzbekistan is saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me thrice. Man, I'm gonna be out of here. Now, this is gonna be the draft coming in. Kazakhstan will be on our blue side. They really love their blue sides as well. The Volvias, the Freya, and the Cho will be banned out. Cho is definitely a huge problem right here.
Cho was the problem, right? Yuri was piloting the Cho very annoyingly just now in game number 2. Game number 1 is a little bit sus, but hey, we don't look at game number 1 if you're cheering for Uzbekistan. That's going to be Marcel picking up by the side of Uzbekistan. If you play the Cho, this is the same playstyle as a Marcel as well, but Marcel is a solid counter over to the Harith. Harith first pick right there from the side of Kazakhstan. The Juicin is open. There's also, you know, the likes of the... no, Freya's already banned. Okay, so there's a lot of things like even the Claw to a certain extent is also open. You can give it over to Akam Bayev as well. I'm surprised that Kazakhstan opted for the Harith pick because it also just gets countered easily, right? Uzbekistan, Marcel pick, R2, R1. If they want to really deny this Harith, just pick an Akai.
Yeah, I was going to think Akai as well, but he's been picking Harley 2 games in a row now. Might be able to go back, but they want to try Lapu Lapu once again. They will go into the hands of Rustamov down on the bottom side, but we'll wait and see.
Mamilin back into his
reptilian form.
Reptile.
I love
again.
it. I love it.
Okay,
the reason they're gonna try it again.
Okay, look, now I'm not liking Kazakhstan's pick right now. You got the Marcel on Uzbekistan side. The Golden Hour is definitely gonna deny you from the Zaman 4. It's gonna deny you from the laser. Hey, wait, hold on. Does it deactivate the laser? I can't remember. We'll see that interaction later on. If it does, that would be absolutely wonderful. But of course, you know, we talk about how Kazakhstan wants to play the early game. There you go. Yu Zhong and also the Harry fits that bill. Uzbekistan as well, on the other hand. Zetian once again.
Yep.
Easy counter against the Gorn.
Easy lane counter. Now it's already up to the roams on both sides. Khalid and Cho is taking off the tables. I think that for Uzbekistan, if they pick a counter engage kind of a mechanism, that would be the most ideal factor for it. Yeah, the counter engage. So Balaric.
The counter dive, you mean?
Yeah, counter dive.
Yep. That's going to be Balaric taken away. Kazakhstan seems like they're going to lock down even more lane bullies in the lane. I'm not surprised if Clint goes into that banding phase for the side of Kazakhstan, especially against Uzbekistan, because Zotov on that Clint was super deadly.
Yep. It also banned out. We'll wait and see if this is the Clint, but I do like the fact that Marcel is also banned out, is picked up alongside the Zetian. I'm just thinking in my head, like, hey, they have a lot of movement speed, especially Marcel is so sneaky, and he's like putting on running shoes and just zipping, zapping around the map. Doesn't
Doing
even need
cardio
a dash.
around the map.
That's right. And he's decently tanky. He has a innate stun with him as well, or not really a stun, but like a little bit of a
Immobilize. Actually, it's a stun. It's a stun.
Lockdown.
It's a stun. It's a stun, but you cannot target onto that stun, especially in the passive. The first skill was changed. Now it becomes a slight slow, so that's a little bit unfortunate. But now, at the very least, in trade of that, in return, now you can target anybody that got caught inside the golden hour from the enemy.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think that's one thing that they can play around with. The carry comes into play for the side of Uzbekistan. Not a big fan of this one because you have a shorter range as compared to the Gord, and also the Yu Zhong could dive onto you. But it's a lot easier to execute, right? You just stand there, you just throw your light wheels, and you just win games.
It's more of a late game kind of situation for Uzbekistan once again. Once it reaches the uber late game, once it flies over Carry's head, they're immediately going to send artillery missiles or basically to do a light wheels and just shoot him down from across the sky. The Gatot is getting picked up once again for Kusapov in place of the Khalid ban. So last pick over on the side of Uzbekistan will be the jungle though. So far for the Harley again though.
Yeah, so far we haven't seen a lot of successes on the Gatot Kacha, right? Yeah, Gatot Kacha is nice, especially your AOG was able to help to disengage everybody. But at the very least, I think, yeah, you're gonna get shredded by the carry though. Like, yeah, this is not what I'm expecting for a roam. I was thinking more, or even an Atlas to a certain extent, to basically start stunning and also locking down carry, push Zetian away as well, or even I was thinking Kufra. But because of the Lapu Lapu, the bouncing ball may come into fruition. But Yushin Shin, right, coming in back for Kazakhstan, back to basics. That's something that Serik loves to play in game number 1 and game number 2. Uzbekistan. Harley?
Leomord, okay. Hyper dive, wants to go into the back line, disrupt board. I think that is their modus operandi. But for Yu Zhong, it might be easier to pop the passive for the Zetian. So easy access for him as well. The carry will be a huge threat in the late game if Kazakhstan wants to pull this game into the late game though.
I was thinking even the highlights for side Kazakhstan in replacement of the Gatot Kacha, right? The glorious pathway, number 1, it also slows down people from reaching the laser as well. You also cut off people from and slow people down. So what we have to see as we load into game number 3, ladies and gents, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. The score is 1-1. I'm personally liking a lot more from in terms of the draft coming up from Uzbekistan, but Kazakhstan, I want to see them prove me wrong. Serik on the Yushin Shin has proven his worth as well. He's going to scale out of control, especially if you give him a mile.
Well, this is game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Not a lot of stakes. Both teams are already making their way and solidifying a ticket over to Nagoya, Japan. This is all for the bragging rights. At the top of the seed of Group C in Central Asia, Serik actually played the Yushin Shin 3 games in a row now. Very comfortable with this hero. I think he likes it. It's a fun hero. It clears the jungle fast. But right now he has a contest against this Leomord and how it deals against the rest of the Kazakhstan team. A very different playstyle from the first game. First game, Kazakhstan extremely dominant, 12k gold lead at the end of the game. They really need to find a way to clear the waves fast, start that early game 2-man rotation. Mamillion again with a quick rotation down up into the jungles.
Currently, it's just I would say both teams looking to scale, right? More importantly for Kazakhstan, maybe hopefully play around the Harris looking to basically try to win the lane just a little bit. But of course, if you got Marcel on the enemy on your side, you want to also start being active all across the map. Mamillion's back into something that he's more comfortable with, especially on the Yuzhong. Rustamov, on the other hand, on this Lapu Lapu. Early game-wise, Mamillion should have a better chance as well, but it could be also a mechanical play, right? Rustamov with the dash it, with shield, actually throws everybody off.
Yeah, Mamillion definitely keeping Rustamov at bay. Might be a little bit to their advantage right here. In the mid side, Yuriev just stunning Husupov, but Gato will prove to be a little bit tougher to take down. Sun still has that passive though, so not too afraid of that engage.
A bit of rotation happening, definitely required for now. I would say both teams are playing a little bit safer as compared to what we are expecting earlier just now. But Zotov going up against this Harif, of course, you know, we talk about this. We need Harif to win lane. Wow, Zotov!
Whoa, with the flicker.
He knows the observer is on him. He's trying to make a highlight reel right there.
A little bit unlike Akambayev. Typically he'll win out that one, but on bottom side, gets the stun up on the Dragon. Actually, even with CC immune, you're actually getting stunned up. I like the interaction right there. Laser already popped up. The Fury of the Phoenix lays down, takes down this turtle. But on the back side, Rustamov finds his way onto the Gord's face and takes him down as well. Mamarusulov down low, 1 pixel away, finds himself some breathing room.
Salamat going down for the count right there. Nobody from the side of Uzbekistan go down. Turtle still goes over the side of Kazakhstan. I think that's a very expensive trade. And Uzbekistan, you know,
Nice little jump on Mamillion.
Neutralized almost immediately. Both these two teams are stalemate right there. No, there's no reason why Rustamov should go back into lane. Should just go back, reset, and then continue fight. Now you give a kill over the side of Mamillion, and now he will start to snowball.
Still, Mamillion is really showing that he is quite a big threat in terms of these big team fights, and Kazakhstan really likes that. Let's break it down. We saw the interaction with Mamillion on the backside, but Fury of the Phoenix actually starting things off and stopping up the Mystic Gush.
Yeah, and of course, you know, Kusupov is actually absorbing a lot of pressure right there. I can see why the taunt at the same time.
Oh, it's going now. We're stopping his strikes, and like you said, the interaction right there doesn't stop the Mystic Gush.
Yeah, it doesn't, but I don't think you're able to aim that laser as well, especially when you're frozen solid right there by Yuriev, right? So, which means that I think the only way for Uzbekistan to really stop that ultimate will be either by Son's ultimate and also perhaps Rustamov ultimate as well. Maybe Mamarusolov after that with the Barbie as well. That does have a bit of a knockdown.
Zotov and topside Akambayev showing a little bit of a one-on-one, mano-on-mano. This fight from bottom side, Barbio already used up. Mamillion will take a little bit of damage. Bravest Fighter also committed, won't be able to go too much deeper into it. Sarek is showing himself with the arrow as well. Uzbekistan knows that they are all there. We're moving up to another side of the team fight. Yuriev left all alone, trying to go for Salamat.
Yeah, you see the problem coming up from Yuriev as well. I think that Gado counter is going to get countered right there. Ooh, Zamaforce.
Force on the top side. Zotov taking a lot of damage right there. There is also Mountain Shocker as a vision play onto the turtle pit. Directly onto Yuriev. Going to stop that Marcel from getting into deep. Uzbekistan knows their position and was decided to back out of the way, but the laser on Son! The burn will take him out!
Yeah, and if the stun lands on Son, that's it, right? No ultimate for them, and after that, you're just easy pickings.
AOG blocking all the escape routes. Mamarusolov still finds a crack to slither through.
Yeah, it's just, at the very least, Kazakhstan is more stable in game number 3 this time. Game number 2, they're trying to make it feel like that was a fluke coming out of Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan, you know, I think that certain works for now, but you have to be careful. If Salamat lands the bomb onto you, you're just gonna get melted straight in the face. If you take a look at this replay earlier just now, it's just Mountain Shocker and also the laser coming out from Son. It's just easy pickings for the side of Kazakhstan. There's no way Azertan will be able to survive from that.
Beautiful burst, also forced a flicker out of that one. Kazakhstan in a pretty decent position right now. They have that lead. Whether or not they can control that lead is really yet to be seen, but they are still on a timer. We talked about this during the draft. Once it goes to the uber late game, Zotov will come online. It will be hard to deal with. You'll land it on the AOG, immediately gets melted down. You land with the Dragon on Mamillion, you also get melted down. There's a laser as well onto Yuriev. Will be able to run its way out of there. He's got some new shoes, he's got some running boots. He's joining a run club. and he's fast.
Yeah, and he also had to burn the Purify just to get out of there. Don't forget, Yorif doesn't really have, even though you build HP on Yorif, he doesn't benefit from that in his HP bars, but he gets a lot more tankier in terms of armor and magic resist as well. Salamat deals true damage, so that means that, you know, in order to deal with the true damage, you need to build more tank, more HP bars, not armor, not any form of magic resist. But you can see, you know, Kuzapov this time around on the Gatakacha, he's working really well, right? The taunt basically slows down people, and after that pins people on the ground, and then after that all Salamat has to do is just send down the laser.
Speaking of which, turtle fight, we'll see if he actually has to hold it on. As they're going now onto the dragon itself. He's stuck in mid-air, but still able to find a mark. It's a double man pacify onto the back line. Pure the Phoenix will stop them in the tracks just for now. They're waiting for the laser. That's a smart adaptation from that Gord and drawing the Lapu Lapu into the midst of that team fight.
And not only just that, the Lapu Lapu stun actually did not deactivate the laser. Salamat Skew sending the laser down on that choke point. Nobody for the side of Uzbekistan. Go! Oh, AOG!
Big fight on the AOG, jumping on to the side of Uzbekistan, just buying some time. He took down that T1, opening the side of the map.
Worth. That AOG is so worth. Kazakhstan cracked open mid, and then all of a sudden Uzbekistan, all that tempo that they got in game number 2, all gone. You don't see it here anymore.
We're slowing things down as Uzbekistan kinda losing their groove on the Zetian just a little bit. And I like the adaptations coming in from Salamat. He has 2 big adaptations. He doesn't unleash the Mystic Gush until he knows that the Bureau of Phoenix has landed, so that he knows that it will have the full force of the laser coming into Uzbekistan's face.
Yep. Top side already cracked open. Sorry, top side not cracked open, but in the midst, right?
There's a taunt up with the bravest fighter. Rustamov will be safe and sound for now.
Yeah, nice taunt for now, but I don't think that, well, there's so many things that's happening across the map, Churros.
Shot residue will not be enough to take Yorif down, but the Reptilian will turn into Dragon form to get out of the way. Big ultimate utilized right from the right from the get-go.
He doesn't really need it anymore for now, because the next neutral objective is coming up in the next 40 seconds. But Zoltov, you know, Golden Staff already built Uzbekistan. If they want to fight, it is now. They know that they have got the item power spikes as well, but Kazakhstan, especially in this particular time right now in with 4K gold lead, they do have the burst damage from the Harif and also the burst damage from Side Civic. Mamillion is on his Yuzhong, so definitely he's more comfortable on this hero.
Yeah, definitely don't want to fight Uzbekistan, not as 5. Very calculative onto Kazakhstan's side, methodical in their approach, methodical in their engage. There's a taunt up onto Rustamov just to scare him off a little bit. He does have the bravest fighter up and running again. The Lord will be started up. Uzbekistan not in the right position contest for this one. Sun does have the ultimate. He's holding on to that one. It's the top side. Mamillion keeping Lapu Lapu busy. He knows where this Leomord is, but he's finding the long route away. The Lord gets that reset.
Lord being leashed over to the blue side for now. Oh, lots of damage onto Rustamov though.
Lots of damage.
AOG
lands on the back line of Uzbekistan. He's taking a full brunt of damage. Golden Hour stop them. Laser. Dealing a lot of damage though. They're chasing it down. That's the Black Dragon Form immediately fighting onto Zoltov, but able to get out and escape. Yuriev with a save from Uzbekistan. They might have lost a Lord, but are still fighting chance for Uzbekistan.
Hey, I would trade my Rome for a Lord any day. Sorry, Romes. But yeah, you get the point, right? Good engage coming off on the side of Kazakhstan, especially when it's early on for the Rome to be traded just for the Lord. And that means that Kazakhstan would get a lot more pushing power, and immediately you start to see Kazakhstan Million sent all the way down bot to fix that wave, and eventually you see somebody going up top. But if you take a look, right, like Salamat's laser is A-okay, and the taunt coming out of Kazepov is actually locking down everybody there. On top of that, Zaman Force as well, albeit not utilized because members of Uzbekistan is kiting backwards, but the damage has been done. Kazakhstan secured this Lord, but it's all up to the defense coming up side of Uzbekistan. If they can at least save one tier 2 turret, that is good for Uzbekistan. But Kazakhstan, you know, they have the advantage right now.
I think Zoltov is scaling slowly but surely. We saw the damage that he'd done directly onto Mamillion earlier on. And if this gets out of hand, it might be a little bit too much for Kazakhstan to handle. There is no way of engage that it's going to be the Golden Hour. And you're right, the Pure Phoenix all laid down the bottom side. Rustamov taking control of the back line. But the Black Dragon Form immediately underneath the turret, though. They're going to go for more than sustainment force. This 4-man stun up. Uzbekistan will lose one member as Kazakhstan pushes on.
Harif has the Holy Crystal now. He is more than happy to handshake these team fights. And you can see Rastamov is the one that received the brute force end of that damage. Kazakhstan right now leading the charge, sieging it up. But Uzbekistan clear of the minion waves for now. A sigh of relief.
Mamillion just scaring the rest of Uzbekistan away, and I think this is the adjustment that Kazakhstan really needed. And I like the fact that both these two teams are learning from each other. They got the Zetian coming in. Let's pick up that Dragon to pop that bubble before we can actually get a nice dive onto them. A little bit of a stun onto Mamillion to start things off. A little bit of a poke action from Uzbekistan. They're not giving up a real fight, but Kazakhstan might be a little bit too far ahead.
Laser.
Onto Yuriev, will not survive that. He falls by the hands of Discord.
Exactly what I was talking about, right? Yuriev on the Marcel. Yes, even though you build a lot of HP bars, you're just going to get shredded down by Salamat. Salamat deals true damage, and that's something that you really need to take note of in order to deal, like what I mentioned earlier just now. You want to deal with true damage, you need HP bars, but Yuriev, even though how many HP that he has secured for himself, is not strong enough to tank through Salamat's damage.
Kazakhstan does have the macro game. You have 3 waves building up on all 3 sides as Uzbekistan finds themselves sticking together and clumping up as 4 members. We've been in this position before, and Kazakhstan feels very comfortable at this stage.
Yeah, the Zetian seems like it's not really doing so well, right? It feels like Kazakhstan has found a way to basically deal with the Zetian already. Zetian is a non-factor right here, and even the Leomord as well is just unable to, secure any form of farm as well. 2 levels behind against Sirik. But now, the second Lord is up. 8k goalie in the pockets for the side of Kazakhstan.
Does look like Uzbekistan is in the right position. You still have the Mountain Shocker. If you're Sirik, you'll be able to use that. You know that the top side, Zotov, is right there at that bush. You're able to blitz this down. In Kazakhstan, they're just waiting for that last charge.
Yeah. Spending Rivers map seems like working in the favor for the side of Kazakhstan. The rotations coming in really clutch, allowing, the Harif to rotate even faster and stuff like that. But now, Uzbekistan back against the wall. They were great in game number 2, but game number 3, they kind of fell off short. You've got Harif already inching closer and closer to level 15. Once maxed out, he's going to do a maximum amount of damage, especially in the first skill.
Yeah, they're way too far ahead. All this time, Uzbekistan was focusing on those team fights. You don't really see Sirik around. You don't really see Akambayev. They're busy on the other side of the map, trying to maintain the waves and get as much experience as possible. You have 4 members up on top of gold, up on top of economy, up on top of levels to Uzbekistan. So Uzbekistan playing on the losing end. Yuriev a little bit too deep, will be able to run around. There's a little bit of a speedy boy on the bottom side. You have to deal with Sirik as well. The Eastern Shin will be able to whittle down the health of the turret, taking it down. T3 opened.
Yeah, Zotov activated ultimate, trying to wave clear and also deal with the Lord. But one Mountain Shocker is enough to basically push Zotov around the other side. And then after that, just unify the ultimate as much as can.
2-man stun up. The Phoenix comes through. Kozakov jumps in to disrupt the back line as Uzbekistan playing it a little bit more safer. You have to deal with the minions that are marching down from the bottom side. The Dragon will try to keep everyone at bay. That's a petrify onto the horse. As Yuriev, that's a 2-man golden hour, buying them some time for the rest of the members to come in. Look at the damage. Almost melting Akambayev down. Able to run out, but hey, you see the intention, the power of Uzbekistan. They're playing it safe. They're bringing the team fights to them. Yuriev trying to tease Kazakhstan for chasing them, and he will get punished for it as Akambayev taking the kill.
So much damage coming up from Kazakhstan already, and now slowly but surely defense sliding off.
That's a 3-man stun off. Great hit onto Mamillion. That's another kill. Make it another. That's a triple for the Harif. As Uzbekistan finds himself in the losing end. We've been in this position before. The Fear of Phoenix won't be able to take down the 2 low members of Kazakhstan.
Nobody's coming. Uzbekistan needs another, 5 more seconds, but it's time that he cannot buy.
It's not enough. A sun will go down in Kazakhstan. This is a statement they will make and sealing the top of the tables for Group C.
Yeah, there was a 2-1 game. What a roller coaster of a ride for the side of team Uzbekistan right there. Kazakhstan was trying something new in game number 2. They kind of faltered, but game number 3, even though Uzbekistan packed a Zetian, thinking that, hey, I've got the guard covered already, but it seems like, no, it doesn't really matter. Even if Marcel comes into play, and Marcel somehow cannot turn off the laser as well. He's the one that eats most of the laser. He gets shut down by the true damage coming out from his guard.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried for Kazakhstan in the later stage of the game. We saw what the carry can do. You get the speed light boost, you got the true damage. You're flying with the dragon, and then if you have the golden hour, literally all the light views immediately land onto you once the golden hour ends. The adaptations, the adjustments from both these two teams are very, very smart.
Yep.
Especially for the side of Kazakhstan, they're not changing too much of their roster. They're just changing how they play.
But I think also another key factor is Mamillion is back on his Yuzhong, right? You can see how comfortable he is on this Yuzhong. So far, you know, I always say this, Yuzhong, there's only two kinds of Yuzhong here, right? There's only either, you know, a good dragon or a lizard, right? The house lizard, right? In Malaysia, called Chichang. But this time, Mamillion shows up at this massive dragon that just literally just wreak havoc in the lineup of Uzbekistan.
Mamillion, the reptilian, true to his name, and I think a moniker that we kind of just gave him.
I think,
right off the bat.
Well deserved.
Well deserved. He is so cold-blooded. He knows his target. He knows how to zone out the enemy marksman and creates so much space for at least the mid lane of his team. And that creates that opportunity. He doesn't care if he dies, but in this game, he doesn't die. It is such a threat to deal with in this current patch.
Yeah, that's why if you notice, Uzbekistan actually banned the Yuzhong, I think, twice. Yeah,
Let
in
it
a row.
leaked out in the third game.
Let it leaked out in the third game, and Mamillion literally took it right off the bat. So GG well played for the side of Kazakhstan, identifying what they need and what they packed. And also another thing, it's, you know, Uzbekistan, I think they're not too shabby either, right? They know what to do in terms of these fights. Unfortunately for the side, Zotov back into the carry. I feel like Zotov needs to play, you know, marksman with a longer range. That's why he's like so prominent on this clean. Heck, even Leslie is actually maybe a better pick for the side of Uzbekistan. But let's take a look at it with Victors as well, right? Akambayev back on his Harith, was able to use a Holy Crystal as well. He's just outputting so much damage once he's secured it. Salamat, yeah, we talk about him a lot. The missing gush coming into really critical times. But if you notice, this game is a very kind of low skill game, right? There's not a lot of depth coming in, especially on both sides. Yes, Kazakhstan was able to kill 11 people 11 times, but it's only 15 minutes. So technically speaking, for the side of Uzbekistan, from their POV, it is still winnable because Zotov and also Mama Rusalov is still it was still able to farm up. It's still also low depth as well. So there should be a time where they can shine. But no, Kazakhstan is so determined on how they want to play. Kusepov this time around really stepped up as a Gato Kacha to stun lock somebody, allowing Salamat to land down the damage.
Again, no turret damage at all from Uzbekistan. Kazakhstan has made the adjustments, and like what you said, the damage dealers definitely had put in a lot of work, but Kusepov redeemed himself from a 12th death on the Khalid to right now with the Gato Kacha. You were questioning Gato Kacha pick quite a little bit, and you were favoring a little bit more onto Uzbekistan. The Gato Kacha had so much presence in this game. Using the AOG to block off the routes, to close off the escape routes, the entrance routes, and as a sort of a weapon, utilized as a weapon towards that carry. You know that taunt that you do? You soak in that damage, you dish that damage out back onto the marksman.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? The taunt that Kuzenotpov was able to do also was able to, you know, stun lock the members, the enemies into a position, allowing Salama to land down the laser. And here are your standings for Group C.
It's Kazakhstan topping the charts, 3 wins, 0 losses.
Well played.
One of the smallest groups that we have in AGQ so far, but hey, it's a statement that they made to our second seed, Uzbekistan, 1 loss over to Kazakhstan. And to be honest though, I think Kazakhstan had a dominant win for the first game and the last game that they played together. So that is something that Uzbekistan has to go back to the drawing board and really work on as well. Unfortunately though, we have to say goodbye to Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, where they will not proceed into the main stage in Nagoya, Japan.
Yeah, but of course, it's a near perfect gameplay coming out from Kazakhstan so far, right? Only losing 1 game over to Uzbekistan, but it's also a statement. Uzbekistan knows how to punish mistakes, and we shall see more of them in Nagoya.
Yep. It's also interesting for all of these teams where they are counter-drafted, they play their strategies, they experiment on certain kinds of heroes, certain types of gameplays, and a lot of teams are adjusting right back. And now we are going into Southeast Asia once again.
Yeah, finally, we are going back into something that we are all comfortable with. That's going to be going back into Group A. Coming up next, ladies and gents, will be Team Malaysia going up against Team Cambodia, the one that took down Team Philippines. So don't go away. A lot of exciting games awaits you after a short break.
Something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
And we are back for the 2026 Asian Games Esports event MLBB qualifier. This is still Jace and that's still Churros. We are still your casters for day number 4, and this is also the last day. That also means that it's the last opportunity for some of our teams to rack out the points in order to qualify over to Nagoya. I wish we have the brackets, the standings up earlier just now for the Group A, because I feel like this is where we really have to set a stage, because subsequent games that we'll be seeing on the main stage, especially if you're tuning into our broadcast here, will be mostly for Group A. Right now, it's the center of the pack that's still really shaky, Churros.
Yeah, Group A, definitely in the Southeast Asian region. We're back to somewhere we're more familiar with. And talking about the standings up here, Cambodia has 4-0 so far. They only need one more game to be in an extremely safe position. And this is the next game they're going to play against Malaysia. And speaking of Malaysia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Myanmar, they are pretty evenly tied. 3-2, 2-3s. It's still nowhere, but still somewhere.
I feel like there's a lot of movements that could potentially happen for the subsequent few series as well. So that's why I was telling, we were just discussing, right? I feel like the later parts of the day for today, which is happening now, right, is where most of the points will get shifted, the position will get shifted, and of course there's a very interesting, potential ties that could also potentially happen if, Cambodia decides to show up, or even if Malaysia decides to show up as well.
Yeah, so what will happen if Malaysia wins this one? They will be in a pretty safe position, but safer position. But if Cambodia comes in to win this one, we'll talk about Cambodia later. Malaysia, it's Elton, Akif, Amar, Najan, and Razif. So they're going back to Akif. It won't be Hashim anymore. Hisham anymore.
Where's Hisham? Yeah, we're looking for the Zorn effect. You can tell there's a visibly change of placement, as also the change of game play style when Team Malaysia drafted Hashim in Hisham. Man, Churros, stop it, Singapore. The Hisham comes in and also, just change up everything, and then after that, set the pacing very well. It feels like, with Hisham in the mix in terms of... Hisham is on stage.
Oh, Hisham is on, okay.
Second person from the left, yeah. So that's Hisham still on stage, so not Zakif right there. So yeah, so this is the Hisham effect that we know and love for now. And of course, a different Team Malaysia as compared to without Hisham, right?
Yeah. They suffered a little bit with the Philippines when Akif was playing, but yesterday against Indonesia, they have an astounding 33-minute game together with Indonesia, total standstill. But their big test comes on our screen right here. This is Cambodia, Keo Favin, Tai Udum, Sovan Chanmakara, Nam Chandavan, and Hai Meng Kong. I'm basically butchering their name. I'm so sorry to the Cambodians fans out there, but this team is one team you don't want to miss.
I can feel some of the production is looking at you like, especially because we got some Cambodians also helping us in the production. So shout out to you guys as well. Thank you very much for your hard work. But we also need to kind of highlight the journey of Cambodia so far, right? Cambodia has mostly faced against Team Philippines, Team Vietnam, and also Singapore, and also Myanmar as well. So right now they're going up against your main MPL regions, namely MPL Indonesia, MPL Malaysia, and of course they haven't faced off against Laos as well. I feel like the two main challenges, this is where, we talk about strength of schedule, this is where it gets slightly difficult for them because they have to prove themselves against these regions.
Yeah, a lot of stakes for Cambodia. To be honest, right now they are quite comfortable at the second seed. They already beat out Philippines, which is sitting comfortably at the top. And this was a long fought battle for Cambodia as well. 2-1 was their score. And right now, today, they will be facing another two gauntlets, Indonesia and Malaysia. Malaysia coming up first, definitely with a little bit of a different lineup, a different roster. They have to understand how Zorn wants to play or how Hisham wants to play and what he brings into Malaysia's table.
Yeah, I think in terms of how Hisham plays, right, I mean, it's like the good old days when, the legend, right?
Yes.
The MPL Singapore legend, JPL likes to play, right? Exact same pattern as well, in terms of how sacrificial he is, in terms of giving off information as well. And then after that, just try to find the pick-offs as well, being annoying, being a nuisance. And then after that, all of a sudden, your whole enemy map was like an open book test, right? You know exactly where you are, you can path accordingly as well. But for the side of Cambodia, it seems like, a few people on the internet saying that it could be a fluke as well, but I'm not too sure because I think we all have to take a look at how they perform against Team Malaysia.
I think this would definitely be pretty interesting. This is going to be the real test, and maybe with a different lineup, a different roster for Malaysia, things might pretty much shake up. I'm thinking this might be a pretty long game as well for both teams. And man, I just want to jump straight into the draft and really see what they're really picking up, because for the side of Cambodia, they were from Vigor Apex as well as CFU, so they have the international experience coming into the international stage.
Yeah, and if in their own respective region, they did show up really strong as well, right? They came in as a storm as well, and they're able to shake up the whole scene on their side, and now they're looking to shake up even the Group A scene as well, especially their qualifiers over the two Asian games as well. While at the same time, we can also agree that, you know, Cambodia seems like they're very comfortable already right there at second seed, but that positioning may get threatened by the likes of Malaysia, because Malaysia, if you remember yesterday right there, I think they were slightly bottom because they're not winning some of the games, but they started racking up some points already, and then all of a sudden, hey, they're starting to climb up the standings as well, especially after that win against Indonesia.
Yeah, Malaysia, this is definitely bigger for them than it is for Cambodia.
I think it's bigger for Cambodia.
It's bigger for Cambodia in terms of it's in the form of like bragging rights. I'm gonna be the one that beats all the other Titans. I'm gonna put Cambodia on that map. I'm gonna be standing amongst giants, and this is what Cambodia is going to be about. But in terms of the stakes of the competition, then Malaysia has a lot more work cut out for them, because if they lose this one, then they will have to have let's see. No, this is they can't lose this one. They only have 2 more games. The next game would be against Vietnam. And so if Malaysia loses this one, then they would stand a chance to be relegated down into the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, based on the power rankings right now that we're seeing on the standings, of course, Cambodia is 2nd seed, Malaysia is 4th seed. Now, you mentioned the next game after Cambodia is that Team Malaysia is going up against Team Vietnam. That's 4th seed versus the 5th seed. So they're not too far apart. So this is actually exactly what I was talking about. The subsequent few matches that we'll be seeing upcoming next is the battle of that middle pack.
Ground.
The battle of the mid pack, and that mid pack, unfortunately, you know, some of the battle of the mid pack is like what, 2nd, 3rd, 4th area, right?
Yep.
But now that mid pack may cause, you know, may cause Vietnam to get knocked down into the not being able to qualify as well. So there's a lot of things that could potentially change in the standings for the subsequent few series.
I agree. But before we get into all of that, we have to see how Malaysia fares against Cambodia. They've taken down the top dogs of the competition right now. This is another test that they have to face up against. And Malaysia starting things off in the blue. They're banning out that Fovius and Juicy, and Cambodia on the other hand, they don't want to face up against the double fighters that have been shaking up the meta.
Yeah, Marcel should be an R-side pick. R-side ban. Juicin already banned away. Usually it's a B1 pick instead, so really don't want to see Juicin at all. So which means that Team Malaysia may go for the tanker heroes, like even to a certain extent Akai gets deactivated by this Juicin over and over again, because he's always constantly in the face, and this is exactly how Team Malaysia wants to play, right? And that one hero, I feel like, counters the whole playstyle of Team Malaysia.
Ooh, the Arlot gets banned, so they're trying to open up options for them to pick from. So the ball's in Cambodia's court. Like you said, there is quite a bit of options to pick. The Kai will be banned out, so no heavy spins for both sides. Claude definitely will be in high contention, especially for Malaysia. Elton does extremely well with a Claude once he's empowered by Hisham coming into the table as well.
You remember that the AT, the around the world flank that Hisham brought Elton along as well.
Yes.
I think it also caught me off guard. That is the flank of the lifetime that actually brought them brought them back into the game as well. So now Claude secured by the side of Elton. Claude really, if there is a tier above S++, I give it to this Claude.
Yep. A lot of late game insurance, but early game, to be honest, because of the recent buffs, because of the recent sustains, he's able to dish out a lot of damage, and he's extremely sneaky. A lot of teams are finding it hard to focus their fire onto that Claude, especially with a very reliable stun or very reliable pick off, and Claude is just going to be all over the map. Cambodia needs to find a way to deal with this sneaky little cheeky monkey. And for Cambodia's side, still quite a bit of options for them as well. They want to try to go with the Harith, they would as well in order to have a lane win. But the Gord and the Baxia would be their pick.
Akai banned away by the side of Team Cambodia. I was thinking Akai earlier just now, unfortunately was banned away. The Marcel especially get leaked out. Marcel dropping in terms of priority, which is actually quite impressive as well. There's also the Yuzhong that's starting to come back into the meta. We saw how Yuzhong is used to basically deal with the Gord, and now that's going to be not only just the fact that there's Hisham's Cho coming back in, there's also a Fredrin. Fredrin is susceptible to the Gord laser as well, so that's something that Team Malaysia has to play with, especially Nashan wants to play it properly.
Yeah, I love that the Cho was prioritized over Hisham. The way that he plays it, and like you said, very reconnaissance, like very special forces kind of mentality. First in, last out. I'm just going to give you vision. I'm going to give my team information. I'm going to give you a lot of space. And the zone potential coming in from Hisham with the Cho itself, very sneaky and very slippery play style. On the other side of the table though, Cambodia now has to deal with not only a thick, juicy boy, but threats to their back line, especially a immobile Gord once the Mystic Laser comes out.
Yeah, Marcel coming in for the side of Team Cambodia as well. So a lot more movements, and you can also kind of scout out where the Cho is in terms of the movement speed. But of course, Team Cambodia, this is a very highly mobile kind of playstyle, right? You got the Baxia, you got the Marcel that could just literally roam around. But Gord, I would say, as the roaming trio, it may kind of fall slightly behind, right? Gord, on even though it's Silver Surfer board, it doesn't really have the mobility to match up with the speed of Baxia and Marcel.
That being said, though, you don't really have to follow them around because Gord likes that range. And we see how in the previous Group C, using the Zetian to deny the Gord with the Fear of the Phoenix, that could still be a potential option for them, or they could go with a very strong winning early game mid lane duo, which is the Valentina and Cho as well.
Yep, Yuzhong banned away. I was expecting Yuzhong to be in the hands of Team Malaysia as well. They're going to ban Nat 01. There's of course still other options, right? There's still the Lapu Lapu they could also go for. And yeah, I think that's something that they may set their eyes on. Cambodia, on the other hand, may also snap pick that away. So in terms of EXP, we're starting to run out of options. Terizla?
Do have to agree. Lapu would be one of the better choices this time around. There is no more Arlo, no more Yuzhong, no more Paquito, and no Freya in this fight. Especially for the Phobias though, I mean, he's always sitting in the ban pool right now. Typically, a lot of teams like to pull out some of the pocket picks like Esmeraldas or even the CCs come out as well.
I think Team Malaysia has to take away the Terizla, my bad. Lapu Lapu given over to Team Cambodia is fine because the Terizla with the penalty zone locks everybody in place. It allows Gord to have ample opportunity with the Mystic Gush.
Yeah, free access, but it's extremely high committal. You're very vulnerable once you jump in, especially with the Fredrin's Energy Eruption. You get taunted in, you get forced to attack, and you're forced to engage in a team fight, and you don't want to be in that position. In any case, I would say the Lapu Lapu will be the next best option for both sides of the EXP lanes. But we see also on the EXP side, Malaysia has played Benedetta before. Do they want to risk that again?
True. Benedetta looks actually not too bad in the hands of Razif as well, right?
Easy access into the back line. Gord is definitely going to be wide and open.
Yeah, and also more damage that is that's definitely necessary. You already got a Fredrin in the utility jungle position that's already a tank, so why not a more damaging EXP? Harif going to be going to the ban pool for the side of Team Malaysia. Don't want to give that over, but of course there's other marksmen always available.
I think Carry would be one of the better picks. If not, you want to go just pure attack, pure dominance, and just lane dominance. Maybe a Bruno.
I think R4 should be a EXP pick. I think the Lapu is a no-brainer right here coming up from Team Cambodia. It's really strong, especially in this particular patch. You also have damage reduction, the Bravest Warrior as well. That's also a stun, similar to what Terizla want to do as well. And it pairs well along with the Gord. Yep.
One of Sora. Sora, easy access into the backline. We saw how well it does in quite a bit of the other teams, and it gives some sort of form of secondary kind of re-engage. But Benedetta will be the choice for Malaysia. And I was teasing this earlier just now. I think this really works out well. At least they have two different ways of lane prioritization once we hit the mid to late stages of the game. We saw how well the Benedetta was played yesterday. You just build pure attack, pure offensive items. You don't really need to care about that defense because you have that eye for an eye, which mitigates that defense, the offensive capabilities of your opponent team. And you also have the Petrify for the added CC.
Very dynamic, as what we kind of anticipated as well. Works well with the Golden Hour. Now you got a Golden Hour to match Golden Hour. But we saw earlier just now the Golden Hour from Marcel wasn't able to deactivate Gord's laser, but you can basically reposition around it, right? So this is going to be awkward where there's a case where both teams will just get frozen into place, not too sure what to do at all when that happens. So a Venn diagram Golden Hour may appear anytime in this particular draft. Good luck casting that play-by-play.
Well, this will be extremely interesting. Valentina has so many options. It will be a bit more difficult to try to take the IMU from the Gord, and like we suspected, the carry will be that last choice, sealing up this draft. It's something that we're more familiar with, a little bit more traditional as a lane-to-lane matchup goes. But the Benedetta will have a little bit more dimensions of playstyles. In the earlier front, I feel like the lane proxy used to be the flavor that Benedetta likes to do. Immediately go in, proxy that wave, and try to disrupt that jungle. I don't know if Malaysia wants to risk that. Maybe because you have the Hisham's Cho to be a secondary layer of support.
Yep, gonna go into the loading screen as you take a look at the roster for both of these two teams. High octane gameplay, I would say, expecting coming from the side of Team Cambodia because of the Baxia and the Brazil that will be roaming around the map actively. Lapu Lapu also not too shabby either, but Team Malaysia on the other hand, with the Cho and Benedetta, hopefully they can make some waves around the map.
Well, this is game number 1, Malaysia versus Cambodia. And it's a big test for both of them, as Cambodia wants to solidify their status as a titan over the national regions.
Look, I mean, like the last yesterday, right? When we're watching Team Malaysia play against Team Indonesia, is like a extreme roller coaster. We are so back and we're so cooked.
Yep.
I hope for my sanity for today, I hope that is not the case. But yeah, we shall see whether they can put a good, solid, clean win against Team Cambodia.
Hisham on Special Forces duty, just giving that information, playing that mind games over to Cambodia, which gives a lot of time and space for Amar to quickly rotate up, looking at where the Benedetta is going as well. It's just down the bottom side and rotating towards that mid side, so Cambodia really has to try to play a little bit more patiently this time around.
Hisham sees everybody right here, right? He's just like in and out right there, and he's out again. He's just giving so much information. Over the side of Team Malaysia, Lethal Wanderer already secured by the side of Amar, so that's a wonderful for the side of Team Malaysia.
Look, you know, what Hisham is doing is great. You're pulling the Marcel away from the Gord, you're leaving Gord alone, and on a one-to-one matchup within the Gord and the Valentina, Valentina definitely has a lot more early game damage. He's going to get pushed back. He's going to get pretty much disrupted, and he has, Odium has to really protect this Baxia as well.
I like what I'm seeing from Amar. It's a lot more aggressive of a Valentina as compared to most of the Valentinas that we see so far. You really need, especially in the early game, you really need to try to use the Valentina passive to its greatest fullest. The way you do it is to start going around, being active with the river, play around with Hisham, and also to a certain extent Nashan when he's ready to start fighting.
That's a smart move from Cambodia. Hai Mekong is basically denying that turret minion to get that level 4 for Benedetta easily. So slowing down the turtle take, try and get that level 4 for power spike first before engaging. And speaking of engaging though, Hisham and his ball, they're able to dash over the wall, but he's just playing around with his food.
Pulling resources though, but then he's a little bit down low, so Team Malaysia needs to play this surgically.
Oh, able to get that recall out of there. They're playing a outnumbered battle though, 3-on-4 on the top side. Elton having a field day against Bobbin. On the bottom side, Mystic Gush already comes out, taking full damage. Lapu Lapu will be the first to fall. High will not be enough to take any damage at all. The laser comes out from Cambodia alone. And Hisham is down low, look for a hit. He's so sneaky. And they take down Odom as well.
Yeah, 2 members for the side of Team Cambodia for 1 turtle. I think this is a fair trade coming out from both of these two teams, but a flicker already committed by Hisham. Hisham coming in just the nick of time. Amari can tell that, right, he's holding onto the laser. He's also able to melt, you know, Mekong face all the way down to the ground. Lapu Lapu is not able to snowball, means that, hey, Razif is having a great time with light table. Take a look, level 6 is his levels already.
Yeah, with Benedetta, you definitely clear the lane fast. You're joining in all these team fights. You're being such a nuisance in the jungle. You're pulling the Marcel to protect a Boxia, a utility tank jungler. Take a look at the replay right here.
Yeah, Razif actually expanded all the way to the background, expecting somebody to be there. Unfortunately, that also burns away the flicker from Solven on this Gord. But the Golden Hour, I think, is a little bit awkward for the side Team Cambodia for now. But if you take a look, the aggression is ramping up.
They're in Cambodia's home right now. Boxia taking a lot of damage right here. The Mystic Laser try to delay the approach that Malaysia is bringing into Cambodia's face. They will live to tell the tale another day.
Mystic Gush is a little bit too shallow. A flicker was already committed earlier just now, so unable to use. Amar was still able to steal away the Gord ultimate, which is pretty interesting. I was expecting the Golden Hour to be stolen by the side of Amar, but Amar decides to take the Gord's laser and use it against Team Cambodia.
Hisham just doing Hisham things, being super annoying, being such a nuisance, but Boxia finds himself in a very difficult position.
Laser.
Kicked back directly to the laser, but not enough. Amar will still deal with the S1 as Cambodia finds his way out. That's the flicker and the mind games once again. Hisham.
The Hisham effect. No, call Hisham a waiter. He's serving any food from the side of Team Cambodia over the side of Team Malaysia, right? Kicking back the Boxia right into the laser for the side of Amar is just a icing of a cake, albeit nobody kind of went down there earlier just now, but hey, you can see the potential damage that Team Malaysia can do, and now Team Malaysia is looking to secure the turtle once again.
Look at the speed that Razif is also bringing to the table. He has the electrifying blow. He's holding it on. There's a three-man lockup down the bottom side. Hisham locks up too. Laser will not reach onto anyone. Najat actually steals away that turtle from Cambodia, able to push that back. Malaysia, another W.
Man, the problem from the side of Team Cambodia is that Soen wasn't able to find a very good position to land out the laser. This is exactly what I was talking about. I'm a bit afraid because of the tempo of the Boxia, and also the Marcel is just, you know, not in sync alongside Gord. Gord takes a long time to claw into these team fights, and he's on a position. But take a look at the items. Glowing one already secured by Amar as well. Same could be said over to Solvan. That's a Thunderbelt for the side of Tiwa Odum on the Marcel. So these are core items already built, but if you notice, it is still Team Malaysia because of the turtle fights, right? It feels like, you know, the Elton is starting to ramp up in terms of this build. Same could be said over to Kyo as well.
A lot of flashy plays coming in from Hisham. Not only does he have that annoyance factor, he also has that damage to push Marcel away. A flicker already utilized by that Gord down the mid-side.
A Gord that uses his flicker as well, and not only just the fact that, you know, you don't really have that safety net anymore.
That's a kick onto Boxia. That's the energy eruption and the combo. Cambodia will be able to use the Golden Hour, buy himself a little bit more time. The Prince Rap won't reach it, he won't connect. The Petrify will seal the deal, and Rasip will take down Boxia.
Amar stealing the laser away. There's no way for Kyo to basically get out of this.
There's so much aggression coming in from Malaysia. Nowhere is safe if you're a Cambodian.
A lot more tighter gameplay coming out of Team Malaysia. This is exactly what I was really glad to see, right? Like, it feels like, you know, Team Malaysia did the homework against Team Cambodia. Solven wasn't able to land down the laser, the Mystic Gush as well, and Nem, especially on this Boxia, is not doing well. And now because of that, your priority as a Boxia is starting to slip. You're supposed to be dominating in the early game. Now, the only time if Cambodia wants to come back is to make sure that Kyo secures the golden staff, and that's how they will roll.
What do? You got Hisham is always constantly pulling and pushing, then manipulating where Tyodum is moving at all time. Nam can't even make a move. Just make a beeline towards that turtle. They're starting things up. Hisham is right there. He sees all five. Razif is in the corner. Laser already popped up. A little bit too soon. A little bit too early. That's Golden Hour. We'll trap it into play. One on back line. Hisham taking a little bit too much damage. Razif will make quick work of this Gord. He's taking on 3 members. And Razif will make it work. And he take down that turtle as well. Cambodia actually stows over the turtle.
But it's okay, no, it was Team Malaysia to pick up the turtle instead because, you know, it was Elton. But hold on, it's a little bit too much casualties right here.
Odom, will he be able to run away? He's done a lot of cardio right here. Yes, with the tie Odom, a little bit on the pushing front. All right. Was that a kickback?
Let me break it down that fight just now. That fight was, you know, even the observer needs to like, okay, I need to zoom out a little bit because there's so many action happening on the top side of the map. It is, I think, Solvan opening up with the Mystic Gush way too early on. They thought that Team Cambodia can catch on to Hisham. Hisham was holding on to Shinpo right there. Easy dodge, right? You're CC immune, you just dodge it. And then after that, you know, Solvan is like, okay, I've activated laser. What's next? Now, if Team Malaysian knows that Sylvan has already activated Mr. Gush, it's easy pickings. Razif goes all the way to the backline, starts assassinating.
Oh, an outplay on the top side, KO.
I can't praise anybody, eh?
But that was a pretty good start from Razif, using the eye for an eye to delay the approach, but the Mystic Gush directly in the face of that Frederick Nazan will not be able to survive. Cambodia fighting back.
Okay, at the very least, you know, Nasan, that's not exactly a good place. Finally, Sylvan was able to find a pickoff using the Mystic Gush and the Wombo combo coming out from this Baxia. Team Malaysia, I think they got to slow down just a little bit earlier just now in that turtle fight. They overheated, they thought they got that goal lead, and finally here's the replay as well. If you notice, Amar holding on to the Mystic Gush was one of the best key decisions as well as Kyo right here. Amar do have a lot of burst damage, and with the Terrify, he can actually self-peel. And the problem is for the side of Team Cambodia, because you are on this Marcel, you don't really have the HP bars to basically stand in terms of the damage. Especially in this early game right now, first item Thunderbelt, you still are kind of squishy.
In both of the early composition, is just one more item away for both of these two main damage dealers for the Holy Trinity. Oracle also built up as well for Tai.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Mystic Gush onto Amar, forced to use a flicker to get out of the way, but he does have Mystic Gush for himself as well. It's so hard for the Valentina to find the ultimates because Gord is just so sneaky. You're staying in the back line, he's not showing himself at all, and you have that range for the IMU.
I feel like Amar actually played this Valentina really well, right? Using the dash, not to do damage, but in order to reach out to take away Gord's ultimate constantly, because usually, you know, lower hanging fruit is that TY's Tai's golden hour, right? But yeah, I'd rather take the laser instead of the golden hour.
Jean, psyching up for a dance. He's starting the waltz, pulling the Lord away. Marcel,
laser versus laser?
Getting caught out. Will not be enough though. No more laser for that Gord though. But there is a laser for Amar a little bit too soon.
Yeah, but okay, Hisham did it really right? Like trying to bait out the flicker. Now Sova doesn't really have flicker. It's now for the time of Team Cambodia to really find an entry point here. But Team Malaysia is playing it super safe. Amar, I think that was a very early laser, not supposed to happen at all. Hisham is just running away all these key resources over to Cambodia over and over again.
There's the stun up. Odom taking a little bit too much damage, able to use the golden hour to keep himself alive for now, but Tai has to get back with that recall, so they're going to be facing a losing battle. And speaking of which, Carry actually takes down Reciv, as they are still starting things up. Elton able to get out of there with the BMI.
5v4 as well, not just that Kyo has a lot of damage right now. Packing onto the golden staff, I bet currently, and Hisham looking for a pick.
Oh, that's a kick. But Kyo is still safe, he's still free, and he's gonna run back. The Blazing Duet won't land, but Kyo is just causing so much hits onto Malaysia.
These trades are getting a little bit ridiculous between these two teams, but in terms of trading, you can see that Cambodia is starting to lose a little bit of priority because of the Baxia, whereas Nashan on this Regin has been slowly farming up, but Kyo is his natural predator.
Well, there's the Tank Melter making his way in. That's the steal. Cambodia steals the Lord. Hisham knocks 3 up. He's taking a lot of damage as well. It's a 3-man lockup, 3-man petrified. Reciv won't be able to take anyone at all, but that Praises Rap will take Tai's life.
Yeah, that is just a consolation prize, right? Team Malaysia was trying to duke out for the Lord. You can see the golden hour right there. Everybody doesn't want anything to do with it. Forced to go one long round as well in terms of these fights. Kind of help Cambodia to save themselves just a little bit, right? But now Team Malaysia has to round out a defense. This kind of roster, especially with Amar on the Valentina, you don't really have a lot of wave clear.
Lord on the top side. Cambodia trying to fight their way back into Malaysia's side of the jungle. There's a stun onto Hisham, but he's just baiting everyone, the Cambodians, into his face. The laser already baited out by Elton.
Wait, it's so funny that it's the marksman that baits out the laser, right? You can see how Cambodia is really trigger happy with these ultimates. They are not afraid to use it, but being trigger happy means that, you know, you don't hit if you don't try, right? So that's the mentality for the side Team Cambodia. On the other hand, items check. You already had Brute Force, Respmates, Oracle, and also Chatai's Pauldron to be able to deal with Kyo. But Kyo, natural tank shredder with a Wind of Nature in hand already. This is something of a key item to deal with Elton, especially in the next team fight.
Tai trying to find where Hisham is. This concealed play. Going straight to the back line. Forced a flicker. The mind games for Hisham never ends.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Like what I mentioned, Team Cambodia is still trigger happy. I'm not really a big fan of this one. Amar trying to look for the laser.
Two-man stun. Najan will take the tip of the laser. A
Cambodia,
little bit of damage.
These utilities don't grow on trees. Stop!
I think Malaysia would be able to find a chance. It's easy to bait out this Gore. We see him using the laser pretty trigger happily, using a flicker when Hisham gets close. They need to try to find a way to slow down the approach of Malaysia is bringing up to the table. Just now, they equalized the scoreline with that one ward fight, but Malaysia is still crawling themselves back.
Yep.
Cambodia is playing into what Malaysia wants them to play.
2K goal lead in the favor of Team Malaysia right now. Elton is starting to do the split push. Claude, same could be said over the side of Razif as well. But in terms of Team Cambodia, this is a massive death ball strategy. You don't send the carry to the side lanes to kind of push. The only person that you can send is Mengkong instead. Someone who can basically hold themselves and also try to get out of the fight if they got caught.
Nicely said. Malaysia just splitting their heads as Tai tries to poke a little bit of damage, but they know where Hisham is.
Yep.
So this means that Elton is kind of safe for now. He's playing away from Tai.
Yeah, I think because, you know, lots of information coming in from the side of Hisham, right? Allowing that Elton and also Razif to do exactly that.
Tai taking a little bit of damage. Will get that heal up. I feel like he should get that recall, but he doesn't want to risk it. Malaysia trying their best to blitz down this turtle.
Gord laser coming in.
There's the kick. That's the taunt. That's the petrify. The laser comes up. Najan takes the Lord at the same time. The golden hour lock 2 into place. As Malaysia taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. Cambodia got what they can, and they're out of here.
Man, Cambodia, that golden hour actually slowed down the Lapu. It saved Team Malaysia. With friends like these, man. I don't need enemies. But Team Malaysia, that was a great pickoff in terms of picking up the Lord earlier just now, right? Nashan letting the retribution. Now with that additional pushing power, they're going to escalate in terms of the gold and hopefully, you know, shove Team Cambodia back into their own base.
It was a very tight situation. Hisham knew that he needed to control Nem. He needed to kick him away from that Lord a little bit too soon, though. That's a laser already utilized. He's taking a lot of damage, especially from that Claude. So this Elton and Keo are both huge threats for both teams.
Okay.
But Cambodia right now has to deal with the Lord coming up on the top side.
Talk about threats right now. Keo already secured the Minific gun. Nasan getting caught.
There's a two-man taunt up. Najan will keep himself safe for now. They have to split their heads. Cambodia doesn't like this at all.
Man, it feels like Team Cambodia wants to fight as 5, but Team Malaysia is like, nope, I'm not going to handshake this kind of fight. I'm going to make it unfair to you. They're splitting these team fights over and over again. Razif is like a one-man army on the other side, trying to fix the wave and also find a pickoff.
There's a kick over the highs, kick things off. The laser will go. Okay, that's always towards the minion, so he's a little bit more focused on clearing the waves, trying to push it back, trying to save that T3.
I think worth, right? This is a time where it's like, yeah, sure, go ahead. Use the laser on the minions. But it's just, you know, base defense. It feels like Team Cambodia is using bandages to try to fix a broken ship, right? It doesn't work. Definitely going to need a lot more time. And I feel like it's not only just the fact that it's the roster, it's the items. No, I feel like it's just the way they've been playing is just so... Okay.
Oh, Hisham walked into that, almost getting bumped down, but still safe. A one-man golden hour just to save him, but no, there's a double-edged sword. But that's in for the re-engage. Hisham is still too low on the backside. Golden hour already utilized on Cambodia's part to buy some time for the rest of Malaysia to come back in. Everyone's all getting hits. Everyone's all getting teared apart. Cambodia taking hits. They're all in half health. The front line will not be front line enough. It's Malaysia and Cambodia, both of them trading blows after blows, and they're still alive.
Hisham, after all of that, burns, what, 2 flickers, burns the Mystic Gush, burns the ultimate from the side of the Baxia as well, and to a certain extent, the Golden Hour as well. And it seems like, you know, he's still in and out, despite nobody is, he's just going unchecked, and it's just being a nuisance against Team Cambodia's roster.
He's first in, last out. What am I saying? Hisham, again, with a little bit of mind games for Cambodia, trying to bait everything out, everything that they hold dear. This Lord spawns up in the next 5 seconds. Cambodia, they're better as 5, yes, but they also have to deal with the threat of the lane splitting Razif at the bottom side.
Yeah, not only just that, right? There's also something that Team Malaysia has to be careful right now is that the carry is starting to scale. So this is a late game carry, easy to execute.
Oh, there's a blazing duet. Take a lot of damage. That's the laser directly on top of Elton. Down goes the clock. This is a winner opportunity for Cam. The electric final blow won't land. Nazan still needs a little bit more time for that Lord. The golden now will land. Malaysia picks up that Lord on the back side. Cambodia leading the charge. They know they can cycle them. Razif a little bit too fast for them to chase up to. As Malaysia sealing that deal. Najan taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage from Kyo. Might not be enough this taunt up. He won't be able to prance out of there alive. Oldham will be the one to take that kill out. Tight. It's a one-on-one fight. Benedetta also out and alive. They're just trading blows. That's a cycle. And that is the Mystic Gush once again. The laser will not be enough to save himself at all. On the backside, Hisham, the fight's not over yet.
Seems like, you know, Hisham may be able to find a kick there, but it's going to be scored.
They're still going, though. Hisham is still in the midst of everything. They're trying to cycle everything they can. There's the corner down once again, just barely by the skin of their teeth. Going out of that circle, and they end it right here and right now. A long-drawn team fight, but Malaysia actually bought so much time, so minions are actually pushing through.
I don't know what's going on, Shiros. It feels like, you know, Team Malaysia and Team Cambodia is just going up with going in hands and each other over and over again. They're just cycling each other, and it's just, I don't know, peak entertainment perhaps, but the Lord, you know, in the hands of Team Malaysia is more than happy to handshake this, because if Team Cambodia is not actively back in the base and to defend, the Lord will march in, the super minions will be crashing into the wave. How long is this instant replay going to be, eh?
Yeah, Hisham, honestly, he started things off. He was super down low. They managed to take Gort out at the very least.
Yeah, I think Amar right here just finding that assassination onto someone from Team Cambodia is absolutely nice and dandy. But we're entering late game territory right now. In fact, you can see the marksmen selling off their boots, going for the Rose Gold Meteor. This is where you know that, yep, we're in late game territory already.
It's also going to be any mistakes you make will be converted into the advantage for your opponent team. So tread lightly every single step in the jungle, every single ambush. And speaking of ambush, Razif finds himself in spot of bother, able to use that electric final blow to get out of the way, and he will be safe and sound. Unable to force any mistakes coming in from Cambodia, though.
Yeah, and the reason why it's so hard to really decipher what's going on is just because you're not expecting any team to really duke it out like that. It is just way hyper-aggressive gameplay coming out from both Team Cambodia and Team Malaysia. Team Cambodia already lost the Lord. There's no reason for them to fight, maybe to try to cycle. They are able to catch onto Nasan, but they burn a lot of resources just to try to get him.
Speaking of resources, Odin taking a lot of damage. The wheel will land onto Amar. He wants to stop that approach. Amar will use the golden hour to save himself, but on the other side of the map, Razif keeping that thing busy. The concealed flame from Hisham trying to push Kai back. It will not be enough. A lot of key resources already utilized. No more golden hour for the side of Amar as Cambodia tries to pull and start that dance. Look at Benedetta where she's going. You gotta proxy that wave.
Definitely. I think Team Cambodia needs to try to blitz down this Lord right now. Stop dancing around. But Hisham is being a major pain in the backside of Team Cambodia. And now Razif decides to go to fight.
That's a laser directly on the Claw once again. No more Elton. No problem. Razif facing a little bit of trouble right there. Winter Crown will save himself for just a little bit. Still got Kyo down the top, that top side. We'll be able to chase the rest of them down. 2 members down for the side of Malaysia. We'll be able to blitz down this Lord now.
Elton making a mistake right there. He's not supposed to be standing in the vicinity of the laser at all. And now Team Cambodia 5-man strong. They're looking to take the Lord instead. I think Team Malaysia, earlier just now, Razif had a great idea to try to shove bot lane, to try to put a little bit of pressure more on Team Malaysia, Team Cambodia. But I don't know what happened. They decided to go back and handshake this team fight right into the laser of Sovereign, and now Team Cambodia picks up the Lord.
I think it was just the Mystic Bombs, right? It just landed that nice stun. Let's just really slow it down and take a look.
Yeah, it's just the Winter Crown is already used in the fight earlier just now, before this one. And don't forget, right now, Kyo can easily stretch through both Hisham and also Nasan as well, so they cannot stand this fight. Razif earlier just now misses the mark in terms of landing the Petrify ultimate onto the Gord and also the carry, so that's why it's also a little bit difficult for Team Malaysia to find any form of pickings against Team Malaysia. Malaysia, sorry, Team Cambodia, and now Team Cambodia is crashing the Lord against Team Malaysia's side.
There's the electro final blow. Mystic Gush will clear up the minions, buying Cambodia some space and time. A lot of discipline coming up from Cambodia. He took down that T3. He might be able to rush this. Keo has a lot of damage. That's the attack speed, the attack item built up as well. They don't know where Hisham is. They need to try to find a way to get vision on this Cho. It's Cambodia in the midst of battle. There's a rolling stone down onto Fredrin. Pops that immortality. Blazing Red also popped up. Double golden hour on Cambodia. And now Cambodia is still very healthy, very up alive. Hisham trying to pull them away from that throne, trying to bait everyone away from that lead that they have so far. But Malaysia's base there in shambles without Najad. They don't really have a thick front line.
Yeah, and now bottom lane already cracked open. Team Cambodia, if they want to end the game, they have to end the game right here. If not, Team Malaysia may strike back.
A massive wave. Hisham, he's looking, he's seeing, he's trying to find a way, he's trying to find an angle. Carry, Amar goes down.
The base.
Just targeting onto the throne in Cambodia. Crawling with their way back up.
It's not an easy game. Team Malaysia poses a massive problem beside Team Cambodia. Hisham is that mosquito that lands in the middle of the back. You can't reach him no matter what. But unfortunately, Team Cambodia, you know, they found the insect repellent, they sprayed it on him, and Hisham is not a non-vector anymore. But I feel like the last two team fights, especially when Elton getting caught right there, I think that's a massive mistake because that is a massive laser, and I feel like Raziv should have just committed into, you know, split pushing earlier just now, because Cambodia is the one that is facing the time pressure, and as a Benedetta, you can fix a wave, you can clear it very quickly, and then after that decide to rotate back, or even perhaps do a backdoor, right? Pull Team Cambodia away, and then after that allow Team Malaysia to take the lore for themselves.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I feel like Malaysia shouldn't have handshake that fight. I feel like Hisham and Raziv did an incredible job baiting all these key resources, key ultimates coming in from Cambodia. But at the very end of the day, it was just the adaptations and adjustments that Cambodia made on the fly. At the very start of the game, it was extremely shaky for Cambodia, especially during the laning phase where they have to deal with a roaming Benedetta. You clear up that waves, rotating all over that map. They're playing a outnumbered battle against each other. But at the end of the day, Cambodia, they really struck back. Keo came online, he's got that damage, and he's coming through, and there it is, your MVP. Keo Favin, 5-1 and 4, and he's just so hard to take down.
I feel like also to a certain extent, Keo Pavin is the reason why you don't feel anything coming out from the Fredrin. The Fredrin is constantly getting shredded by this guy. Once I see the Benefit Gun coming in, once I see the Wind of Nature coming in, that's it. Wind of Nature means that he's going to be immune to the damage coming out from the Clot, and then after that, he's just like, you know, gunning people down one after another. Just as long as he's being protected, there's always, you know, a lot of attention being pulled by Solven as well on his massive laser. And then after that, everything just falls apart, right? If you notice, this is also, technically speaking, Team Cambodia. This is Solven being very trigger happy, and finally, at the very least, even though he misses quite a few of it, he lands the necessary one, and that necessary one was on Elton. And then after that, the rest is history. Hisham, I think he did a very good job trying to pull, but it's just the rest of the roster coming up from Team Malaysia is getting counted by Kyo and also Solven, especially on the Fredrin.
You know, for Cambodia, it just reminds me of teams that have extremely strong team fights. It's the magic of team fights. They always like to build that death ball, and they know it, and they play it towards that strength. For Malaysia, though, what they excel in is the mind games that they play. For Hisham and Raziv specifically, they're moving across the map. They're baiting out their ultimates. They're baiting out these team fights that Cambodia is not ready to take. For Elton, though, big mistakes coming in from the positioning, and something that they have to fix for the next game. But coming into this next game, I feel like for Malaysia, they can just play an entire game without handshaking any of these team fights at all. Just play the macro game, play the long lane, like you say, a potential backdoor.
Last I checked, I don't think that's Team Malaysia playstyle, right? They really like to brawl it out there, right? They really like to handshake these team fights, and then after that they win. They are a very momentum-driven kind of playstyle, and then after that they're looking to scale, right? I think from the side of Team Malaysia, they were able to scale already. Elton was finding good pickups towards the back later parts of the game, but Kyo on the carry just came online because
it was just outclassed.
It was just outclassed, and not only just outclassed, it's because like the fact is Claude has to dive in, right? When the Claude dives in and eats a whole face full of laser, whole face full of light wheels, I think nothing can basically save that Claude anymore.
Yeah. At the end of the day, though, they really have to get that reset. It's a lot of mental for Malaysia especially. Coming in with a strong lead from the early to late stages of the game, and when we hit the super late game territory, they sort of like fell apart. They were playing as 5 individuals and not as a team anymore.
Yeah, I think it's also how, you know, the team wanted to pull the death ball of Team Cambodia apart, right? I think it worked for the previous one or two team fights before the last Lord fight. They were able to drag and pull the team apart. If you notice, remember the observer had to like, okay, you know what? This is too close. I gotta pull all the way out to the maximum zoom setting in order to capture all the action that's happening, because there's small little fights that's breaking out all across the top part of the map, right? I think that's okay. It's because of the nature of how the roster was built for the side of Team Malaysia. But Team Cambodia, at the end of the day, they realize that, hey, they're being pulled apart by Team Malaysia. All they have to do is stick to their guns, and then after that, just rotate as a death ball and literally dare Team Malaysia to basically come at them.
Yeah, I think what really changed the tide of battle was during the I would say 18-minute mark-ish, when Team Malaysia secured the Lord, but then Cambodia kept on pushing. They kept on rushing. And I think Malaysia should have just stopped where they stand. They shouldn't have just jumped in as and when they want. They were throwing their bodies. They were trying to body block any
you
other
don't body
deaths.
block a laser.
You don't body block. You're actually cycling to your opponents. And this was really, in my opinion, what really caused that step-by-step increase that Cambodia has took over the rest of the battle.
Yeah, I think in terms of explosiveness, I would say Team Malaysia has it. It was very explosive when they fight, right? It was so nice to watch. But in terms of consistency, Team Cambodia has always been the one been very consistent, except for the Sylvan. There's a lot of times where there's very questionable flicker, very questionable laser. Maybe it's being forced by the side of Team Malaysia's Hisham as well. But even after a while, especially when you go into late game territory, those lasers, those CDs is going to get even more shorter as the time goes away. So even though, yes, Hisham was able to bait out the laser, Team Malaysia need to react almost immediately. You give it another 5 more seconds, 10 more seconds, that's almost like maybe half of the cooldown they got already for the ultimate, and he can use it anytime.
I agree with you at the last point. Like, at the end of the day, when you reach that uber late stage game, you're using that laser as a third skill instead of a, I want to keep this and hold on to it until a really crucial event, because any single event could be a crucial event. He's just throwing his balls. He's trying to find any stuns that he can, and at the end of the game, at the end of the day, I think Elton just really made a crucial positioning error where he lost his life first, that they cannot come back from. And whenever they work really, Malaysia works very best when Hisham is really supporting and empowering Elton, and it just goes to show a lot of these marksmen nowadays have been always babysitted by the roam, and you always see like the roaming duel coming around, so that leaving Elton alone might not be the best option for Malaysia at that point of the game.
Yeah, maybe also another few things to point out as Team Malaysia, I think the whole composition that they drafted was, I think it relies heavily on Team Malaysia's Hisham, right? Especially on the Cho, to be able to pick up somebody as well, and then after that rotate, right? Towards the later parts of the game, most of our fights are going to be clashing, like just literal front to back.
Yep.
Yeah, that's where, Team Cambodia truly shine. The roster enables that kind of thing. Baxia could also do that pick up to basically body block. You also got the Breakfast Warrior to just jump all the way in laser. Enough said. Classic front to back, right? So it's up to Team Malaysia how to fix that. I think it's not a roster problem. I feel like it's a decision and execution problem coming towards the later parts of the game.
Yeah. And the fact of the matter is that that tight turning battle, I remember it was Amar Nazan running away with the Fredrin, and then the rest of the members of Malaysia kept throwing their bodies in. That really helps Cambodia cycle them, and Cambodia really likes these kinds of team fights. So this is the second phase of the game. A lot of adjustments to be made for both sides. Malaysia will start off with banning the Phobias and the R-Lot. Cambodia will ban out the Paquito and the Freya. No changes as of now, but will Cambodia actually understand that, hey, you don't want to give Zorn or Hisham his Cho anymore?
I think if you are Team Cambodia, especially in that previous game, learning from that, I don't think you ban the Cho. There's so many things that you really should ban at the first phase. So expect if Team Malaysia wants to play the Cho, they have to pick it in the first two, either B2 or B3 pick. Once again, B1 pick, prioritizing Elton's Claude once again.
Yep, this is pretty much Malaysia's strategy and Malaysia's strength. Elton, very comfortable with the Claude. I felt like it was just a small little error that he did in the later stage of the game, but hopefully he learned from his mistakes. He's going to be playing this a little bit more differently this time around. Cambodia will take the Fredrin and the Gort this time around, so no more Fredrin for Malaysia. Will they trade for a Boxer instead?
Look, I think personally I'm more of a big fan of Fredrin and Gort because yeah, Boxer can just roll a lot quicker, and you know the Gort can't keep up. At the very least, Fredrin and Gort right now they're buddies, right? They only got 2 legs, right? They can kind of catch up easily, and you know Fredrin is a aerial taunt and it's a CC monster, so this enables Gort so much. Especially landing down the lasers over and over again. Now, Valentina, I feel like from Mara was really well done. I really like what I saw in terms of being super aggressive on the Valentina in the early game. But Uber late game, yeah, the Valentina falls off. So you really need to get that snowball up and running as soon as possible. Maybe sub 10 minutes. There you go. First phase pick. You definitely have to pick up a Cho. Baxia selected for the side of Nashan as well.
Just a nice little trade over. They're still sticking to the Cho. I think it's just super annoying, and Cambodia suffers in the early game, especially for Gord. And now I think if Malaysia wants to pick up the Valentina once again, they could potentially just do so. Just pick up the laser. Marcel is still on the table, so Cambodia could just snap pick that one up once again.
I think Marcel definitely could go back into Team Cambodia. They had found quite a big success right there.
And then ban out the Valentina themselves.
And then after that, you know, your Fredrin is basically going around and check. Yes, just a Claude that could deal with the Fredrin later parts of the game, but that's what we call late game, right? Carry already selected by them. Yeah, interesting pick. Not too sure why Carry decided to go here because, you know, if you're Baxia, yes, the Carry is a threat, but I would say it's not as a bigger a factor because I feel like the Marcel is really that key pick from the side of Team Cambodia earlier just now.
I would agree to disagree. I think Carry is the core of the previous team fight strategy. You need someone that shreds everyone down. Marcel wasn't really too much of a problem or doing too much of a problem to Malaysia. Now that you know that you're dealing against a Cho and you know how Cho is going to be mirroring your every single movement, you want to have something that is anti-dive, where you can punish the Cho for being a little bit too close. A Beleric maybe, it counters as Claude as well.
I agree. Claude, yeah, the Beleric also works well for the Cho as well, like against the Cho as well. You really have to go up front and personal, and you don't kick the tree. You kick the tree back into the Claude or the Boxia. You're just gonna eat a full face of the ultimate coming up from the Beleric as well. There's also still, to a certain extent, an Atlas that could also combo really well for the side of the Gord, right? The Fatal Links put everybody in. Fredrin as well to constantly lock down. There you go. Team Malaysia hurt you. Denies that anti-dive away from the side of Beleric. That's also saves the Claude as well.
Yuzhong is pretty much open. Cambodia could just snap pick that one up. Provides a lot of early game damage, lane dominance, and then early game rotation as well. Yuzhong pretty prioritized in this current meta. I think if I was Cambodia, I would just pick that one up and try to force mistakes over to Malaysia.
I feel Yuzhong at this R4 pick was would be maybe forced. I feel like this is going to be a roam pick coming up for the side R4. You want to see what B4 and B5 pick in terms of the EXP. I think Team Cambodia kind of fix their R5 to react towards that EXP pick coming up from Team Malaysia. Marcel, I would say, also good. Yep, you're going to go for that one.
So pretty much the same draft. It's just trading the junglers as of now. If my sentiments are right, Malaysia might not want to change anything whatsoever. I think the draft was perfectly fine. I think the only adjustments that they need was just the Boxia. Both of these teams change up the strategy quite a bit. Right now you have so much more options for the EXP side as well. Lapu and Yuzhong pretty wide open. We've seen that quite a bit in this in the AGQ.
You know what? If Team Malaysia wants to play early game, since they already got the Boxia, they can follow on to this theme. They can go for the CC and also a Valentina as well, right? Early game domination. Okay, Benedetta, Valentina, sure. CC, I was thinking you could shred through the Fredrin, but I feel like maybe Team Malaysia was thinking, the threat of that Gord was maybe a little too much, and it's something that Razif can play as well. So as long as, Team Malaysia decides to play the macro game instead of 10-shaking team fights that kind of not necessary sometimes, especially when Team Cambodia is the one that has a lot more pressure to basically take down the Lord and blitz down the Lord. Razif could have done permanent structure impact on damage on the other side.
right now. Last pick for Cambodia. They picked up the Lapu Lapu in the previous game. I think it worked out pretty well. The only change right here is they're facing up against Abaxia. Definitely Cambodia will suffer a little bit in the early game. You need someone to be able to chase up against this Benedetta. Sometimes you will pick...
Oh, wait. Is that a Barat's EXP lane? No, Fredrin EXP lane.
Fredrin EXP.
Yeah, Fredrin
EXP and them.
Yeah, Fredrin EXP lane. We haven't seen this in a while now. The flicker taunt to basically catch onto the guard and more pick potential, right? Barat swallowing somebody with Daytona's welcome.
Yeah,
and
that's something that you can't purify as well.
Yep, you cannot purify. I spit back at you. At the same time, you also have that early game damage. This is what Team Cambodia can also do as well. But these are tanky, beefy boys. And this is where the Juicin really, truly shine. And unfortunately, Juicin is not on the table because it got banned away.
Barats in the EXP side. Typically, you want to get the Barats in the jungle just because of the stacks, but I think this might switch things up quite a bit.
Barats, though, I was thinking EXP Fredrin.
So basically, Cambodia bidding a death ball for themselves. There's not any one member that you can send in the long lanes or on the side lanes to alleviate pressure in the late game. Malaysia has so many options, though. Hyper mobile versus hyper immobile, like an unstoppable object versus an immovable force is the summary for the draft that Malaysia and Cambodia are bringing to game number 2. Cambodia 1 game away from being in a very comfortable position in the first group.
Early game Benedetta versus the Barats, you're doing exactly like this. If you're Razif, you just start the proxy in, you can rotate. And then after that, you can start, hard invading the jungle, enemy jungle, start taking away the small little beetles. Razif, look at where he is already. Man, Team Malaysia is really making a beeline for the orange buff. They noticed that the Fredrin is not in the purple buff at all.
Yeah, they were trying to pull Marcel away from the mid lane to give Amar an easier time. So Malaysia is still doing the same thing that they did in game number 1. It worked out very well. I think the late game execution could have been improved just quite a little bit. Barats definitely has to play catch up right here and right now. The purple buff is also in shambles. It's pulling it back with the meteors, holding on to the retribution. Doesn't have vision onto that one. Won't be able to steal. Najan might be able to get punished for getting a little bit too close, and that is first blood over to Nem.
Nazhan is like, okay, I wish I had a flicker there, but unfortunately, it's a retribution that he's holding on. So I think that was a bit of a overcommittal over the side of Team Malaysia onto Team Cambodia. The shot.
Ty forced to use the flicker out of the way. Nem not gonna let it slide. Level 3 doesn't have the taunt. He's got some time, Ty. Coming back into the fray. Very risky play, down on low health.
Yeah, massive pickoff coming up from the side of Team Cambodia, right? The jungle going down for the side of Team Malaysia, and you also give the jungle kill over to side Team Cambodia. Man, that means that, you're going to get a lot more EXP on this team, on this Fredrin.
I think this Barats is also kind of a big brain pick coming in from Cambodia because it's pseudo anti-dive. Hisham draws a little bit closer. The dinosaur just eats you up, gobbles you up, and then just spits you out away from the rest of the team. So you have to play catch up right now.
And don't forget, as this dinosaur, you also do a lot of damage. And here we go, gobbling up.
Gobble up onto the wall. Hisham getting stunned up. That is the Mystic Laser just getting disrupted by Razif all the way in the back line. In Cambodia, it's trading 1-for-1.
And okay, Turtle given over side Team Malaysia as well, so that's Nazhan redeeming himself. Amar still outputting some damage. Kyo right there getting terrifying. But you mentioned about this, right? Yeah, agreed. Baxia, sorry, not the Baxia, but hold up.
Oh, that's a 2-man knockup by Hisham, and that's the follow-up. Razif will take 2 for himself underneath the turret.
Yeah, it's a dive, and then you pick up 2 members. Man, Team Malaysia is really rolling it out, using the benefit of the early game advantage on the form of Amar and also Razif as well. Razif picking up 2 kills is absolutely wonderful. He's going to be able to snowball from that one. But you mentioned this, right? The last I checked, Cho cannot shouldn't pull out of the Barat's tummy.
No, that is just basically you're locked down and you disappear from the map for just a couple of seconds. Take a look at the replay right here.
Yep, Nazhan also joining the fray as well. Wow, amazing slow-mo, man.
Beautiful follow-up.
Coming up from Razif as well. Razif definitely going to be the main player, especially towards this bottom side in the EXP lane. the Barat is definitely going to be slower in terms of rotations, but he has decent wave clear because when he goes into his massive form, he's just going to stomp across all these minions.
I think for Cambodia, it's all about late game, late game, late game. You've got the skill potential, you've got the damage, you've got the tank ability. It takes so much more and half to take apart their composition. It's basically building a death ball. They just have to find a way to try to keep up with the pace that Benedetta brings to the table.
Another thing about Daytona's welcome is that you can also gobble out Elton's in... Oh, he's shot!
The shot taking a little bit more. Let's get it out, the ultimate blazing duet. Buys a lot of time for Elton though. Hisham, so much prowess on this show.
Yeah, like I think that was just the right spot for, and it's the thickest, like the thickest spot for you to run through. It seems like
true damage could burst him out, and he timed that perfectly.
Yeah, it's just amazing coming out from the side of Team Malaysia. But okay, enough blazing. Team Cambodia in a spot of trouble right here. It's going to be the Barats pulling onto the floor. The turnoff right now. Golden Hour already committed.
It's the Gort on the back line. Got to swallow up, spit onto the wall. Fredrin is not there, no damage at all. Disrupted the Mystic Gush as Hisham tries to run away. Razif deals with that Fredrin on the backside. Cambodia struggling in the early game once again. Here is the rest of the Goon Squad, Malaysia. You have all 5 members right there at the turtle pit.
Of course, right? Team Malaysia, this is a very early game-centric kind of roster. You got the Benedetta, you got Nas Hunt on the box here, Amar as well. These are early game heroes that can just pop off in the early to mid. Now, the goal lead-wise is still sub 2k. You already got a Hunter Strike secured by the side of Razif as well. Barat, on the other hand, has to build an anti-Karas.
All the way from the backside, go to Petrify. Won't be able to push anyone in. Amar actually goes down in under the turret, but able to just prance right on out of there.
Yep, items check as well. You've got, you know, Amar has the better items right here. Skip the boots for the glowing one, so that's also a key power spike for the side of Team Malaysia's mid laner for now. Cambodia, on the other hand, I think as long as they kind of limit the goal lead around 2K.
Mid-side, they landed on the Gort, forced to use the Golden Hour to save himself. And Sovan, the spot bother should get that recall.
Good. That's good play coming out from Razif, right? Even though right underneath the turret was able to slash away the structure, and then now you unlock Razif to start roaming even more freely around the map. Barat, from the side of Team Cambodia, I like the idea, but I don't like it in the EXP. I'd rather put the EXP on the Fredrin instead. The Flicker Taunt, I would say, is a lot more impactful as compared to, you know, a Barat. Now, the Barat, you need to stack the you can stack the passive through your jungle, but because now you're a lane Barat, you cannot stack it through your jungle creeps.
Here's Nassan rolling in the deep, rolling up on top. Ty Odin gets 6 feet underground. There's the Mystic Gush. We'll be able to dash out of there. Cambodia in shambles right now.
Elton PTSD right there takes a huge chunk of damage, half HP from that Mystic Gush as well. But this proxying coming up from Team Malaysia is enabled because Razif is roaming around the map even more freely. And now don't forget, if the Barats roam around the map, there's nothing in between the mid and the bot. That means that he's going to become deflated very, very soon.
Next turtle spawning up in 10 seconds. Doesn't look like Malaysia or Cambodia wants to force this Lord fight. Oh, that's the Gush. That is the kill. Kyo falls once again.
Absolutely baited. Taking out Kyo is absolutely necessary. You really have to try to find a way to slow them down. Malaysia is 5 kills ahead, 3K as well. Daytona's welcome.
Daniel's welcome. Down to Najan. We'll be able to spit him out and away. The Mystic Gush once again. Hisham on the backside, trying to disrupt that team fight. We'll be able to do so. They're going to lock everyone in place. But Razif! That's a 2-man Petrify. Won't be enough damage to take both of them out. But Cambodia trying to fight back. Got Odin there as well. We got 5 men down the bottom side. The T1 and the mid side in shambles. Najan taking a lot of damage. Shredded out by Kyo. Nem trying to chase that charge. The Princess Wrath, but more than half health. Hilton eats a full sword to the face.
Yeah, and that's a lot of Greyhound churros. And if you notice how Cambodia is starting to pick up in terms of the damage as well, all because Kyo is already starting to join in these team fights. And Razif, right? There's no Electro final blow earlier just now, even though, yes, that was amazing Petrify, but there's not a lot of follow-up coming from Team Malaysia.
For Malaysia, though, I felt like they played it to the T. Hisham disrupted the Mystic Gush. Cambodia needed to find a way to come back into these team fights. And this was the fight up on top right before the turtle. And yeah, we're back into the game. Yep. But that being said, though, Hisham is still super annoying. There was not a lot of damage coming in from just the board alone. But that last team fight, I think they could fight back because with the Barats, with the Fredrin in tow, and with the damage, like you say, coming in from Keo, they at least had a shot.
I think Keo using the Purifier earlier just was worth it. I prefer a Flicker, especially when, you know, Rezik could just literally chase you down and, you know, just shred through you. I think the Flicker to gain a bit of more damage so that you can land your passive, that's A-okay. But, you know, Purifier can work, especially when you're dealing with Hisham. But I feel like Hisham's role is to try to deactivate Sovan on this Gord, which he did earlier just now, right? But ultimately from Team Malaysia, there's not enough follow-up coming up from them. Had Team Malaysia has a proper follow-up, man, Team Cambodia would have been deleted in that team fight.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think the biggest issue was for Malaysia, as much as they wanted to go for the main objectives, they needed the objectives to be able to win on these team fights as well, because the turtle gives extra buffs. And speaking of objectives, they're starting things off with the lore, getting that reset, them leading the charge on the back line. They kicked in the wrong side. They're going to roll save him just for now, and that's a lot of light wheels, and that's the first. Reserve won't be able to reach onto Keo, free hitting on the back line. Just playing duet. Immediately onto the carry, the Mystic Gush onto the front line. It's just a split fight, and Cambodia loses 3.
And that's the power spike coming over Team Malaysia as well. Amar picking up the laser, using it, throwing it back against Team Cambodia. There's too much damage that Team Cambodia was actually unable to swallow. And now, once again, this is a First Lord over the side of Team Malaysia. But look at the goal lead, it's only 3K. It's not too far apart. But hopefully Team Cambodia, I don't know, probably find a way as well to climb all the way back in. I think most of the goal is in the pockets of Razif right now, because if you take a look at the team fight as well, Sovan using the laser way too early. Amar just literally walks all the way there.
Yeah.
Opens it up, just immediately bursts on top of the blaze way coming out from Elton.
Of all the open routes at that corner, they took the Keo took the choke point instead of the back off point. I feel like Keo still wanted to stay in the midst of battle, but Malaysia was just too rough on the back line. Hisham, Razif was just taking turns and trying to deal as much disruption into the Mystic Gush as they can.
I feel Sovan has been really lagging in terms of positioning as this guard, right? Amar at the very least, because he's a Valentina, he's able to just dash into position and then open up the laser. But for this guard, you really need to walk. And oh man, this looks really sad for this Barats.
But we've been in this position before. Cambodia is always, you know, having a rough start to early game. And Malaysia is extremely dominant, extremely aggressive. The small Barats definitely will be an Achilles heel for Cambodia. Plating is gone. Bubbles bursted. Malaysia very disciplined this game around.
Yeah, definitely. You don't try to force it, especially when the members from Team Cambodia does have the wave clear. Don't forget, Barats, especially when he's on max stacks, can wave clear very quickly, and his damage scales according to his HP. Apart from that, there's also a potential wild bomb from the side of from the Gord as well, and then after that you just get lasered down to death. In terms of the marksman's wise, goalie in the favor of Elton right here, going towards a Malefic Gun as well, but for our friend on the carry, does have the 3 attack speed items. This is also when the carry is also quite dangerous already. It doesn't really need that much items compared to a Claw.
Ooh, Darkness Welcome also utilized the Shunpo. Disrupted the suppression right before the suppression, right before the dope. As Cambodia still splitting their heads, and Malaysia knows that as long as Cambodia have 5 different heads and they're not together as one death ball, they are able to win 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, I feel like right now what Team Malaysia should do is really tie up the heads together. You know, like Hydra with 5 different heads. What they want, if Cambodia is allowed to basically exist as 5 heads straight ahead and spewing out, you know, all the fire and whatnot, yeah, they do a lot of damage.
Oh, Frederick taking a lot of hits. That is Elton. That's the find. The kick, the Mystic Gush, Hisham in shambles, down by Keo. Cambodia leading the charge. There's a hyper risky play from that Frederick, and it was just one dot and full blast of the Appraiser's Rev and Oko onto the Claude.
Elton just disappeared right there. I believe that was what, Elton and max health?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
almost.
Elton and max health. Just one dunk. Elton, what are you doing?
Beautiful. Beautiful from this Frederick. And this opens up so much opportunity to burst down this Lord. Nazan is still in the corner, though. Datnos Welcome is right there. He might be able to swallow as Baxia gets a little bit close.
Right now, the Baxia is starting to stack up. Amar does have the laser. Nazan not into, gets swallowed up.
That's the kick, and that's Datnos Welcome. Double lasers coming. It's the Zah falls. Amar, not enough hits, not enough damage. Cambodia fighting their way back again.
Man, Elton!
That's the final blow. And a taunt onto Rasif. Kyo takes them down. Dakota now stuns both of the blades. Elton's wide open, net falls. But it does not matter though, they do have that Lord and Cambodia gets out of the way.
Yeah, and now because, you know, the lack of Elton earlier just now in the team fight, getting dumped by the French earlier just now, that was what? 80-0 in one shot. Elton standing right in front of the French and thinking that he can face tank. I don't think though, because Team Cambodia is starting to hurt against Team Malaysia right now. And now with the Lord Intel, Team Malaysia has to now play defense.
Good zone from Thai. Took down that T1. Lord marching down the bottom side. Cambodia has the upper hand right now. In the team fights, Malaysia are handshaking it. They have so much mobility. Could just send Razif down onto the side lanes to try to get a potential split push. Look at the top side of Cambodia. One more hit to be cracked open.
Yeah, and now with the Lord coming in, best defense for the side Team Cambodia right now is the best offense, right? They're going to have to send the Lord charging against Team Malaysia, and now they're also starting uproot structures against Team Malaysia.
There's the laser getting initiated by Cam. A lot more hits this time around. That's the taunt coming in from Frederick, taking a lot of hits. Lord still up. Rasif on the top side though, they have to deal with the Benedetta in the macro game.
Finally, Razif is actually doing what I wanted him to do in the previous game, right? Put a bit of a time pressure against Team Cambodia, try to pull them apart because Cambodia together strong. But Team Malaysia, on the other hand, they know how to play the macro game by right because they've disrupted Razif.
Getting as well, come on to Nazan. That's a full laser, and that's disrupted with the kick as well. Double golden hour, lock double down. And Cambodia trying to push everyone back, trying to turn anything around, but everyone's taking hits, no one's falling right now.
Yeah, but you can see like Amar is taking the golden hour instead.
Kyo with the damage, melting everyone down. In back line, Hisham made a crucial mistake, trying to find that back. The Appraiser's Wrap won't land onto anyone. Nem has to get out of there.
Amar actually flickered right into the Appraiser's Wrap, had him at 0.1 milliseconds slower. He is actually going to set himself right into doom. But Team Malaysia at the very least was able to stabilize just a little bit, albeit losing bottom side. Currently both these two teams in a very equal situation, but you know, both of these two teams, you know how the woods as of yet. Team Cambodia looking very strong as a death ball, whereas Team Malaysia, they can always send Razif up top to basically apply pressure where is the open lane. Razif, I feel like he is thinking about it.
Malaysia's win condition is Elton just needs to be safe. He's always putting himself in a very vulnerable position. I know he likes to, like this. This is that is welcome directly onto the claw. That's a lot of damage, and the laser shuts claw down. Cambodia opened up the floodgates. There's no more damage now, but look at Benedetta. Razif's trying to buy time in the mid side.
There's no minutes, right?
Cambodia won't take down this Lord.
Oh, there is?
They have to get that recall. So Van will be right there. Hisham trying to pull them all back. Lord will be taken down by Kyo. Cambodia has to fight on against this Razif. He's doing so much work.
No, not good enough. Unfortunately, Team Cambodia is so far ahead. Elton eating that laser over and over again is proving to be an accurate team for the side of Team Malaysia as well. Odom on the chase, and now it's just 3 members left for the side of Team Malaysia. You can see TY Odom letting them go to hour, trying to slow down the retreat for Razif.
They got a fat wave, they got Kyo, they got so much damage. This is targeting onto the throne. Might not be enough though. So much wave coming in, they have to wait for the Lord coming on the bottom side. Elton is already up online.
Man, that was not supposed to happen because Elton on this spot should be able to get out away with the BMI and whatnot. Maybe also have to be a little bit careful with these damage. The bombs can always lay astray, and that's why you don't dance around the guard.
A fat wave coming down on the bottom side. Kyo is right there. High, just in the midst of battle. They're sending Sovan back to deal with the wave that's pushing up on that top side. That's locked down, that's immobilized. Cam taking a lot of damage. It's Cambodia on the back side. That's a purifier already used up by Kyo. He's keeping himself safe. He's doing so much damage, and that's the speedy light boost to take Hisham out.
And I am okay with how Team Malaysia is playing right now. Razif sent to basically around the open lane, and Team Cambodia decides to send the Gord away. Gord must be removed from the team fight at all costs. And the Razif right here, look at the laser, just threatening against Team Malaysia right now.
Shredding on the minions. Cambodia sending sights on the throne. They still got a fat wave. They're trying to disrupt this. Razif still has the electro-final blow. Will he be able to look for the backside? Speaking of backside, Elton with the blazing duet. Take a lot of damage now. They took us out so long. They still got Carry. Carry's still right there. He's still trying to buy some time. This is as well. Come on to Amar. Amar goes down on the backside though. Elton and Razif. It's against 2 versus 5 on the backside. It's Nan. Please the charge. Just lock down. Just immobilize. Pop that Purify as well. They're still leading charge. There's a taunt up. Slowly but surely. Elton. A disasterly mistake.
The kill has scaled out of control, and not just that. Mengong, as the Barrage, is massive right now. Nobody is actually able to take him down. The only person that can reliably take him down is gonna be Elton. If Elton throws himself like that, Team Cambodia is looking to win.
Backline on the brink. Cambodia, they don't really have a lot of help right now. No minions for Razif. That is the lasers. One more hit away. And it's on chasing duty. They pop the immortality, and it's all 5-man collapsing onto this Benedetta. They have a fat wave up on the bottom side, though Malaysia could have been able to buy themselves some time. Johnson just needs 8 more seconds.
The open wave for the side of Team Cambodia up top is actually preventing a lot of problems. And now, because they have forced to send the God all the way up, this is the time where they can try to make a play right here instead.
You don't have the core, you don't have the magic damage. Hisham's on the back line. He's trying to find his way onto the Keo. Keo still has the immortality. You have to kill him twice. Hisham will find his way in, but he's already protected by 4 members. Dennis Welcome will be safe and sound. The immortality pops for Hisham. Nice timing, pulling him back. Running out, will not lock down to anyone. It's Cambodia fighting his 4 members. The death fall will not be stopped. As they go straight for the throne. Elton is right there. He's stealing the place in the west. He's going to win the crown.
We've cleared up.
The Prince Rap will clear up the minions.
Razif is back right here. Elton coming out and blazing away with the grab, but the laser!
Once again, Cambodia not giving over to the fight. You got the Lord down, trying to cycle it through. They don't need the Lord. All they need is Keo and sticking together as 5. That's the Fast and Furious for you. That's the Dennis Welcome, and that's the win. Cambodia 2-0.
Cambodia 2-0. What a strange game that happened. Team Malaysia, towards the last point of time, they're just doing everything they can individually to basically try to push Team Cambodia's death ball away. But one person cannot stop the Cambodian bulldozer, literally bulldozing the whole base of Team Malaysia, laying it flat.
So much action over the last second. And that is what I like to see about Cambodia. They're sticking together as basically not even 5 men. They don't even need the gourd. As long as Keo is up and online, he's got that damage protected by 4 brothers around him. He's just hitting the light wheels. Hisham is not a threat. Claude is not a threat. And everyone is just, you know, getting swallowed by the Dennis Welcome. And Barats was such a key pick in the late stage of the game.
Yeah,
Cambodia was so dominant.
Yeah, the pick coming up from the Barats, I would say in the early game, yes, a little bit iffy, right? I was thinking, hey, Barats will eventually fall off priority, especially when, you know, you got your Claude is already starting to pick up all these damage items that could shred. But don't forget, Claude's damage mostly come from the Blazing Duet. Whereas, you know, if you want to deal with the Barats, you need constant DPS. Constant DPS that is provided by the carry that could just shred through HP bar. So I really like what I'm seeing from the side of Team Cambodia, though. Kudos to them. They are still unfazed by the pressure by the side of Razif as well. They're also unfazed by the pressure by the side of Hisham. And they just snowball out of control. And after that, they use that snowball, create an avalanche, and just cover Team Malaysia with a blanket full of snow.
They have so much, a little bit shaky in the early game. But once it comes to that tipping point, they always keep cycling. They're not giving Malaysia any room to breathe. And even if the Lord came up, they're not backing off. They're that disciplined. They know the limits of their heroes. They know that they can heal everything back up. The MVP definitely going into Sovan. And he's the one getting sent back into the base. He's the one dealing with the pressure that Benedetta is bringing into this game.
Yeah, and if you notice, right, by the time when Sovan was sent all the way back into the base, right there to just do base defense, they have full trust in Keo as a carry that, you know, they're online. He's online already. All everybody have to do for the side of Team Cambodia is just escort this carry and then just lay down light wheels after light wheels. He will easily shred through Hisham and easily shred through the Bucks here to a certain extent, and even to a certain extent Elton, right, is not able to hold on to the damage coming up from this carry. The only time when he could do it is because of the Winter Crown Blazing Duet, but there are a lot of times where there's a lot of opportunities for that's created by Hisham, created by, to a certain extent, Razif as well. it was not taken by Team Malaysia, right? But Team Cambodia though, they piloted this roster to great success. It was Team Malaysia that's knocking on Team Cambodia's doors earlier just now, but Team Cambodia held to their guns and they sent 2 Lords against Team Malaysia.
You know, Malaysia, you were saying what you wanted Rasif to do, he did it. What stopped him from trying to extend that push? Was it the base defense? Was it too much damage coming up from that base rush minions just punching into Malaysia's base?
I think it's also because Team Cambodia is sending the Gord all the way back, right? The Gord's main goal is to just go back, wave clear, perhaps even use the laser as well. Knowing Sylvan, he will do it as well. And then after that, rotate, right? And apart from that, it's also just, I think, the lacking of the damage coming off the side of Team Malaysia. Early game, Razif was able to find the pickoffs onto the carry and also the Gord, especially when, you know, it's the skirmishing time part when it's early to mid game. But towards the later parts of the game, when the team fight gets so convoluted, you've got the everybody just stacking onto the side of carry. You can't even see the carry because, you know, Baraz is so big right there, just blocking blocking the carry from view. You also got a Fragin that's escorting the carry as well. You also got a Marcel that dares to step in. If you step in, I'm gonna mess up your combo, and then after that, you're just gonna be a sitting duck right there, right into the carry's damage. And that's why in uber late game, the carry is a threat, and, you know, Razif unable to find a kill.
A great play on the Barats as well, using Detna's Welcome to immediately find Claude during that crucial moment in the bottom side. He was just waiting in that dot bush by the river, and when he saw that Claude, he was just waiting for the rest of the members to come in, and once they take them down, the laser comes out of this Gord. So I think at the end of the day, Cambodia is just, you know, shaking early game, late game, very aggressive, and still in the top seed. 5 wins, 0 loss so far. They still have 1 big challenge up ahead from them, which is the 3rd seed and facing up against Indonesia.
Yeah, but this means that, you know, if you notice, the group standings was kind of shifted just a little bit, right? It initially was the 4th seed, which is Team Malaysia earlier just now. Now Myanmar will be able to climb all the way back up. Don't forget, top 5 of this group stage goes over to Nagoya. Cambodia right here, I bet, yeah, you know what, I could just say it, it's just secured Nagoya.
Yep. Cambodia secured the main stage in Nagoya, Japan. Congratulations. Congratulations to them. The bigger test will come several months later when they re-face up against Philippines in a rematch.
And we pray the patch doesn't change.
And we'll pray, no, the patch definitely won't change, but there will be a new kind of experimentations coming in with new heroes in the pool. Remember, the qualifying stage, you don't really have free reign of Harara. Maybe that would shake up the meta as well. But hey, upcoming next will be Indonesia versus Myanmar.
Yeah, that's also another banger of a series to watch, right? Because Indonesia, they've been consistently performing, I would say, but I think there are also some hiccups that I feel like they should really fix based on the performance, especially against Team Malaysia, right? But hopefully this time around they can give a good showing against Team Myanmar. But of course, Team Myanmar, not too shabby either, right? Team Myanmar was able to do quite a good performance against Laos, Vietnam, and also to a certain even Team Malaysia as well.
Yeah, they won out against Team Malaysia, but it was a 2-1 victory. Malaysia still took a game over them, and so I think facing them against Indonesia, it's kind of even Stevens, right? When Myanmar statistically is better than Malaysia. It's sort of like a triangle.
Yep.
Myanmar better than Malaysia, Malaysia better than Indonesia. So now
it's a dog-eat-dog world.
Dog-eat-dog world.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, statistically speaking, we want to see an execution later on.
I think there's a lot of factors, especially a lot of teams are currently experimenting with the new patch as well. So hopefully, you know, Team Indonesia will be able to, you know, lock down in terms of the mentality on how to play this. Because don't forget, this is the M7 stack. The 2nd place M7 stack. Yeah,
really excited to see what is going to be transpiring in the next stage of the series. But hey, we are going to be 4 matches in so far.
Yep, finally, man. We're already more than halfway through. But with that said, ladies and gents, don't go away. After a short break, we'll be coming back with the match between Team Indonesia and Team Myanmar.
moment. In crimson splendor! Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
most brilliant moment. In crimson splendor! Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hinata? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
moment. In crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last.
Hold up.
couple more matches left for our teams to prove their mettle. A few, I would say, the last minute teams, the last minute performance may be required in order for them to earn that ticket to go over to Nagoya. Ladies and gents, welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Events MLBB Qualifiers. We are still currently going through Group A, and my name is Jace. This is Charles. We are casters so far.
So far?
So far.
Well, still have
I
a
don't
couple
know.
more games to go.
There's a doppelganger of me running around RWS as well, right?
Hey, so if you're around the area, please
A
head on
better
down
looking
to
one as well.
RWS. This is it's super fun to be here watching the crowd, and the crowd is starting to pick up.
Yep.
We see Indonesian fans, we see the Myanmar fans actually coming in. Third and fourth seed this time, Jays. They're 3 wins, 2 losses apiece, and they're pretty even, Stevens. It's all about seeding rights at this point.
Yeah, and I think in terms of Team Indonesia, yes, I feel like their consistency is there, but you can start to see some chinks in the armor as well. Don't forget, this is the M7 second place. We're expecting a lot more coming out from this team.
Yep.
But it feels like, you know, when they come over, I'm not too sure what's happening. Maybe it's a different environment, or maybe it's just a different meta that's maybe impacting them, and they're, I think, less refined as compared to, you know, the past performance back in the M7.
Well, there is quite a bit of factors, new meta changes as well, adaptability to the games, and just all around, a lot of the other countries all around Southeast Asia are growing, and they're becoming really strong, especially for Cambodia. A couple of seasons ago, we might have counted them off, we might have written them off, but right now they're coming up strong, so much so that they are cementing themselves as one of the titans in Southeast Asian region. But speaking of which, let's go into Indonesia. There's Dingerai, Alexander, Delvin, Afan, and Shauki. All of these members, they are extremely strong mechanically and gifted in their own rights. I would say Dingerai performs exceptionally well once given that space. Alexander finding right targets and making the right shot calls for this game. Delvin performed exceptionally well in the mid-game given the artillery mages.
Yeah, I think a lot more pressure on Team Indonesia right here. They qualified through the PBSI selections as well. So far, we've seen some form of brilliance as well coming out from them, but you know, the games have not been shaking. They've taken losses against Team Malaysia and, of course, Team Philippines as well in a small little rematch against M7. But, of course, you know, here are your members on the other side from Team Myanmar.
Shine, Kyo, Myo, Han, and Hein. So this team actually coming off from a win against Vietnam off stream. So we're playing it concurrently and riding on the momentum, riding on that high. They still have 2 more games to go. Against Indonesia, this will be the biggest test prior to the last game. The last match will be Myanmar against Singapore off stream as well. But if they win, if any of this team wins this, they will be pushing the the losing team down a spot and basically equalizing it with Malaysia.
Yep, I think also, I think this is also another time where another region that actually will need to try to test the mettle against another well-established MPL region, right? Team Indonesia has been in MPL for a long period of time. You see them in the international stage, and apart from that, you know, Team Myanmar so far they've only met 2. This is perhaps the last MPL region that they have to go for, albeit they won against Team Malaysia in the 2-1 fashion, but they lost over to Team Philippines in 0-2 fashion. Of course, like what you mentioned, like
Doggy Dog World.
Standings as well, 3 and 4 right here. The winner would definitely go up in terms of standing. I would say more or less you can, I would say 80% buy the ticket over to Nagoya. The loser on the other hand will be at the mercy of, you know, the middle of the pack kind of teams that will be playing later on.
Well, it's starting to solidify, right? For Group A, the hell group, so to speak. Philippines, Cambodia, pretty safe. They've got 5 wins apiece. Indonesia and Myanmar and Malaysia, 3 wins apiece. Malaysia already shot down just with that 1 loss against Cambodia. So Indonesia and Myanmar still even Stevens as of this point. They are in a pretty safe position. I would say Myanmar, statistically wise, up against the 8th seed, would not have too much of an issue as well. So this would be the biggest test for both of these 2 teams coming in.
And of course, you know, if you want to talk about the middle of the pack earlier just now, we talk about this 3rd, 4th, 5th seed. If you talk about, you know, game difference +3, +2, and 0 respectively, right? These points are not too far apart, right? So technically speaking, Indonesian and also Team Myanmar, they're not out of the waters just yet. I feel like this is the critical point for Team Myanmar and Team Indonesia. If they really want to go to Nagoya, this is the game that they really have to perform.
well, it's time to pull out all the stops. We're talking about like players, talking about heroes. There are a lot of priority that comes online, that comes into mind when we see the previous game that Malaysia and Cambodia has done. They have also got some time to learn from the mistakes of the past, or even yesterday and coming into the first game. Indonesia, this is their first game, and it's sort of like a warm-up that they have prior to going in. Myanmar already has that momentum after that win against Vietnam. So a little bit of changes for Indonesia. We talked about this in the previous game, right? A fight against Malaysia, it's a constant push, it's a constant pull. It's hey, we're in it, and then we're cooked. We're in it, we're cooked. And there's so many constant push and pulls. Indonesia really needs to learn how to close out games.
I think it's also just because, you know, how Team Malaysia has been really unpredictable when it comes to these kind of engages. There are crazy engages coming out of Hisham as well. You know, shout out to Zorn as well. And of course, you know, I think Team Indonesia was really taken off guard from this one. And now I think if they really want to play MLBB, the more important thing is, especially when, you know, you're going up against a Team Myanmar who may not have a lot of statistics out of there. It's not like one of the region that you will constantly study of. I bet you for the side of Team Myanmar, because your games, especially when you're from MPLID, you're from M7, your games are being studied and analyzed to the T. Your small little minor habits and bad habits is all shown on screen. So this is where, you know, teams such as from MPL Indonesia or Team Indonesia has to be a little bit more careful.
You know, back in the days, Myanmar used to be one of the top few teams. If we go take a time machine back into M1, they were in the top 2 seed, albeit they lost to AP Bren back in the day. And right now, coming into this matchup, I would say a little bit of the learning points, a little bit of adjustments that both teams really need to do. And I think we're going into the draft really quickly. There are some heroes that we actually saw today, especially the Barats. Do you think that, you know, Cambodia used it to great success, especially with a lot of the dive-heavy compositions, with the Chos that are coming up, with the Clods that are coming up? Do you think that the Barats pick will really shake up the meta?
I feel like the Barats pick is still more, I would say, under the meta, under the radar as of yet, because I feel like it's so easily counterable by the carry. Barats usually, I would say, you usually put him into the jungle. Right. The reason why I feel like the Barats appeared in the previous game is because the Akai got banned off. It's the same idea as an Akai, alright? I hold you by either push you to the wall using heavy spin as an Akai, or I use the Daytona's Welcome into just basically prevent you from actually using the Retribution. I secure objectives and I move on. I think it's also a lot of things that's happening all across the board for the side team, that game in particular, so I don't think Barats may be a bit of a priority. However, I feel like in terms of gameplay-wise, I feel Team Indonesia, they're looking at this massive AoE stuns. Like, if you take a look at Alexander, right, he likes to play his Atlas, he likes to play his, like, Marcel to a certain extent, right? So now, Expanding Rivers will be the map that both these two teams will be venturing into in game number 1.
Alexander definitely happy about that. He loves that the river movement speed boosts, the ability to get into the opponent's jungle, get out quickly, the ability to cross map play. And this is the first draft of the game against Indonesia and Myanmar. Phoveus will be banned out alongside Freya. Quite a bit of priority targets. We've seen Chusin slip off the pool, and Eve will be the hero of ban choice.
Yeah, like Eve is starting to get perma-banned once again. The real-world manipulation, and also, you know, the amount of utility that the Eve can provide, not only just to set up the CCs and the massive slow, the threat that you can do to basically burn down any form of tank, especially right now we're entering back into the tank utility jungles once again. Yeah, definitely deserving a spot in the banning phase. Now, second ban coming out from the side of Team Indonesia, the Freya and the Fanny. I feel like the reason why Team Indonesia is afraid of Fanny, because usually when you go abroad in the Southeast Asian regions, they love to play these assassins, especially Fanny. You saw even the Suyo, or to a certain extent the Hellcat, get tossed into the ban as well, especially when they're facing up against these regions.
Ooh, okay, going for the Hellcat ban once again. A little bit of not what we're used to, but I think Indonesia has really done their homework onto Myanmar and understanding what kind of heroes they're comfortable with, what kind of heroes they're playing. Chusin still prioritized by Myanmar. The Akai is still open though. Do you think they should go for it? Or the Paquito as well, as well as the Akai?
I think Akai Park is a good R1, R2 pick. Chusin, on the other hand, I think has been solid But Jusin is a threat over to the Akai because Jusin always lands onto Lantern, picks up the Akai, throw him away. And now because of the fact that the Claw is also being prioritized so much right now in this current patch, R1 pick going into the Claw, that means that, you know, you snap pick that away. There's also another safety net for the side of Team Indonesia is that, you know, if you see your enemy team pick up the Akai, you're forced to pick up the Jusin, which means that Team Indonesia doesn't really have to worry about the likes of Valentina coming back in unless Valentina roam. MPL Singapore.
Valentina roam, Valentina jungle, possibly this way back in the past. Moskov and the Fredrin will be locked in. On a lane-to-lane matchup, I would say make room for no room for open AI. Claude does everything right now. He's going to be able to cross that maps. He's going to be able to use the BMI to get out of the way. Dingerai plays pretty similar play style together as compared to the opponent's team. And right now, I think for Claude in the Moskov matchup, Moskov does quite a bit more in terms of the 4-1 composition. You're able to put that Moskov on the side lanes, and then he's able to join in that team fights. If you do the same with Claude, though, it takes a little bit of time for him to match up.
Another thing about the Moskov coming into this patch is also pretty interesting, right? You can use the Spear of Misery to kind of push the Akai away from the heavy spin, or to a certain extent push the Claude away from the BMI. So a bit of a like go away kind of toolkit that Moskov does bring on the table. Fredrin coming into play right here versus Akai. We saw this before, right? Akai counters the Fredrin, especially during the heavy spin. So I feel like if Team Myanmar wants to execute this one, I like the bans coming out from this one, the Kalia and also the Atlas. Kalia, of course, in the first phase ban. They know what Alexander likes to play, takes it away. I think to a certain extent, yeah, you're expecting a lot more bans coming out for this roamer from the Team Myanmar side. However, for Team Indonesia, the R-Lot ban as well to secure at least a very good game for the side of Lapu. Sorry, for the Paquito. I was thinking also a Lapu could also go into the mix as well. Lapu to really output the damage to kind of peel for the team. It's always great.
Sora, yeah, Sora is definitely one of the better picks out here. You're able to have easy access into the Claw. Yep, the Sora gets banned out by Indonesia. For Myanmar, though, looking for anti-dive roams to be taken out of the pool. There will be a Lilia, though. I would say a Beleric works kind of better for that ban. At least you don't really have that trouble since Fredrin is going to be in the mix. It's going to be soaking up that damage. You don't want to have to deal with extra damage coming in from the Beleric itself.
I like what I'm seeing right here. Beleric is also an interesting pick coming from Team Indonesia. We saw this kind of wombo combo before, right? Because you're going for an EXP lane, Paquito, you need some form of tankiness as well. Beleric fix that build deals a lot of damage back to Moskov as well, especially when you use the ultimate. You also, you know, distract the Fredrin on top of the heavy spin. Now the Fredrin is not going to have a good time to land a retribution onto the turtle or the Lord.
Mid lane's kind of open. It's going for the Marcel first.
Okay.
Can't believe it slipped through the entire banning phase, but we've seen less prioritization of Marcels and more towards the prioritization of new and upcoming heroes. Typically the Kalea, though, I'm kind of surprised that the Kalea not being picked too much in this current state in this competition. It's getting banned out.
The reason why Kalea is not picked up in this current state, usually banned away, right? And I feel like it's also very interesting because you don't really see a lot of teams really pick ban the Kalia, because the Kalia has one gaping weakness, that is if your enemy decides to pack like the Harif that has a Purify, right? Who do you catch, right? You don't really have anybody to catch, and especially right now when we're going into more tankly utility jungles, the last thing you need is to pull or catch Tsunami Slam the Akai back in. It gives Akai a gap closer, and then you spin for the win. Right now, Team Myanmar goes for the Khalid. Raging Sandstorm activator, Uranus coming in for the play as well. So 3 thick bodies protecting Moskov and Jusin. Somewhat of a similar roster that we've seen in the previous patch, but we just replaced Fredrin with another assassin.
In this current state, I think for Jusin, the build typically relies on a little bit more sustainability as well. A lot of teams are going for a pseudo-defensive Jusin, buy the Clock of Destiny as well before anything. Typically, if you want to risk it, you go for a Sky Piercer as well if you're going to play that Gambit.
Yep, but another thing that you can also think for the side of Team Myanmar, right? They're using the Uranus to kind of don't want to deal with Paquito, right? Paquito shouldn't try to even punch Uranus. Paquito punching Uranus is like Paquito punching a wall, right? But I think Paquito can break a wall, fine. Punching a steel wall, right? Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking, right? So I think what Uranus is, the role of Uranus here is to basically just wave clear, being annoying, find the back line, annoying, and then after they go away. Kimi, on the other hand, used as a mid laner for the side Team Indonesia to deal with this Juicin.
So Myanmar, a lot of side lane pressure right from the first second. Uranus, you can send Uranus off to the side lanes. You can send Moscow off to the side lanes, especially in the late game. Indonesia, though, I think if you are running Paquito against the Uranus, your goal is just to mirror where Uranus is going. You do have a little bit more mobility on that front. You can't escape from any of these team fights if things go south.
I feel like those two EXP laners will meet up along the way over and over again because information given on where Paquito is very vital for the side of Team Myanmar so that, you know, Miens and also Shine will be able to make a good call whether do I step forward aggressively or when do I back off. But I'm a little bit concerned about the side of Team Myanmar because they may not pack enough heat to deal with Rossa coming up from the side of Team Indonesia.
Well, that being said, this is game number 1, Indonesia and Myanmar. Middle of the pack, you say, Jays. This is going to be a do or die for either side.
Yeah, this is a very important game for both of these two teams, right? Of course, I feel like if you want to talk about region pride, the fact that you are carrying the flag of an MPL and also an M7, this alter ego that we're talking about, I think it's a more important game for the side of Team Indonesia, right? You don't want to drop and then get the risk to be disqualified away from Nagoya. Don't forget, you already dropped out from the MPL ID playoffs. The next thing you want is to really drop out from Nagoya.
Extremely annoying duel. We've always seen this quite a bit, Juicin and the Khalid. Juicin typically falls off on the ban priority and always leak through in that front. Mid side, a little bit of a touch and go action from both sides. What's the matchup like for Paquito? Do you think in the early game, it doesn't look like there is any proxy going on? I would expect a little bit more aggression across the jungles and into the invasion for at least the Uranus. Shaoki would be in the losing end at least until he gets his level 4.
I feel like you just answered your own question right there, Churros.
Fair.
Yeah, but I agree. Yeah, exactly. I was expecting more proxy wave coming off of Paquito and also the Uranus. Maybe you see a split. But I think it's also because you also have to take into consideration that you got Team Myanmar. Ooh, Dingarai down low.
Able to get safer now. Total spawning on the next 13 seconds though.
Currently, it's just a member from the side of Team Indonesia. I think just making sure that they got the key items up level 4 for the Uranus as compared to a level 4 of the Paquito. I think a lot more damage, a lot more priority given over to Paquito.
Oh, that's the Goon Squad. Galvin used the jetpack to get out of there, though, but Indonesia able to get out safe for now. Uranus going to be showing a lot of trouble as of this point. Shaoki keeping the pressure at bay. Use that flicker to get out safe. Getting pulled back. Shaoki in a spot bother. Will you be able to get out this first blood going into Hein?
And then even though the damage coming off on Delvin on this Kimi was not good enough to basically push down Hein as well. First blood given over side Team Myanmar, not only just that, the first turtle as well. And immediately you see the rotations coming in from the side of Team Myanmar. They are already hard invading right there, and it's not looking good for a start for the side of Team Indonesia.
Not only that, the turtle didn't go in the way of Indonesia on the bottom side as well. Look at where Dingarai is underneath that turret. The damage from Mia on this Khalid is just too much to handle right from the early game. And even the lane priority is shifting towards the favor of Moskov. As a gold laner, how do you deal with that? You're both late game heroes. Who do you think would have more priority in this early game?
I think priority-wise is going to be a skill matchup.
That's a lockdown. On to Tuya. Will be slain by Delvin.
Yeah, a good pickup coming up from the side of Team Indonesia. That's just a consolation prize. I feel it's going to be a skill matchup. Speaking of skill matchup.
Golden Hour or late down, but not enough reach for Indonesia.
Big ultimate as well. Not only just the fact that, you know, Dingarai couldn't actually jump into less. He gets stunned himself by that Golden Hour as well. But I spoke about this, right? It's going to be a skill matchup. It's all about whether Dingarai was able to stack up the Art of Thievery. If Dingarai has maxed out Art of Thievery in the early game, he should be able to deal with the Moskov, but the Moskov can easily disengage with Spear of Misery.
He's also taxing the wave for this Claude. Very difficult to get even remotely close, but then again, he's always in this position where, or Claude is always in this position where you will suffer in the early game just a little bit. In the late game, finding the right position will be crucial for their success. In mid lane, a little bit of a taunt act spread. And getting pulled back upon using a head spin. Trying to push Fredrin back underneath the base. You get the Appraiser's Wrath, but it will not be enough as Han goes down.
Man, Team Indonesia invited Myanmar's jungler all the way into a position that he don't want to be in. The overwhelming welcoming hospitality coming out of Team Indonesia, bringing the jungler down. It's absolutely funny.
Slowly but surely, Uranus taking a lot of damage. Hein will be able to prance out safe. Indonesia sets their sights on for this turtle.
But don't forget, it's still a 2-level difference between the two junglers. Definitely the turtle goes into the favor of Team Myanmar.
This knock-up, Juicin already utilized it ultimately to get out of the way, getting pulled back. That's a 3-man golden hour. Keto on the back side. There's a Kai getting fouled. On the bottom side is a solo kill for this Moskov. It's a fight all over the map. Shaoki, bloodthirsty. Doesn't have the combo, doesn't have the ultimate. There's 2 members on him. That's Retribution also used. You will be slowed down. Indonesia making mistakes in the early game.
A trade for a trade, ladies and gents. Team Myanmar is the one that actually got out most of it. Members from the side of Team Indonesia don't have the damage to deal with Cure as of yet. That solo kill down bot is also not very good for Dingerai. And not only just that, the mid bot lane also for the side of Team Indonesia is broken down.
Definitely not a good look, especially if you're a Dingerai. Just playing into the hands of Shine and you're 1 level behind. There's not a lot of backup coming in from that bottom side. You're left all alone, trying not to extend yourself too much far forward, but I feel like this Shine is trying to bring the wave towards himself. We're starting up this turtle again. Afan is still in position.
I feel like Team Myanmar, Stallion Pulse doesn't really catch into anybody.
There's lockdown, there's the stun. And there it is, Uranus on the back line. Dalvin had forced to use that flicker to get out of the way. The heavy spin will lock Fredrin into place. The SOD goes wide. Alexander down for the count. He will be able to find a way. Getting a stun up. You know that Appraiser's Wrath getting laid down as well. It's hell breaking loose for Indonesia.
As Team Myanmar just go on and onslaught over and over and again. Team Indonesia dropping like flies. 4 members going down for the price of the robe. Team Myanmar got the best thing out of this deal.
It's not over yet. Dingerai, the only member that's left, taking a huge brunt of damage from Shine.
Yeah, it's going haywire for the side of Team Indonesia right now. Team Myanmar is the one that wins in most of these clashes. It feels like, Team Indonesia wants to handshake on these team fights, but even though, Shiayuki finds an angle on this Paquito, wasn't able to take down Neo. But then again, the Uranus is also doing the same, and in fact, the Uranus did a better job at zoning. If you take a look at that, Hein still unstoppable right there. Appraiser's Wrath just slapped onto Alexander, especially with so much gray health. Dingerai couldn't actually hold on and catch up. And now, because all of a sudden, Team Indonesia is kind of forced to use a heavy spin even early on. Team Myanmar, I think they're not there to take down the turtles. In fact, the whole idea is to use the turtle as an excuse to find the kills onto Team Indonesia.
On the bottom side, Hein is left all alone. Uranus might be able to get punished right here. Indonesia is trying to look for that. They're bloodthirsty. They're all saying is red, but Uranus is not giving them that satisfaction. And here comes the Goon Squad. The SOD will land. Get the Moskov also potentially coming in. This is not looking good for Indonesia.
Heavy spin at the same time, the Golden Hour will try to freeze the members. Dingerai forced to use the blaze to do it all the way back.
That's
like
a lot of hits.
Goes down.
That's a lot of hits from Dalvin as well. As Indonesia fights their way back, the Appraiser's Wrath, and here comes that Moskov all the way from that top side.
The problem is the Uranus. You can see how Team Indonesia don't have the damage to deal the Uranus at all. And this is a big problem. You drafted a Kimi. I would say that is one of the ways to deal with the Uranus. You also have Dingerai on this card as well, right? But the Uranus goes unchecked. Shiayuki on this Paquito wasn't able to, keep him in check at the same time of the top, and also unable to side push that lane, proxy the wave. He's staying underneath the turret way too much.
Hein.
The threat of Hein is way too much to handle.
Speaking of Hein, blocking off the escape route. Shaoki nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. As Kyo picks that one up, Indonesia falling apart.
Yep, punching a metal wall, like what I mentioned earlier just now. And don't forget, this is a good pickup coming out from Afan. But if you notice, it requires a lot of resources for Team Indonesia to be able to take down everybody. And once everybody is concentrating more of their attention onto the likes of Kyo or even Hein, Shine is out doing a lot of damage. Han can also do a Appraiser's Wrap, slap onto somebody. Alexander doesn't really have that amount of HP bar to be able to deal with the true damage from Han as Team Myanmar secures the Lord.
Myanmar also taken away the lane advantage that Indonesia never had at this front. They're charging in the mid side, taking away the T1. Someone needs to deal with that Moskov. There's the stun up. There's a pullback over on Afan. There's a retribution as well. He slowed down. The Prince Rev won't be enough, but from the flank, the Khalid seals the deal underneath the turret though. Underneath, all the way from the other side, Shine extended a little bit too far, but it just goes to show how far Myanmar has come.
It doesn't really matter because the main damage dealer from the side of Team Myanmar, not only just in the form of the Moskov, technically speaking, the Uranus also hurt, right? Once the Radiant stacks is up, he's also constantly healing. He also output quite a decent chunk of damage, and not only just that, you also got the Juicin, which is going to be Myomian that could literally do a lot of damage, especially when Akai is forced to step forward like that.
Yeah, speaking of Myomian, this is just annoying. You have so much front lines. It's so easy for Myomian to just pull everyone back and just healing everything back up. And what we talked about, the shift in the mid lane meta, you don't really have to build a bursty, damagey mage anymore. This is just hyper utility and just doing damage over time. Speaking about that, the Lord marching down the bottom side. As SOD also landed right from the backside. Myanmar trying to look to make their way in on the backside. Shaoki trying to look for a flank in the midst of all that. Into the wall underneath the turret. The Fredrin goes down. Get that hit. Golden Hour locked down 2. Indonesia able to find their way onto 3. A little bit of an overextension.
The defense
onto Myanmar. Shaoki a little bit too close for comfort, but they're raising the stakes, they're raising the tempo, they're shifting to high gear. Indonesia cannot find themselves another 2 kills onto the annoying boys of Myanmar.
But at the very least, 3 members on the side, Team Myanmar is taken down, so this is defendant's advantage. Given over side, Team Indonesia, you can see the damage that Shine was able to put with the SOD, just 1 spear. Dingerai and even David's backline has to back off. Half HP left, and Team Myanmar, taking a mile out of this. If you take a look at this replay right here, and it's just, even Afan forcing the heavy spin as well. The Golden Hour to slow everybody down for the side of Team Myanmar, but it's not enough because the amount of sheer dominance that Team Myanmar was able to do was there, and they're already knocking on Team Indonesia's door.
Really close call for Shaoki as well. And with this Paquito, a high priority pick, you're not doing so well. 0, 4, and 3. You can't even find lanes. You can't find any open sides for you to break through. But Myanmar, with that front, Indonesia ramping up that tempo, they want to look for a engage onto Myanmar. Not happy about them breaking into their base.
Yep. The key item that Team Myanmar has already secured is the Blade Armor for the side of Hein. Blade Armor is the key item to deal with Dingerai, to deal with Delvin as well. So they are not very safe. As long as they lay down the damage and they are able to find the burst onto the Uranus, that is it. So for the side of Team Indonesia though, if they want to circumvent around this, Xiaoyuki needs to start split pushing on the other side. Team Myanmar on the other hand, man, Uranus go bro.
Myanmar starting to zone Akai out. Indonesia needs to find a way to get in through to Shine. As long as this guy's alive and the stars align, there's a lot of damage being taken out. Let's pull back into Wafana. Princess Rap already laid down the heavy spin. We'll pull one back. The Golden Hour lock all of them into place. Buys Indonesia some time. The Lord goes in the hands of Fredrin, and he will take control of that. Myanmar will be able to get out safe and sound. That is the taunt. A lot of damage from that Fredrin alone, but Myanmar is just hitting onto the back line. No one can deal with the Moskov. Not now, not ever. You got Dingerai on the front line as well. There's so much split fight, Chase.
3 members down for the 3-man, but not only just that, Team Myanmar secures the law for themselves. Dingerai is still in a spot of trouble. Myanmar is going for this chase.
That's the pull. That's the lantern. That's what we want to see if you're a Myanmar fan. It's Shine against the world. Shaoki is still left alive though. 1v2.
1-4-4 Petito versus a level 15 Moskov. My money is on this Moskov, and not only just that, with Bob the minion coming in. Luckily for the side of Team Indonesia, the minions are starting to spawn, pushing Team Myanmar away. A sigh of relief for Team Indonesia.
Good back off potential from Myanmar. They know that they're all coming up alive. Dingerai on that back line, dealing a lot of damage, but Fredrin soaking all of that up, buying some time for Myanmar to hit and get that damage done over onto Indonesia.
The damage is starting to come from the side of Team Indonesia. Afan!
Yep, the spin won't be enough to push Myomin back. Alexander popping the Golden Hour, but won't land onto anyone.
The Golden Hour sorry, Churros. I feel like the golden hour feels like a bit of an opposite. It's the opposite of help for the side of Team Indonesia. If you notice, the golden hour once it's set, and then after that, the rest of the team cannot find, and that's the bonk from the side of Fredrin. Lots of gold, lots of gray health, and he was able to just soak in the amount of damage, return the favor back into Delvin, and burn him down right there. But not only just that, I think the Moscow unfortunately has scaled.
Turret at a sliver in Indonesia, trying to buy their time, get that defense down. Way too deep in. Kyo will lose his life as Indonesia, another successful defense. They lost their T3 in the bot side.
Hey, unfortunately, they are losing a lot of infrastructure, right? And don't forget, like what I pointed out, the blade armor is really the biggest pain for the side of Team Indonesia. Not only just that, if you want to count with Jace, you count the amount of Chatai's Pauldron that Team Myanmar has built for them. Every single tank has built that, and now that is going to make Dingarai's life truly miserable.
They don't really have to deal with the, not only have to deal with the claw, but they have to deal with the Kimmy. Delvin does have that damage already, and then you got the feather as well for a little bit more basic attack damage coming your way. You're dealing with Indonesia, able to claw themselves up again, equalizing the score.
You know, this is a time where I feel you need something like a sea helmet already. I know it's not a regular item for the side of Dingarai, or I would even argue, even Delvin picks it up, because you need to do a lot of damage against tanks like Han, like Han as well, and also to a certain extent Kyo at the same point, right? But the problem is Team Myanmar is just a huge, thick wall protecting Moscow. Moscow 6-1-1, and now with the Wind of Nature in the item as well, he is suddenly immune to all the damage. And Dingarai decides to go in with Blazing Duet, the lawyer spawn right now.
Both teams are just teasing against each other. Moscow at any one point of time can just do that damage, heal everything back up. The Lord pulled over to the side of Afan as Myanmar tries to find more information. Hein will be at the front line. Go to back on the top side. Shaoki keeping busy with the macro gameplay. There's a push-pull onto Neo Mid. They understand that his Shusen is going to be a threat in the later stages. And Lord at a third is going to be taunted in by Fredrin. Trying to get that reset. There's the Protection Pulse. Golden Hour will lock this monster up into place. They sound the alarm. They sound the horn. The Lord is down low! Afan steals the Lord from underneath the noses of Myanmar. This is the time for the counter-engage.
Man, there was a period of time Afan forgot the Lord earlier just now, but I feel like the shock of the crowd actually dragged him all the way back into his duty. This is the thing that Team Indonesia should have done from, I would say, the 3rd minute mark, because, I mean, they lost so much of these neutral objectives. Finally, they're able to put that back.
What a play. Indonesia just played that so beautifully. Alexander just understanding where Moskov is, using the golden hour to push him back. And once he's locked up, it's just got so much time for this Lord. And like you said, Afan, he just forgot his duties. He's got the heavy space pushing the pressuring back.
I think finally Alexander is doing exactly what I want him to do, right? His whole goal right now is to really try to push Shine all the way back, and now Team Indonesia with Lord in pocket, and of course Dingarai this time is going to have a bit more time to scale. But don't forget, Xiaoyuki is a mid-game priority. A lot of damage!
That's a 2-man lockup with the Traction Pulse. Indonesia slowly but surely breaking their way in. The Lord already marched up the top side. Flash in. Myanmar, that's a golden hour, 2-man lockup. Might not have time for an engage. Shaoki trying to find a flank. There's 2-man stun. There's a lot of damage. Down goes Hein. No more Uranus. Fredrin, there's a 2-man energy eruption. There's a taunt coming in as well. It's still all 5 members up for the side of Indonesia. And down goes Myanmar. A counter engage. What a game that Indonesia has built for themselves.
Team Indonesia far from the break.
It's not over yet.
And now they're going to try to push 4-man down for the side. Team Myanmar already as Team Indonesia looking for the win with 1 super minion, 1 siege minion.
It is not for naught as Indonesia clawed their way back up into the game. All the way, they fought from the bottom. They fought from the back. And now we're here.
And this is exactly why I admire the Team Indonesian spirit, right? It's not over until it is over. For a period of time, we are literally playing at the base of Team Indonesia. But one slip up, one perfect golden hour, creating that golden opportunity to push the Moscow away. Not enough damage coming up from the side of Team Myanmar. I did say that earlier just now, right? Like, this is a roster that is meant to protect the Moskov. If the Moskov is not available in the front line to be able to dish out the damage, the whole team just stop and stand still. Yes, you got a lot of HP pass to go with, but Alexander did a wonderful job isolating that Moskov earlier just now.
You know, you pointed out one thing. The entire side of Myanmar bought a Chastis Pauldron just to slow the attack speed from the Claude, but they forgot about the Kimmy. Kimmy's just free hitting from the back line. The traction pulse very, very non-committal. You close up to, and they overturn that situation. So Indonesia, very hard-fought defense, very hard-fought engage, re-engage with the Lord over to take this win.
Yeah, but I think also the Kimmy, I think that item from the side of Uranus is the blade armor, right? It's just constantly a big nuisance over to the Kimmy because Kimmy has a lot of attack speed built in that's not scaling based on attack speed because of how Kimmy works. If you guys play the game, you know, right? But the problem is because of the blade armor, the Kimmy actually do a lot of damage to herself as compared to doing to the Uranus. So MVP goes over to Dingarai, rising up at the last minute. Also, secondary kudos over the side of Alexander on this Marcel that was able to isolate down the Moskov. The Moskov was the main damage dealer from the side of Team Myanmar. It was the hyper carry. It was denied by the side of Alexander, but the main damage in order to deal with the Fredrin, the Uranus, and also to a certain extent, the Khalid has to be done by this Claude.
Yeah, Dingarai suffered a little bit in the early game, especially against this Moskov. He's always getting pushed back. He doesn't have that farm. He was to one level, at 1.2 levels behind the Moskov. But at the end of the day, Claude is a late game monster.
Yep.
Different, same animal, different beast.
That's why I said if there is a tier above S tier, I will put him there, right? Because the Claude is such a strong pick right now in this current patch. Trust me, next patch, you expect the Claude to get nerfed because of the fact that, someone showed us the fact that if you bring a Claude with the fighter emblem, you're just going to absorb so much HP from your Blazing Duet. But if you take a look through these emblems, this is exactly what I mentioned, the fact that, Dingarai rack up with the fighter emblem. The fighter emblem on the Moskov, I would say, a bit iffy. I feel like it's still beneficial if it goes back into the marksman emblem. Maybe, hopefully, it's the collateral damage that allows him to stay in lane even longer.
I like one thing that you point out within the game as well. The Golden Hour is basically a double-edged sword.
It is.
The way that Alexander used it in the earlier parts of the game was it was not to their favor. He's trapping his own teammates. He's buying time not for their own team, but for Myanmar. Myanmar could be able to stack up all these spears, all these energies. You see a lot of burst damage coming in just because of the Golden Hour if it's not placed right. He made a little bit of adjustments in the later stage of the game where you said it right and you called it out, where he should be able to use that Golden Hour to just zone out Shine.
If you take a look, blade armor, exactly. There's not a lot of Athena shield on the side of Team Myanmar as well. That's where, you mentioned this, Delvin is like literally free hitting, shredding through the likes of Han, shredding through the likes of even to certain extent Hein at the same time, right? Yes, you got an Oracle, it's good for personal healing, but not exactly the item to go for if you want to deal with this Kimi that's just constantly sending magic bullets at your face.
Myanmar was able to create that lead, and the issue was they couldn't hold on. I felt like they should play more of the macro game instead of trying to force the team fights and handshake it in within the main objectives. Shine wasn't left onto the side lanes to try to push. Typically, you would get the Moskov over the side lanes, push it in, and then use the SOD, eventually just to join in the team fights. And you don't really want to take the team fights to a 5-man Indonesia.
But I've seen it before, right? Where the Moskov was actually split pushing on the other side. You just need one SOD to miss.
Yes.
And that's it, right? And don't forget, the Moskov was sorely needed in all these team fights coming out of Team Myanmar.
Yep.
He's the one that's outputting a lot of damage from the back line. And also, yes, technically speaking, Juicin can do damage as well, but it's still a ticking time bomb kind of thing, right? You just pick somebody up, drop it down, but you need DPS, especially when you're dealing with a team such as Team Indonesia. You really have to just chew through, and hopefully the collateral do land, especially on the Akai. I feel like also another thing is from the side of Alexander, right? I think the Marcel pick, I was just toying with the idea, maybe, just have to try to use a way to use the Golden Hour to cut away the backline, force the backline towards the front line, and then after that, you try to just push them into a place that they don't want to be. But if you notice earlier part, you mentioned it, the adaptation from the side of Alexander was great, and I think it's also, a fun fight, remembering that his job is to actually not only just to push the Fredrin away, but to also retrieve that Lord, that's also something that he did quite well as well.
Yeah, and I want to circle back to your point just really quickly about the Moskov. It is a conundrum, especially for Myanmar. They played it off very well in the early game, but in the late game, it's kind of like you want to send the Uranus onto the side lanes, or you want to send the Moskov. And like you said, you needed the Moskov in the skirmishes in order to get that damage.
Yep.
A lot of them are building like high utility. Even the Juicin doesn't really have a lot of heavy damage. It's all mostly DOT. But then you only need one SOD to miss. And you also have that opportunity to potentially break open a lot of the turrets through the bases though.
I feel for the side Team Myanmar, if you notice how they have been playing this so far, it's that they'll do the 4+1 thing, but you know, of course, that you see Moskov on the side lanes, right? Another person that could also potentially fill up that slot for Moskov is the Uranus, right? You got decent wave here. You can also rush down into coming into the flank to start threatening the backline as well. Don't forget, Uranus does a lot of damage, especially with the Radiant stacks. You should try it. It's actually very scary. There's this once, right, when I Uranus at max stacks, just one punch onto the Farsa, half HP is gone, and the Farsa has to fly away. So that's also a potential threat that the Uranus could potentially do as well for the side of Team Myanmar. But hey, Team Myanmar was in the driver's seat all throughout the whole game until the last 2 minutes, until they made a mistake. Team Indonesia capitalized on it, and then after that start shoving all the damage in.
Yeah, tipping point was definitely on that last Lord fight that
Afan.
Essentially Afan using the heavy spin to push that Fredrin back out of the way, and even Alexander using the golden hour to just zone Shine out of the way as well, freezing him in time, and he just can't get into position as and when he wants. That is where, you know, Indonesia actually comes back into it. They still got the spirit, they still got that fight in them, and it's still one game up against Myanmar. Like we said, this is the middle of the pack battle, and I think Indonesia one step closer. There is some shaky issues that they need to fix. There is some mistakes that they have made in the early game, especially on a lane-to-lane matchup. I think that Myanmar mechanically understands how to play around with the economy lead in the side of the Moskov and the Claude.
If you notice how Myanmar plays, it's the same as similar playstyle as Cambodia as well. They like to fight as 5. They're not used to the macro playstyles that, you know, some of the MPR regions start to boast, right? You start to see Team Malaysia was almost able to just send Razif all the way to side lanes, threaten onto the side lanes, and then after that, win through minions, right? Team Philippines, you know, they are great at this, right? Yep. They identify the timings, being able to split push and join the fight at the right timing. I think that's the key difference between the MPL regions versus the other regions as well. But not looking down on them, not discounting them out, because their team fights can get really, really strong. Myanmar, Exhibit A.
Yeah, this is just a really good showing of where Myanmar can go, but this is the issue that we see with a lot of teams in Group A. They can make that lead, but it's always very difficult to close them out. And a lot of teams are starting to drive very defensively, circa, you know, Indonesia, which has very, very high base defense. Right now, game number 2, Expanding Rivers, is the environment of choice. I think Indonesia definitely likes this quite a bit more because of the rotation. No, Myanmar starts the rotations quite faster. Yeah.
I feel like, I think early game, Team Indonesia was trying to bite more than they could chew as well. So I hope they kind of fix that up just a little bit. Be a little bit more decisive. I feel like there's still a slight hesitation from the side of Team Indonesia. Whereas for Team Myanmar, if they decide to fight, they will fight. They will fight you. Like you owe them money or something.
Now, there wasn't any major hero that in the previous game that they should fear. I think both teams really played to the T. The Helka rebanned out right here. I think still what's open is the Freya as well as the Kido. Myanmar in the first pick. Don't want to leak out the Freya to them.
I feel it is up to Team Indonesia to ban the Freya. The Juicin, I feel like it's not really scary. The gold laner for the side of Team Myanmar was really well protected, so that's why Shine could truly shine, no pun intended, right there for him. Then after that, you know, the Moskov just unleashing a tremendous amount of damage, especially towards the later parts of the game, especially when it's splash damage as well. I feel right now it's Team Myanmar they're selecting what they want to pick first, right? Juicin first pick is great because, you know, you can always use the Juicin to deal with that Akai. Myanmar going back into the same bands as well, Phobias. Yves and Kalia is the same exact bands as we saw as game number 1.
Last ban will be the Freya. Akira still open. Claude as well. Myanmar.
If they want to go B1 Claude, that could also be the case.
Possible it would be Juicin once again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Myanmar's just executional issues. I think everything should stay ceteris paribus, so to speak. But Indonesia, that would be basically Akai coming in again alongside Claude.
I mean, I even though right now the flavor of mine is the Akai, but Akai going up against Juicin, that's something that, you know, you see how annoying it is. Even to a certain extent, Team Philippines and Pomucheno, Seno actually also find a lot of problems drafting Akai into a Juicin. He's constantly getting picked up. He's constantly, you know, being thrown around. And the worst case is when the Juicin throw a tanky hero back to your front line, then all of a sudden you do a lot of damage to them as well. So, yep. Team Indonesia has to bite the bullet. They have to give it to Kai. You don't want to give it over to Team Myanmar as well.
Yeah, 100% agree with this draft so far. No changes as of now. I think the only thing that Indonesia should fear is the Khalid once again. For Myanmar, it worked out extremely well for them just because the Khalid has so much damage and so much vision play that it brought over to their side that Indonesia cannot really handle the early game damage.
Seems like we're going back into the same exact draft. I'm the kind of guy that likes the variations when it comes to see when I'm watching MLBB. Seems like Team Myanmar is stepping forwards back into that Fredrin, Juicin, Moskov. What's next? You also got your what's it called? Your Khalid. Then after that, your Uranus as well from the side of Team Myanmar. Once again, protect the Moskov. The only slight variation coming off the side of Team Indonesia will be delving onto the Lilia instead. And now, based on this, Lilia can burst.
Lilia is a lane bully. You
against the Juicin as well?
Faster. Yep, against Juicin.
But not
the fastest clear. Is the fastest clearer.
And also you hit power spike at level 1, right? But not known to really take down tanks. Seems like, you know, from game number 1, Team Myanmar is gravitating over to a really thick body to be able to deal and protect the Moskov. Seems like, you know, Team Indonesia picked that up. They are going to take away the Khalid as well.
Yeah, I talked about this, and I think Khalid was a very, very big threat in Indonesia's draft earlier on, especially when you want to run something like a Marcel. You want to be able to run through and run past your enemy to know where they are, give information to your team. But the Khalid is always in the way. He's dealing that damage, and then before you know it, you blink your eye, you're at half health, and then you are finding yourself running back without any information whatsoever. So it's just a waste of time if you have to deal with that Khalid. Also, the Cho creates so much annoyance, and Indonesia just doesn't want to deal with that.
Yep. A lot of roams are getting taken off the board as well. Both these two teams haven't selected a roam just yet. Belleric is a good idea for both of these two teams can potentially use it as well. But I have a lot more hopes coming up from the side of Indonesia Afan as well on the Akai. I feel like the Akai was really just slightly underwhelming, even though, you know, yeah, I did say that there's a Juicin to really be annoying right there, and the Kai wasn't able to do a lot of things because he's constantly getting picked up. But I feel like there's certain cases where Akai could have used a heavy spin to really push and disengage away and pin somebody to the wall so that you be able to do damage. But hey, enough said. That's game number 1. We go to game number 2 right now. Akai, I hope that Team Indonesia will be able to pilot this Akai a lot better. Midfielder Airlines coming in from the side of Team Indonesia.
Taking a page out of Philippines book. I like it because this goes back to the Ube strategy, and with the Lilia and the Claude alone, you have that kind of zone potential. You have that high burst when you come even close.
Yeah. Okay. Team Myanmar bans away the Yuzhong, right? Now Arlot
opened up.
Low-hanging fruit for the side of Team Myanmar. I feel like Team Indonesia, maybe R4 pick is a better Arlot pick because, you know, every time Akai get pushed, Akai pushes somebody else, that's a free bench for you to dive onto it at the same time. I think Arlot is going to have a bit of trouble going up against Team Indonesia right here because of the Akai, and also Mathilda could easily pull and save somebody away.
And even if they time it right, you get the guiding win and you get that mark, you dash all the way back into the base. You highly commit into that one. And speaking of high commitment, that's the glue as well. Super tanky together with the Fredrin will create a lot of mayhem for Indonesia from the early game onwards. But well, I think in the Claude in the late game would be able to shred that as well. Lilia not too worried about the mini glues as well.
What do you think about Ruby here from the side of Team Indonesia?
Risky, a little bit too glass, I wouldn't say glass cannon, but a little bit too paper thin. Saw how Wiloon played it for Team Singapore. Yeah, it does have that heal potential and a sustain potential, but it might not be enough. Shaoki played a great Benedetta. Hopefully they pulls that out this time.
I mean, there's also a Lapu if you want to go back to something more standard, right? Yep, there you
there's
go.
a good Lapu.
I mean, the reason why I was thinking about the Ruby is because you can basically try to hook onto the Moskov. You have a ton of CC, your CC monsters, and even if you accidentally fall a little bit too far, the Methoda can also come and save you. And don't forget, you also heal a lot from those glue bits. What do we have an official name for the mini glues? Glulets?
Mini glue, I think just mini glue.
Right, sure, mini glues,
Gooblets.
Gooblets sounds like a cuter name as mini glues.
But the L doesn't roll off your tongue. It's so hard to say.
Yeah, it's like what?
Gooblets.
It's like what? Million reptilian?
What's his name again?
You're the one that coined that name for him.
Mammalian the
Mammalian
reptilian.
reptilian.
Yeah. I love that. But hey, you know, this is Myanmar's and Indonesia's time to shine. I think a little bit of a changes and shakeups from the draft for Myanmar.
Okay.
They have very strong early game potential. Will they repeat what they did in the previous game and eventually close things out?
Yeah, I think Team Indonesia, this is going to be a high-octane kind of gameplay. They need to really make use of the map to rotate as quickly as possible, try to catch onto Shine, try to catch onto Mio as much as possible. Because, you know, going into the map right here, if you don't rotate using the Mathilda, then basically you're wasting the Mathilda. But at the very least, Mathilda in the early game does a lot of damage, so that's a decent poke that you can try to do. But now, as we go into the tank meta is not very susceptible to hard invades.
That's the beauty of a Lilia. So much of a lane bully right off the bat, just destroying all the mini glues around. Power spike since level 1.
Yeah, especially with the fix, right? Lapu is still a solid pick, still cookie cutter and kind of vanilla, I would say. But looking at what Lapu is trying to do right here, I think it's to probably pose a threat over to the Moskov once again.
Yep.
Every time you slash, especially if you have your War Axe, especially when the split happen, you're going to heal all that all the way back up. But apart from that, I don't know, I just feel like there's another better EXP out there as compared to a Lapu.
The better one was banned, which is the Yuzhong. Would be good in their lineup, but
Yeah.
Lapu is actually winning lanes, pretty much dominant if you look in the minimap.
I mean, definitely, right? Arlott in the early game doesn't really have a lot of priority because it's reliant on the cooldowns basically to wave clear as well. But because of the fact that you got the Vengeance that could just heal off that very quickly, I think that's why he can sustain in the lane. But his true power spike comes at level 4.
Yep, Alexander's definitely also on the other side of the table going to empower this Lapu because sustain is pretty much the name of the game for Indonesia at this point. Once you get a photo, that is a power spike not only for the Matilda but for everyone around Indonesia. Dingerai having a few day up on the top side, better than the previous game, not playing very defensively anymore.
Total spawn around the bottom side this time round. Level 4 checks both EXP laners and also mid laners. Delvin has lesser impact around the level 4, especially when you go into the ultimate. For the Lilia, doesn't really serve a lot of things. Dingerai, get out of there.
There's a one-on-one fight. And Heavy Spin already utilized to push everyone back. Alexander down low. There's Lapu actually coming in. Afan underneath the noses takes down that turtle. And this final slash pushing everyone away. Indonesia, they don't want to risk too much, but they're going for it anyways. Myanmar will lose one member as well.
Man, Dingerai burned used the BMI to try to...
This is SOD.
Hey!
That's the Moscow! All the way from the top side.
What a lucky shot coming over Team Myanmar as well, fighting onto the weaker, the weak member from the side of Team Indonesia as well. Oh my goodness, that is not going well once again for Team Indonesia.
What's not going well? The Spears will be able to push upon back,
right?
but Shine all the way from that bottom side, able to get that recall, taking a lot of damage though. Lost the priority on that lane, but here comes that glue. Upon does have the heavy spin to keep everyone safe and sound for now. Purifier also used up by Dingerai, able to get pulled over. Underneath that turret they go. The Goon Squad won't be able to extend their reach. No support coming in from that glue.
That's why.
Upon picks up that kill.
That's why I'm not a very big fan about this glue, right? Because especially it's the same thing as you see from other teams, especially Sport the glue. But if you take a look, Xiaoyuki, yep, sorry for calling you vanilla because you are doing a great job trying to stand up Han so that Afan was able to secure the turtle right there. However, the amount of damage that the team Myanmar was able to do, especially Arlott, does have a lot of nutty numbers, was able to do quite a decent chunk of damage. And of course, you got the Spear of Destruction landing at just the right timing.
Yeah, a beautiful aim, beautiful three-point shot from that Moskov, to say the least. As Indonesia, though, I think basically that team fight was won on the turtle pit. They need to find a way to capitalize on that one. There was a little bit of a quick rotation from Dingarai down to the pit as well. At least you had the Blazing Duet from that fight for additional damage. Next turtle will be spawning up in 10 seconds on the gold lane.
I feel like right now it's more on Team Indonesia time to act, right? They do have the method early game, and also Delvin this time around should be able to scale. Dingarai was trying to join the team fight. I mean, that's kudos to him. But you can start to see the glue, right? Being a bit annoying, especially during team fights. But especially when the possession, if Call did time that glue wrong, Dingarai could just go all the way back into base, and then after that, bring him to no man's land.
Arlott coming back in, Hein. Trying to push Dingarai all the way back. Sending him to half health. Speaking of half health, that is Fredrin being taken out. Bursted down by Dalvin. Afan picking it up. Threatening the needle. SOD misses everyone in the coagulation.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. Once again, the first SOD was great, the second SOD not as great. But Shine is actually down in the bottom lane, opposite side of the turtle. Team Myanmar knows that this Moskov needs a lot more damage, a lot more farm in order to be a little bit more prevalent. Dingarai joining the team fight is actually great because it supplements onto Delvin's damage and Xiayuki's damage to a certain extent. And then hopefully they farm Team Myanmar's players instead of your minions.
The high utility coming in from Afan's heavy spin and locking this Fredrin down, definitely not a good look for Myanmar so far in the game. They're losing a lot more priorities in the lane as well. And speaking of which, Blue finding a little bit more information, just being a nuisance down the bottom side. Speaking of bottom side, it's Shaoki picking up with the kill onto the Moskov.
That's absolutely wonderful. That's the power of
again. With the heavy spin, pinning him to the wall, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. That's a pullback. No! The guiding wind won't reach its mark.
No, wait, I think... Okay, hold on a second. I hope there's a replay for this.
That's the final slash once again. Delvin with black shoes, back to at full health. A lot of damage coming in from that Lilia on the top side as well. Mid side though, the Claude bought some time to take down that T1.
Yeah, mid lane already taken down away. I really hope that there is a...
It just soaked up too much damage.
No, I hope there's a replay of it because I was watching from my own bots right here, and it's absolutely hilarious, right? Because the guiding wind was actually activated by the side of yeah, there we go. Asen Yisha received. Take note on
Yep. He's making his way down. Alexander in the river.
Yeah, I think all eyes on Alexander, right? Alexander using the guiding wind already to try to dash, hopefully try to save a fun, but Delvin took it instead.
Delvin took it. Oh, okay. I thought that was a guiding wind. We were able to pull him back out.
That guiding wind was supposed to basically punch Afan out. Don't forget, Delvin does have the ultimate to try to back off. Instead, well, we have like a lot of... Okay, we're back.
Okay, we are back into the turtle pit. Turtle at half. Hold over to Afan's side. Shaoki taking a little bit too much damage. Millman at the position to push the EXP lane away. Indonesia is fighting a 3-on-4 in the mid side. This final slash on the two. Delvin will use the black shoes to get into deep. Taking a little bit too much damage. The heavy spin will keep him up and alive. Pull the glue away. The blazing duet will not reach its mark, but take a lot of damage in the mid side. As Indonesia will be hitting a lot of, will be taking a lot of damage and will be dealing a lot of damage onto Myanmar. But everyone is safe and sound. No one's falling as of now.
Moskov's up top, just shoving against Team Indonesia as well. Was Team Indonesia for the side of Fan working on the turtle instead. Good damage being poured over to Myo, was able to push him away. The Flicker also committed as well. So it's just how Team Indonesia is constantly handshaking Team Myanmar in terms of these 5v5 fights. They love it and they crave for it. Even the rapid boots for the side of Dingarai was also built as well so that he can rotate all the way down to assist and fight S5 because they know Moskov will be on the other side trying to farm up. If the Moskov lands an SOD, okay, fine, we'll fight 5v5. But if it doesn't, hey, we will have 5v4.
That's the engage. Alexander will be able to use the guiding wind all the way back out. The BMI, that's a Purify also used up, so the Spear won't connect.
Yep. And that's the thing, right? If Team Myanmar wants to fight 5v5 and you're packing on Moskov as well, you need to find a way to confirm than landing of that spear as well. So it's also up to how, you know, the rest of the team members from the side Team Myanmar communicate, right? I think the easiest one is from Han's taunt, so that once the taunt happens, Shine can just send down the SOD right at Fredjin. So I think it's a lot about communication, but there's a lot of displacement tools coming up inside Team Myanmar as well, right? The Final Slash and also the Glue can bring Team Indonesia into the awkward position, causing Shine to miss the SOD.
Now as we're seeping into the first low of the game, we stand to see quite a bit of adjustments into the gameplay from Myanmar especially. You're sending Shine to the side lanes to try to deal with the pressure and try to build up a slow minion wave to try to push into Indonesia, which is what Indonesia kind of is unable to handle at this point of time. Teasing a little bit more on the jungle on the top side. Trying to push in the turrets, no one is initiating anything more.
But the longer the time goes, right, Team Myanmar should have a solid foothold. If you notice the location of Shine not joining the team fights as of yet, Hein on this R-Lot is able to dish out quite a considerable respectful amount of damage. Team Indonesia though, sending Xiaoyuki all the way down bot to basically deal and fix that wave before joining is still okay, but that means that, you know, you do not have somebody like a secondary peeler for Dingarai. Technically speaking, Delvin has the magic shoes to basically go all the way back, helping him just a little bit. The Mathilda as well, but I feel like right now you just need a lot more solid CCs that the Lapu can offer.
Remember, this is expanding rivers, and you said during the start of the game, Myanmar likes this more. Right now, with the Matilda, Indonesia is more positive with this. This brings Nuet a lot of damage. Shine goes down. No more Moscow for this next Lord fight. Indonesia is going to take the lead here.
Good pick up right there coming up for the side of Team Indonesia. Now, no more Moscow. And now I think it's just Team Indonesia definitely going to make a beeline all the way to the Lord right here. Team Myanmar has to fight this Lord pit with a bit of a disadvantage.
Afan is still right into the Lord, trying to pull it out. The health is still relatively healthy as Han tries to walk his way in. Heavy spin already utilized way too earlier on. He's trying to push the Fredrin away. The Glue brings him back into the fray. Afan falls. No more Kai. The Final Slash on the 3. Gets that flicker out of the way. You see Dalvin trying to push that Jusin out the way. Glue first to fall. There's the SOD. Moskov joins in the fight. There's a lot of damage coming in from this demon. They take a lot of damage themselves. They're trying to zone everything out, but here comes Dingarai. A little bit of a silver lining for that one. He wants to steal onto this thing. The Alexander won't fall, but hands of Shine. It's a one-on-one.
You said threatening Anita. Right now, it feels like, you know, both these two teams performing brain surgery in that Lord dance right here. They fought, but they completely forgot about the Lord. Now, when Team Myanmar had the Moscow down earlier just now, I thought it was an opportunity for Team Indonesia to pick up that Lord as well, to try to rush it down. They've got a little bit more time, and I was expecting Shine to send his SOD down to the team fight right to try support, but he was too busy trying to wave clear right there, and then after that, they bought enough time for Team Indonesia to reconfirm and reconsolidate, and then after that, they both traded 2 for 2.
Indonesia also knew that Afan was down, so there's no point just forcing this Lord fight. We wait for Afan to come back up, right? And Indonesia trying to play that macro game, sending Delvin instead of Dingarai because they know that Dingarai has that damage right now. Delvin is actually sorely needed though. Speaking of which, there's the guiding wind. The circling eagle won't be able to take Shine out. Moskov again finds himself in trouble.
Moskov is not able to play the game for the past 1 minute. He was just like literally revived for less than 15 seconds, and Alexander was sent alongside with Delvin just to burst him down, and this opens up a lot of opportunity for Team Indonesia to pick up the Lord.
No Moscow for Myanmar for so many team fights. He had a field day,
I think,
in the first game, but this time around, Indonesia is just walking all over Myanmar.
I think you don't send the Moskov over to the side lanes already. Mathilda knows what's up, and this is the Mathilda, right? They could just knock somebody up, has additional burst, send along somebody at the same time to burst you down. So I think Moskov had to start packing a lot of damage right there, coming out from the collateral onto Dingarai.
I don't think he's too afraid of that. He does have quite a bit of heal potential. Itemizations-wise, it's the Holy Trinity already built up by Shine. He has that damage, but he's taking so much. The glass cannon on this Moskov.
I mean, you don't build tanky on this Moskov at all, right? But if you notice, Hein, building a Rose Gold Meteor is definitely required, but now the Lord's marching in against Team Myanmar.
T3 down the mid side. Indonesia tries to look for an angle. The energy eruption already used by that Fredrin. They're looking for Shine. Shine taking a little bit too much. Appraiser's Drive already hit. There's a final slash onto one. Glue already possessed onto a Fawn, but using a heavy spin, locking them down onto the wall. But the Lord is charging onto the throne. Myanmar is all getting pushed back. Indonesia still has minion waves coming in.
Right now, just Team Myanmar desperately trying to wave clear right here. They do have the Moscow to also push in. The Spear of Misery will land onto Dingarai right here as Team Myanmar desperately trying to wave clear.
Dingarai up on the top side, bottom side in shambles. Dalvin's taking care of business. Dingarai taking a lot of damage by healing everything back up once again. You got Arlon is manhandling this Claude, but he does everything. You can't take him out. Dingarai! This is late game Indonesia. We're talking about the death ball cannot be broken for now.
Glue coming back up, activated concealed play. Teams of at the very least, Team Indonesia know they may be overextended just a little bit, pulling back because they lost a Fawn. And you can see the Nagoya, 404. The damage is definitely found right there. Not going to agree with his KDA, but you can imagine, right, the amount of defense coming out of Team Myanmar. They're still in the game because of Shine with the collateral damage all across the board to wave clear.
A great fight, good cycle from 2K gold lead all the way into 8 just with that one push alone as Myanmar finds himself in a defensive position. Taking a look at the replay, it was just Dingarai healing everything so fast and coupled with the Matilda as well.
And then also, luckily the Moskov is still alive. I think great positioning for him. And the bonk coming out from Han was able to find onto Afan as well to basically put him down to also persuade Team Indonesia to back off my lawn.
The Lord spawns up in the next 20 seconds. Myanmar sitting heftily in their base. Indonesia taking control of the map. This is their playground right now. Together with Alexander and the expanding rivers, they're going to make full use of it. Dingarai, 4 kills, 0 deaths. Having a great game on this Claude.
Yeah, now the Lord spawned, but Team Myanmar got their hands pretty packed, pretty busy.
Alexander has vision on this Fredrin. He's making a beeline towards this Lord. Afan wants to try to pull them away from that bottom side. They need to be able to try to find Shine and take him out. Indonesia knows that that is where the damage comes from. A third of their health. Lord is down low. Fredrin tries to go in. Dingarai seals up that Lord. They're going in way too deep, forcing a lot of ultimates coming out from Myanmar. No Moskov, no damage from Myanmar. It's fighting a losing battle. It goes wide. You don't have that Moskov right in the midst. Indonesia, they're leading the charge. They're happy about it. They're happy and they're hungry.
Man, if Shine actually land on the SOD, maybe there could be a return kill over to that side of Team Indonesia. But now Team Myanmar has a 3 open base. That Lord is marching down mid, and there's nobody but the side Team in Myanmar was able to hold because this is going to be a 4v5.
It's a 4v5. That's the circling eagle on top of that Fredrin, blazing the out onto the back line. You got immortality for Dingarai. He's getting safe. He's getting out. He's going to guide and win. He's sitting onto the throne. The Lord will help as well. It's a 4v5 in Indonesia. Wants to seal the deal with a 2-0 sweep.
Team Indonesia 2-0. Perfect gameplay so far, I would say. In game number 2, a lot more stable as compared to game number 1. Game number 1 was really iffy, but it definitely knocked the wins out of the sails of Team Myanmar. Team Indonesia, I think this game was a lot more tighter as compared to game 1.
Yeah, a very, very solid game all the way from the early game. And all of them knew what to do. In game number 1, Dingarai had a lot of issues with Shine. Mechanically, or during the lane, he's getting a solo killed by this Moskov. In the second game, though, 0 deaths. He understands how Shine wants to play, and that is the adjustment that basically Dingarai needed. Plot definitely showed up onto this one.
Yeah, I think this is a lot more stable as compared to game number 1. Like, I feel like there's a lot of times where Team Myanmar was also already making very questionable moves, and immediately, Team Indonesia start punishing them. But Akai coming in really clutch right here. Like, a lot of times where there's these objective takedowns, he was able to just push people away, and there's a lot more discipline, a lot more communication was made. However, Team Myanmar, I think, there's a lot of times where the SOD does not land properly and then, unable to join the fight as Dingarai just dives into the damage. 505 is KDA, GPM 879. He's farming up a Storm. He's also dishing out a Storm as well.
Not only that, you got the rotations coming in from this Claude down into a lot of the major objectives right from the second turtle of the game. Given the first turtle was that 3-minute extra that he kind of needed to get that a little bit additional damage in order to join in the team fights. I think that Indonesia also, I do want to point out that the entire 5 was drafting around the environment. Knowing that this is expanding rivers, drafting Matilda worked the most it makes the most perfect sense. You have so much access, albeit a little bit more mistakes. No one's communicating who was taking guiding wind, and that it left with some hilarious moments as well.
Yeah, and yeah, the Matilda was kind of sus for that one game, for that one sequence only, but the rest after that, Alexander executing down to the T. And of course, especially if your enemy is packing a Matilda along the way, you don't send the Moskov, you don't send anybody towards the side lanes, because the side lanes is pretty vulnerable unless you're Uranus, right? I feel like for Team Myanmar, the Uranus was really a low-hanging fruit. But maybe it's just that they realize that, hey, they need to pack a lot more damage. Therefore, the Outlaw comes, if you notice his item is Fairy Hammer, half build that I think is on the way into a Hunter Strike as well. The Outlaw is able to dish up quite a considerable amount of damage, but there's also another problem for the side team Myanmar, right? Because the Lapu is already scaled. You also got Delvin can just land bombs over and over again. Alexander can pull and save anybody if he overextends. Heck, even the heavy spin, I think also acts against what the Arlott wants to do, right? Arlott can get very squishy if you constantly land the CCs onto him. If the Arlott wasn't able to dash, he's unable to heal.
You don't really have a lot of iframes as well, so if you dash on top of Dingarai, he has quite a bit of potential to still hit you as he dashes through you in order to heal him up. And coupled with the fact that Matilda was right there, you got the Flash of the Oasis, you got the Favor as well, you heal everything back up. Every one of the members of Myanmar got the anti-heal, but at the end of the day, it's just not enough for Myanmar to take this game.
Yeah, I think it's also it's the same as game number 1, right? Game number 1, I feel like the first parts of the game where as long as the Moscow Shine was able to join the fights, they are able to win the games. But after that, you know, if the team members from the side of Team Indonesia identified their weakness of this kind of roster, if Moscow isn't able to join the game, there's not a lot of damage coming out. Justin, yes, does damage, but after a while, once the mana runs out, you don't really have a lot of damage anymore. And now you gotta have to rely on a lot onto this Arlott, but there's also a high tall order, right? Because there's so many CCs, so many knocks up to really stun up this Arlott and not able to do any form of damage.
Yeah, and speaking of which, you know, Matilda was doing a very good job. You know that Shine was always up in the side lanes. Matilda was bringing at least one member up. It might be Dalvin, it might be Dingarai, but that was a beautiful execution coming in from the Matilda. Even if you can't really kill the Moskov, and the Moskov already has the main core trinity, you can still back off with the Guiding Wind. So it's sort of like a no-lose kind of situation. Damn if you do, well, heck it if you don't.
I think it's even though if you don't kill off the Moskov, you half HP, it means that Moskov has to back away. Then after that, you just rotate back into the Lord fight, right? Because when Matilda appears right there, you only have like, what, 20 seconds, 10 seconds to react to that. If the communication between the team is not there, then the whole team communication kind of crumbles, and the whole team fights around the Lord Dance just crumbles.
Well, in the battle of the mid-range in Group A, Indonesia makes it up on top, putting Myanmar down one slot below. But Group A is not over yet. It's going to be Philippines versus Singapore.
Yeah, with that said, ladies and gents, don't go away, because another exciting match coming up right next after a short break, and that will be between Team Philippines and Team Singapore.